Chapter 19 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Davis. J.S. Bach, Volume 2, by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 19. Bach and Aesthetics. We argue about absolute music, tone painting, program music, and tone language as about actual fundamental problems, and think it a matter for historians only that tendencies toward tone painting, program music, or avowed musical narration were noticeable in Italian, German, and French music as early as the 17th and 18th centuries. However primitive the pictorial and poetic music of the 2 or 3 generations before Bach may have been, in respect of their means and possibilities of expression, we can see in it the same instincts and pretensions as in the most modern and most subtilized program music of a Liszt or Strauss. This old art, however, was not wholly primitive. It may be possible to regard Froberger, Kuhnau, and the composers of the Italian and French character pieces as simply naive painters in music who overstepped the bounds of pure music without realizing all the bearings of what they were doing. But the composers for the Hamburg Theatre knew what they wanted. Music, in their eyes, was a representation of actions, scenes, and ideas. They thought themselves capable of expressing everything in tone. Mattheson even gives recipes for the clear and correct expression of the emotions in music. In a cantata of 1744, for the 8th Sunday after Trinity, Telemann represents the false prophets in sheep's clothing by a complete circle of fists through all the 12 major scales. Here the symbolism is rather metaphysical, but there are many other passages in Telemann that are admirable in their pictorial purpose and achievement. The music among which Bach grew up, whose full unfolding he was able to witness, and whose consummation he is, took for itself by preference the title of expressive, affektvoll, in distinction from all others, meaning to indicate thereby that its purpose was graphic characterization and realism. Although our musical aestheticians have known this, for the histories of music testify sufficiently to it, they make no attempt to examine the music of that epoch thoroughly and to inquire what light it might throw on the nature of the art, but took the line of sweeping aside these phenomena as merely transitory pathological perversions of pure music. Bach proves himself an exponent of the affektvoll music of his epoch by the Capriccio, the programmed sonata on the departure of his brother. Instead of asking themselves, however, whether the same spirit cannot be detected in his later music, the aestheticians choose to regard the Capriccio as an interesting indiscretion of his youth, with which he paid his tribute to his epoch, and which we can forgive him in consideration of the pure music of the preludes and fugues. But they omitted to analyze the music he wrote in conjunction with poetry in the chorales, cantatas, and passions, and to ask whether the pictorial tendencies of contemporary music may not be found in Bach also. Only one of the musical aestheticians, Mosvius, had tried to comprehend Bach's art as the art of characteristic musical representation. He had, however, no successor. His book Johann Sebastian Bach in seinen Kirchenkantaten, 1845, although it is cited here and there, did not exercise the slightest influence on Bach research. From the second half of the 19th century onward, when the struggle over modern music began, men's views upon Bach were not so unprejudiced as those of Mosvius. It was admitted, of course, that there were some curious things in his works. Now and then it had to be admitted that the imitative or pictorial purpose was quite obvious. For instance, in the chorale Durch Adams Fall ist ganz verderb, B, number 13, where the fall of Adam is suggested by falling sevenths in the bass, or in an aria in Hercules am Scheidewege, where the music depicts the serpents mentioned in the text, and where there are other striking examples of the same kind. If anyone noticed such a case, he thought it his duty to represent it as quite without significance, so as not to injure the reputation Bach had achieved as a classical composer, and to save him from the suspicion of having done anything to pervert pure music into representative music. Spitta took care that no one should be misled by this or that piece of characterization into doubting for a moment that Bach was a priest of absolute music, or should fail to get the right conception of his art. When he came to what seemed to him a particularly dangerous place in a cantata, he thought it as well to protect humanity, as it were, by putting a fence round it. Ready as Bach was, he says at one point, to sprinkle his works with picturesque figures, he did not do so as a result of fundamental principles based on a sense of the graphic power of music. Those figures are transient flashes, and their presence or absence cannot alter the value or intelligibility of the composition in its integrity. In studying Bach, when we meet with some conspicuously melodious line or some strikingly harmonious tune that happens to coincide with an emphatic or emotional word, we are too ready to attribute them to a much closer and deeper connection than can ever have dwelt in the purpose of the composer. This citation is typical of Spitta's point of view. His analysis, in other respects so wonderful and penetrating, failed just at the point where he should look for the inmost connection between the poetic thought and Bach's musical expression. The many striking instances of tone painting do not impel him to inquire whether other characteristic themes and figures are not also prompted by the pictures and ideas suggested in the text, and whether Bach's Stimmung is not so much a generalized emotional state as one woven out of concrete musical ideas. He could not see the possibility of the text being reflected in the music as in clear running water. He wishes to guard against it being thought too characteristic. So Spitta regards the coincidence of strikingly expressive themes or figures with characteristic or expressive words as mostly accidental, and warns us against attributing to them a much closer and deeper connection than can ever have dwelt in the purpose of the composer. Thus, in order to prove that Bach's music was not materialistic, the most remarkable feature of his work has to be explained as a kind of musical accident. It reminds us of the famous Dutch philosopher Leibniz, whose dread of philosophical materialism was so great that he would not admit any influence of the thought and the will upon the movements of the limbs, and held that God had regulated the body and the soul like two absolutely parallel pieces of clockwork, so that the same thing would always happen at precisely the same time in the corporeal sphere and in the spiritual. Thus, what seemed explicable from the external standpoint, only by a direct connection of the two, was really the coincidence, predestined from eternity, of a mental idea and a bodily movement. In the same way, Spitta's dread of musical materialism absolved him from the necessity of a careful inquiry into the connection of word and tone in Bach by a few authoritative dicta upon the true nature of the art. With his La question ne sera pas posée, he tries to scare off anyone who would like further information as to Bach's attitude toward his texts, a question of interest for the understanding not only of Bach's work, but the nature of music in general. We can partly comprehend this point of view, for the architectonic and contrapuntal perfection of his works gives such deep and pure satisfaction to the mind that appreciates these purely musical qualities of them, that almost everything else that could be found in them must seem of secondary importance. In Spitta, too, there was the instinctive fear that Bach might be pressed into the service of a certain kind of modern pictorial music that was anathema to him and his adherents. He was partly influenced also by a justifiable dislike for the kind of superficial modernization of the old music that sometimes takes the place of thorough research and prides itself on bringing the old masters nearer to our own time. Thus Bach's cantatas were issued, year after year, just at the time when Wagner and Berlioz were setting musicians by the ears, and no one perceived what treasures in the way of dramatic and pictorial music were hidden in the big gray volumes, and what vistas they opened out to musical aesthetics. Today it is still a reproach to our aestheticians, even the best of them, that they know nothing of the 200 Bach cantatas, and but a few of the organ chorales. The extraordinarily expressive and pictorial conception of music that these works reveal have exercised no influence whatever on the ordinarily accepted or debated theories of the nature of music. One would have thought that the most pressing duty of aesthetics was to study the latest discoveries, searching in them for light on the basic problem of all music, the question of the nature of thematic invention. The attraction was truly great enough, for one had only to read through 5 or 6 volumes of the cantatas to be struck, more than happens in the case of any other music, by certain recurring singularities, inner affinities, variants of the same theme, and some inexplicable bizarrities. What an enigma is offered to us by the themes of the St. Matthew Passion alone! Think of the joyous writing in Judah's air of contrition, "Geb mir meinen Jesum wieder," "Give me my dear Lord beloved," of the wild 2-part flute accompaniment in the bass arioso, "Ja freilich will in uns das Fleisch und Blut zum Kreuz gezwungen sein." Aye, surely now can flesh and blood atone. Of the shapelessness, so senseless from the musical point of view, of the theme of the aria, "Können Tranen meine Wange nichts erlangen," though in vain be all my wailing, of the remarkable affinity between certain ariosos and the arias that follow them, in short, of all the things that surprise the musician the more he studies the work, that become, to his sorrow, more and more inexplicable to him, and which he does not know how to perform, for the meaning of them is unknown to him, until he guesses this music is not self-extant, but has sprung from some strong external force that will not obey the laws of harmonious thematic structure. Aesthetics, however, lost this chance of being, for once, directly helpful to practical art. It passed by almost unregardingly the singular problem presented by the motives of the passions, the cantatas, and the chorale preludes, and had no perception that this classical master probably had something like a definite musical language of his own, in which ideas struggled for concrete expression. On the other hand, the artists who worked at the cantatas had an intuition of where the key to this music was to be sought. Their practical experiences brought them many a surprising discovery, but they failed to correlate their knowledge, of which they spoke in vague terms and mostly among themselves, their chief concern being to let the works speak for themselves by bringing out correct editions of them. We thus have a musical aesthetic in which Bach has not had his say. Statistics of the number of times his name appears in works dealing with the nature of music would leave us very disappointed. Even in so thorough a treatise as Cambarot's Le rapport de la musique et de la poésie, Bach hardly plays any part. The French author has this excuse, that he had not a sufficiently intimate knowledge of German to enable him to fathom the Bach of the cantatas. The German aestheticians, however, go no more thoroughly into his works. This is due not only to the fact that Bach is as yet really very little known, but to the whole character of our investigations into the nature of music. Our aestheticians do not set out from the works of art themselves. They usually stop just where music begins. Schopenhauer, Lotz, and Helmholtz occupy a much larger place in their studies than Bach, Mozart, Schubert, Beethoven, Berlioz, and Wagner. In the aesthetic treatise that deal with painting, we find a much more thorough aesthetic of the artworks than in those devoted to music. Therefore, we need not wonder that musical aesthetic stands perplexed before the problems that actual music presents to it. At the end, when all the theories derived from definitions and from the physiology of sound have been properly dealt with, the real problems of music, tone painting, descriptive music, program music, the cooperation of music with the other arts, are polished off in a few supplementary words. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. Poetic Music and Pictorial Music. The immediate impression Bach's works make upon us is of a dual kind. Their message is quite modern, but at the same time we feel that they have no kinship whatever with post-Beethoven art. Bach's music seems to us modern in so far as it makes a strong effort to get beyond the natural indefiniteness of musical sound, and aims at the most thorough musical expression possible of the poem with which it is associated. Its object is pictorial, representative. It differs from modern art, however, in its manner of reproducing the poem and the means by which it does so. There lies between Bach and Wagner not only a century and a half of time, but a whole world. The former represents a wholly different species of representative music from that of his Bayreuth champion. It is thus necessary, first of all, to get clear ideas as to the nature of representative music, and the several varieties of it. The problem is part of the general one of the cooperation of the arts. This is always wrongly regarded from the standpoint of one art alone. In reality, it is a universal problem, and one that lies at the root of our thinking upon art in general. But we must first of all get away from the conventional verbal formulae that here, as elsewhere, stand in the way of better knowledge. We classify the arts according to the material they use in order to express the world around them. One who expresses himself in tones is called a musician, one who employs colors, a painter, one who uses words, a poet. This, however, is a purely external division. In reality, the material in which the artist expresses himself is a secondary matter. He is not only a painter, or only a poet, or only a musician, but all in one. Various artists have their habitation in his soul. His work is a product of their cooperation. All have a part in each one of his ideas. The distinction consists only in this, that one idea is dominated by one of these artists, another by another of them, and they always choose the language that suits them best. It may happen that the other artist and the possibilities of the other language assume so prominent a place in their consciousness that they are at variance with themselves, not knowing which art they really ought to cultivate. It was so with Goethe, who on his return from Wetzlar did not know whether he should devote himself to painting or to poetry. I wandered, he tells in his Dichtung und Wahrheit, down the Lahn, free of will but fettered by my feelings, in one of those frames of mind in which the presence of dumb nature is so grateful to us. My eye, practised in detecting the pictorial and superpictorial beauties of the landscape, revelled in the view of the tufted rocks, the sunny summits, the moist ground, the towering castles, and the blue hills smiling in the distance. I wandered on the right bank of the stream that flowed along in the sunlight, at some distance below me, partly hidden by thick willows. The old desire sprang up in me to be able to paint these things worthily. I chanced to have a fine pocket-knife in my left hand. All at once I heard an imperious command from the depth of my soul to throw the knife into the stream. If it fell into the water, my desire to be an artist would be satisfied. If its immersion were hidden from me by the overhanging willows, I should renounce the desire. The whim was carried out as quickly as it was conceived. Without any regard for the usefulness of the knife, which was of a composite kind, I threw it as far as I could into the stream with my left hand. but I experienced that deceptive ambiguity of oracles about which the ancients used to complain so bitterly. The furthest willows prevented my seeing my knife fall into the stream, but the water leaped up like a fountain and was perfectly visible to me. I did not interpret the phenomenon in my favor, and the doubt it awoke in me had the unfortunate consequence that I henceforth pursued my studies in painting more negligently and intermittently, thereby fulfilling the judgment of the oracle myself. For all that, he remained a painter. His designs indeed are amateurish, and his understanding of the masterpieces of painting is not so complete as he himself thought it was. But he sees and depicts everything like a painter. He is always congratulating himself on the gift of seeing the world with the eye of the painter, whose pictures were always before him. Venice appeared to him as a succession of pictures by the Venetian school. The unfathomable mystery of his style is the way in which a couple of sentences, without any real attempt at description on his part, will bring the whole scene as it appeared to him before the eye of the reader, suggesting to him all kinds of things he neither sees nor hears, but which he can no more forget than if they had actually been part of his own experience. In Faust we have a succession not so much of scenes as of vivid pictures. Goethe paints his own portrait at different periods of his life, against an idyllic, naive, tragic, burlesque, fantastic, or allegorical background. His landscapes are not merely built up out of words. Like the painter, he has really seen them all, and he employs words like resonant spots of colour in such a way that they conjure up the living scene before the reader's eye. Many other authors since Goethe's time have passed from painting to verbal description and remained pictorial in essence, though choosing the material in which they could best depict the world as they saw it. Taine is certainly a painter. We can only understand rightly the loose and yet wonderfully clear structure of Gottfried Keller's stories when we realize that it is not the poet but the dramatic painter who guides the pen. In Michelangelo again, who is the greater, the poet or the painter? We call Heine our great lyrist. Should we not call him, from the standpoint of the universal art, the most inspired painter among the lyric poets? Böcklin is a poet who has got among the painters. It is the poetic imagination that has led him to the fictions of his wonderful, but in the last resort unreal, landscapes. His visions master him to such an extent that impossibilities in the composition, even errors of drawing that are at first sight disconcerting, are matters of indifference to him. He had recourse to pencil and palette because he thought he could thus reproduce most vividly his poems of the elemental forces. His paintings are in the last resort symbols of poems that were inexpressible in words. It is thus quite natural that the reaction against him comes from the French painters, who with their objective realism have no sympathy with such a relation of poetry and painting, and combat an art showing tendencies of this kind from the standpoint of absolute painting, just as the partisans of absolute music make war on the music that bases itself on poetry. The painter cannot do otherwise than criticize with almost unjust harshness Böcklin's picture of the plague in the Basel Museum. But if we let the picture, that almost seems like the drawing of a child of genius, appeal to us as poetry, we see at once its real greatness. The essential distinction between German and French painting comes from this attitude towards poetry. Anyone who comes in contact with artists of both countries and analyzes the first impressions of German artists in Paris and the impressions of French artists at the sight of German works, and tries to see to the root of the unjust judgments on both sides, will soon observe that the difference in their views has its origin in the difference of their attitudes towards poetry. The German painter is more of a poet than the French. Therefore French painting reproaches German painting with a lack of real objective feeling for nature. German painting, on the other hand, in spite of its admiration for the splendid technique of the French, feels somewhat chilled by a kind of deliberate poverty of imagination that it detects in it. In literature, these contrasted ways of looking at nature have given Germany a splendid lyrical poetry that the French have never been able to achieve. Painting, then, is suffused with poetry, and poetry with painting. The quality of either of the arts at a given moment depends on the strength or the weakness of this intercoloration. As regards their means of expression, each of them passes into the other by imperceptible gradations. It is the same with music and poetry. We reckon Schiller among the poets. He himself held that he was really a musician. On the 25th of May, 1792, he writes to Körner, "When I sit down to express an idea, I am more often possessed by the musical essence of it than by a clear conception of its contents, as to which I frequently can hardly make up my mind." Behind his words, indeed, there is not pure intuition as with Goethe, but sound and rhythm. His description is sonorous, but pictorially unreal, representing no living scene to the reader's eye. His landscapes are really all theatre decorations. Lamartine, again, is a musician because he suggests rather than paints. Nietzsche's experience with music was like Goethe's with painting. He thought it a duty he owed to his talents to experiment in composition. His musical works, however, are of even less importance than Goethe's drawings. How can these awkward creations entitle him to the name of musician? Yet a musician he was. His works are symphonies. The musician does not read them, he hears them, as if he were going through an orchestral score. What he sees are not words and letters, but themes developing and interlacing. In Jenseits von Gut und Böse, he even finds those little fugued intermezzi into which Beethoven often diverges. Wherein does his quality exist? Who can analyze it? In any case, Nietzsche himself had a full consciousness of the musical essence of his poetic creations. This is why he used to get so angry with the modern man who leaves his ear in a drawer and merely skims the pages of a book with his eyes. Moreover, it is evident from the clear connection of the ideas through all their apparent incoherence and disconnection that the poet of Also sprach Zarathustra worked out his ideas not in word logic, but in tone logic, as musical motives. After having brought an idea to its definite conclusion and apparently finished with it, he will suddenly bring it in once more without the least warning, just as the musician picks up a theme again. Wagner is one of the musical poets, only that he is master not only of word speech, but of tone speech. Nietzsche's well-known formula for the artistic complexity of the man whom he revered and hated as no one else did runs thus. As a musician, Wagner's place is among the painters. As a poet, his place is among the musicians. As artist in general, his place is among the actors. For Wagner, again, certain painters were musicians. The great masters of the Italian Renaissance, he says in one place, were almost all musicians, and it is the spirit of music that makes us forget, when we are lost in contemplation of their saints and martyrs, that we are actually seeing with our eyes. Every artistic idea is complex in quality until the moment when it finds definite expression. Neither in painting, nor in music, nor in poetry is there such a thing as an absolute art that can be regarded as a norm, enabling us to brand all others as false, for in every artist there dwells another who wishes to have his own say in the matter, the difference being that in one his activity is obtrusive, and in another hardly noticeable. Herein resides the whole distinction. Art in itself is neither painting, nor poetry, nor music, but an act of creation in which all three cooperate. The close and tense relation in which the arts stand among each other gives each of them a desire for expansion, that allows the art no peace until it has attained its utmost possible limit. Then it is further impelled to appropriate a portion of the territory of another art. Not only does music try to paint and narrate like the other two arts, they in their turn do likewise. Poetry tries to paint pictures that really need to be taken in by the eye, and painting tries to seize not only the visible scene, but the poetic feeling underlying it. Music, however, working in a medium so little fitted to depict concrete ideas, soon reaches its limits of clear representation of poetic and pictorial ideas. For this reason, pictorial and poetic tendencies have in all epochs exercised a pernicious influence upon music, and have given birth to a false art that imagined it could express objects and ideas which it is far beyond the powers of music to render. This false music lives by pretensions and self-deception. Its arrogant view of itself as the only perfect music has always brought it into discredit. It thus becomes comprehensible how some people could look with suspicion upon poetic and pictorial intentions in music, and in times of danger adopt the motto of absolute music, this being the banner of pure art they hoisted over the works of Bach and Beethoven, erroneously and inappropriately as it happens. But not only is the creative art complex, our reception of it is not less so. In every true artistic perception there come into action all the feelings and ideas of which a man is capable. The process is multiform, though it is only in the rarest cases that the subject has any inkling of what is going on in his imagination, and what mental overtones complicate the ground tone which, as it seems to him, exclusively occupies his attention. Many a man erroneously thinks he sees a picture, whereas he really hears it, his artistic emotions arising from the music, perhaps silent, that he perceives in the scene represented on the canvas. Anyone who does not hear the bees in Diderot Peugeot's picture of the flowery heath does not see it with the eye of the artist. Again, anyone who is not fascinated by the most ordinary painting of a pine wood, hearing the infinite distant symphonies of the wind sweeping over the treetops, sees only as half a man, i.e., not as an artist. So again in music. Musical sensibility is to some extent a capacity for tone visions, of whatever kind it may be, whether it deals with lines, ideas, forms, or events. Associations of ideas are always going on where we would not suspect them. Let us ask the audience of a performance of a work by Palestrina to account for the solemn effect it has made on them. The majority would confess that they had felt themselves transported into the vast nave of a church, and saw the sunlight streaming through the windows of the choir into the twilight of the building. We all poetize more than we are apt to imagine. This can be shown by a simple experiment. Try to look but not hear, and to hear but not let any visual association step over the threshold of consciousness, and the other artist in us, whom we imagine to be uninterested, will at once spring up and demand his rights. Every artistic feeling is really an act. Artistic creation is only the special case of the artistic attitude towards the world. Some men have the faculty of reproducing in speech, colors, tones, or words the artistic impression made on them and many others by what goes on in the world around them. It is not so much that these are more fundamentally artists than the other, but only that they can speak and the others are dumb. When we see the passionate effect made by art on men who are only receptive, and how much their mute imagination can add to the works of others, it no longer seems a paradox that it is only by accident that some of the great ones have received the gift of speech. Art is a translation of aesthetic associations of ideas. The more complexly and intensely the conscious and unconscious concepts and ideas of the artist communicate themselves to us through his artwork, the deeper is the impression. It is then that he succeeds in stimulating others to the vivacity of imaginative feeling which we call art, in contradistinction to what we hear and see and experience in our ordinary moments. The part of a work of art that is perceptible by the senses is in reality only the intermediator between two active efforts of the imagination. All art speaks in signs and symbols. No one can explain how it happens that the artist can wake into life in us the existence that he has seen and lived through. No artistic speech is the adequate expression of what it represents. Its vital force comes from what is unspoken in it. In poetry and painting this is less noticeable, since the language of each of these arts is also the language of daily life. We need, however, only read a poem by Goethe and test the words of which it consists by the wealth of suggestions that they arouse in us to see at once that words in art become suggestive symbols by means of which the imaginations of two artists hold converse together. In truth, says Wagner, the greatness of the poet can be best measured by what he refrains from saying, in order to let the inexpressible itself speak to us in secrecy. In painting, the inadequacy of the things said is still more striking. We cannot estimate how much a spectator must add of his own before a colored canvas can become a landscape. An etching, indeed, makes extraordinary demands on the imagination, for the representation in black and white is only a symbol of the landscape, and has no more reality than a symbol. And yet this symbolical delineation is, for anyone who can interpret it, perhaps the most potent means of conjuring up the faculty of complete vision. In this way there comes into painting, in the place of the naive, this is, the noteworthy, this signifies, of artistic speech. It will be learned and assimilated by familiarity. It even happens at times that the speech fails, the symbols not being clear to the spectator and appearing merely as agglomerations of lines and colors, either because the artist has put more into them than they can express, or because the spectator has not caught the secret of his speech. In music, the expression is wholly symbolical. The translation of even the most general feelings and ideas into tone is a mystery. The latest researches into the physiology of musical sensation do not help us in the least. They merely conquer for musical aesthetic a wonderful colonial territory, which, however, to the end of time, will yield it nothing. The thing that is most important is, and will remain, unexplained, says Hanslick, the nervous process by which the sensation of tone becomes converted into feeling, a mental mood. The more ambitious the musical expression is, the more noticeable is the symbolical element in it. Before long it addresses to the imagination of the hearer pretensions which, with the best will in the world, cannot be admitted, and comes violently into collision with the more suggestive element in artistic speech. It is wrong, however, to imagine that so-called pure music speaks a language that is not symbolical, and that it expresses something of which the meaning is unequivocal. It too appeals to the hearer's power of imagination, only that it is concerned more with abstract feeling and abstract beauty of line than with concrete expression. Only in this way does it become possible for the poetic imagination to make itself intelligible, as far as it can, to the musical imagination. As a rule, we employ the criterion of immediate intelligibility, and from the standpoint of absolute music, will only allow that art to be valid that appeals immediately to the unprepossessed and unprepared hearer. This would make perfect tone speech an impossibility. It is like refusing to recognize a foreign language as a language unless it is immediately intelligible to everyone at the first hearing. Every language subsists only by a convention, in virtue of which a certain sensation or idea is regarded as corresponding to a certain aggregation of sounds. It is the same in music. Anyone who understands the language of a composition and knows the significance of certain combinations of tone perceives ideas in the music that do not speak directly to the uninitiated, though they are there all the time. Few composers, however, have been great enough to fashion a language for themselves in which they could express intelligibly the concrete part of their ideas. The others, whenever they venture outside the limits of the generally accepted moods, begin to wander in their speech, though they still think themselves intelligible. Finally, they add a program to their music that hangs out of its mouth, like the strips on which the primitive painters used to indicate what their characters were saying. This naive descriptive music is to be found not only in the past. The average, modern, and even the most up-to-date symphonic poem is just as naive, no matter how great may be its inventive and technical power, since here also a concreteness of expression is claimed that in reality has not been long attained, and is, in general, unattainable by music. This is, in fact, the tragedy of music, that it can only express with limited intelligibility the concrete image from which it has sprung. From the indefiniteness of the tone picture itself, however, we must not conclude a corresponding indefiniteness of the fancy that prompted it, and claim that music of this kind is the absolute music. We have a warning example in Weber's Konzertstück. In 1821, on the morning of the day of the first performance of Der Freischütz, Weber brought his wife the Konzertstück which he had just completed, and played it to her and his favorite pupil Benedict, telling them at the same time what the music was meant to represent. Larghetto. On the terrace of the castle stands a chatelaine, looking sadly into the distance. Her husband is with the Crusaders in the Holy Land. She has no news of him. Is he dead? Will she see him again? Allegro appassionato. Horror! She sees him lying on the battlefield, abandoned, wounded. The blood flows from his wounds, and she cannot hasten to his side. Adagio e tempo di marcia. Tumult and the glittering of weapons in the distance, coming from the wood. They draw nearer. They are knights carrying the cross. The banners wave, the people break out into cries of joy, and he is here. Più mosso presto assai. She runs to meet him, he embraces her. Wood and field add their jubilant cries to the hymn of faithful love. The pupil immediately wrote out the explanation, but Weber would not allow it to be published with the music. Footnote. See Johannes Weber's interesting L'illusion musicale et la vérité sur l'expression. 2nd edition, Paris, 1900. End of footnote. Had it not been preserved by accident, no one would have imagined the events depicted in the Konzertstück, and it would naturally be regarded as a piece of pure music. Beethoven's works were also written under the impression of definite scenes, in spite of the fact that they are claimed to be pure music. When asked for an explanation of the D minor sonata, he replied, "Read Shakespeare's Tempest." In the Adagio of the F major quartet, opus 18, number 1, he had in his mind the Greaves scene from Romeo and Juliet. The E major sonata, opus 81, even bears an authentic inscription. It depicts a farewell, a separation, and a return. More particularly in his latest chamber music, we have a strong feeling that the musical sequence of ideas is determined by a poetic mood of some kind. We have, however, no hints by which we can definitely reconstruct from the music the situation the composer had in his mind. Liszt improvised best when his imagination had been set working by the perusal of poetry. Hanslick, in his Vom musikalisch Schonen, does indeed recognize facts of this kind, but considers this kind of composing in leading strings to poetry as distinct from pure musical invention to be merely exceptional. The knowledge of the concrete ideas from which the music arose is of no consequence for our understanding of it. It is aesthetically a matter of indifference, he says, If Beethoven worked upon definite subjects in every one of his compositions, we do not know these subjects. Therefore, so far as the work is concerned, they do not exist. It is the work alone that lies before us, without any commentary, and just as the jurist ignores everything that is not embodied in acts and deeds, so nothing exists for the aesthetic judgment that lies outside the work of art. This is untrue. Certainly only the pure music lies before us, but this is only the hieroglyph in which are recorded the emotional qualities of the visions of the concrete imagination. This hieroglyph appeals perpetually to the fancy of the hearer, requiring it to translate the drama of the emotions back again into concrete events, and to find a path along which he can see, as well as he can, the line that has been taken by the creative imagination of the composer. Notable musicians have confessed that they could not grasp the latest works of Beethoven. This derogates neither from them nor from Beethoven. It only implies that their imagination had no point of contact with his. The ordinary hearer is easily satisfied. The poorest little anecdote is enough to put him in the mood of the work, and to find everything in it that he is expected to find. It is not so long since that the attempt was made to popularize Beethoven's sonatas and Mendelssohn's Lieder ohne Worte by giving them suggestive titles. We have become more unfeeling now, and will not tolerate attempts of this kind to place the creative fancy on its legs. We care for nothing that has not come from our knowledge of the tongue of the composer who speaks, or from our own poetic intuition, and that has this mark of truth in it, that it is inexpressible, and so cannot be made intelligible to anyone else. Only the greatest artists have the right to show others the path their own imagination followed when listening to a piece of music. Wagner daringly interprets Beethoven's great C-sharp minor quartet as an actual day of Beethoven's life. In the introductory adagio, we have an expression of melancholy on waking at dawn. This is overcome. In the Presto, Beethoven turns his unspeakably cheerful glance on the outer world. He gazes reflectively upon life. After the short adagio, a somber meditation, he awakes, and in the final allegro strikes the strings to a dance that the world had never heard before. Perhaps Beethoven would have expressed the contents of his music in quite other words and images. Nevertheless, Wagner's interpretation is not a commentary to be made merry over, like the ordinary musical interpretation. Here it is a case of the poet speaks. Just as there are painters and musicians among the poets, so there are poets and painters among the musicians. They become clearly distinguished from each other in proportion as the other artist is able to assert himself in their conceptions. Poetic music deals more with ideas, pictorial music with pictures. The one appeals more to the feeling, the other to our faculty of representation. The incoherency of the discussion upon tone painting, program music, and representative music has been due in great part to the fact that no account has been taken of the two main currents in music that now flow parallel to each other, now cross each other, it being assumed that every sin against pure music was of the same order. Beethoven and Wagner belong more to the poets, Bach, Schubert, and Berlioz more to the painters. Beethoven is often called a poet by Wagner, who thinks that the awakening of the other artist in him was the crucial point of his career. The first period of free and careless musical invention was followed by another, in which Beethoven speaks a language that often seems arbitrary and capricious, the ideas being held together only by a poetic purpose, which, however, could not be expressed with poetic clearness in music. Then comes the period in which the deeply sensitive man suffered acutely when he could no longer make himself intelligible to his hearers, who regarded him simply as a mad genius. The successive symphonies relate the longing of music to transcend its own element and become universal art, until at last, in the 9th symphony, it seized upon speech, worked out its own salvation, and united the severed arts in one. We may look at the introduction of the chorus at the end of the Ninth Symphony in another light, regarding it as an error, the end of the symphony rather than the beginning of the genuine music drama, but this does not affect the justice of Wagner's view of Beethoven's musical development. Perhaps Wagner has interpreted Beethoven too much in terms of himself. In reality, Beethoven's fancy is much more pictorial than Wagner's. Compare their ways of expressing themselves verbally, which is always a clue to the process of formation of a man's ideas. Wagner has nothing of Beethoven's abrupt, drastic style. He hardly ever uses pictures, differing here again from Berlioz, whose mind is crowded with them. For a musician, Wagner's writing as a rule is unusually rational. The pictorial bias usually predominates among musicians, as their conversation shows. When they wish to explain anything, they have recourse to pictures, heap one comparison upon another, mix the appropriate and inappropriate together, employ the strangest expressions, and then think they have made what is inexpressible in the idea comprehensible. Those who, like Wagner, aim only at expressing the emotional quintessence of the idea are rather exceptional. Even Schumann expresses himself more pictorially than Wagner. The latter is never purely realistic, either in his prose or his music. He will not even allow that the representation of the purely characteristic is the province of painting itself, which, he holds, should express ideas. He maintains that the ideal creative quality of Renaissance painting decayed in proportion as it got out of touch with religion. He seriously maintains that since that period it has continuously declined. He wishes his own pictorial music to appeal not to the imagination, but to the emotions. Even when the music expresses something visual, the pictorialism is not an end in itself, but symbolical of an idea. He would prefer to dispense altogether with the plastic imagination, and set bodily before the spectator's eye the action that is being emotionally represented in music. The best and most exalted tone painting, he says in one place, is that in which the tone painter addresses himself to the feeling instead of to the imagination. That is to say, when the external object of the musical picture is simultaneously made visible to the hearer. According to him, the true tone picture is the music of the drama. So that Wagner is opposed to what is generally looked upon as tone painting, since this does not aim at the simultaneous bewitching of the senses by the music and the visible representation of the object that the music describes. All we can express in music, he says, are feelings and sentiments. His themes are harmonic in quality. They get their characteristic quality from a basic chord that mounts up out of the ocean of harmony as the idea emerges from the depths of feeling. His modulations are not simply musical, but have a poetic significance. In the true sense, they are only necessary when they correspond to something that happens in the domain of feeling. The art of a Schubert or a Berlioz is much more materialistic. Of course they express emotions, but when they become wholly characteristic they hold to the picture for its own sake. Their painting appeals to our faculty of representation, and to a certain extent becomes an aim in itself, which is never the case in Wagner. In the accompaniments to Schubert's songs there is more realistic tone painting than in all Wagner's music dramas. Berlioz's pictorialism is even more apparent. His art has nothing whatever in common with Wagner's. It follows quite a different path. For Berlioz, the perfection of tone painting is not the pure expression of feeling, but extravagant delineation. His music is directed to the externalities of the event. Even when he is writing for the stage, he aims at the obtrusive clearness of program music. We see the thing simultaneously in a double form, on the stage and in the music. Wagner gives it to us only once, but complete, the music not reproducing the visible action itself, but expressing the emotional correlative of the event, which would otherwise remain unexpressed. It was this attachment to the external that made Wagner unable to understand Berlioz's music. In the moving love scene of the Romeo and Juliet symphony, he tells us, he was at first enchanted by the development of the main themes. During the course of the movement, the enchantment evaporated, till he experienced absolute discomfort. It is true that the motives, he says, were present in the famous balcony scene of Shakespeare. The great mistake of the composer lay in retaining faithfully the dramatist's disposition of them. See, again, what Berlioz has selected from Goethe's Faust, a series of scenes for musical painting taken arbitrarily, without much regard to the drama itself. The themes of Schubert and Berlioz are not so harmonic in essence as those of Wagner. They are not, like these, founded on a certain basic harmony. They have their origin in the pictorial imagination. They are like the characteristic lines of a draftsman. The distinction is hard to define in detail, though it is clear enough to the imagination. Nonetheless, it reveals the essential difference in nature between the two kinds of music. The pictorial element in Schubert and Berlioz is not always sufficiently distinctive for us to contrast them decisively with Wagner. In spite of all the difference between them, they have this in common with them, and with post-Beethoven music in general, that they express in tones a poetic sequence of ideas, whether in the form of a song or in that of a program, and do not confine themselves, as in essentially pictorial music, to seizing a feeling or an event in one pregnant moment and painting it from its picturesque side, without any concern for the moment before or the moment after. They undertake to follow in detail the adventures of a poem, and are consequently poetic musicians. Bach does not do this. He is the most consistent representative of pictorial music, the direct antipodes of Wagner. These two are the poles between which all characteristic music resolves. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Lillis. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 21. Word and Tone in Bach. Part 1. The relation of Bach's music to its text is the most intimate that can be imagined. Footnote. See also Arnold Schering's interesting essay, Bach's Textbehandlung, in which the poetic element in Bach's music is described for the first time, and very finely and searchingly, and André Pirot's monumental study, L'Esthétique de J.S. Bach, which confirms and completes in the most gratifying way the conclusions arrived at in the present volume. End footnote. This is evident even in externalities. The structure of his musical phrase does not merely fit more or less the structure of the poetic phrase, but is identical with it. In this respect we may contrast Bach with Handel. In the latter, the musical period of a long verbal passage consists of separate fragments joined together in the most masterly way, the verbal phrase, however, having to surrender something of its own natural form in order to accommodate itself to that of the music. There always results a certain antagonism between the rhythm of the two factors. We get the impression that if we were to let a Handelian theme fall to the ground, the tone melody and the word melody would separate under the shock, whereas a Bach phrase would remain unbroken and inseparable, his musical phrase being only the verbal phrase recast in tone. His music is indeed not so much melodic as declamatory. He is what Guido Adler maintains Wagner is, a product of the great music of the Renaissance. The melodic impression his phrases make on us is due to his clear and consummate sense of form. Though he thought declamatorily, he could not help writing melodically. A vocal theme of Bach's is a declamatorily conceived phrase that by accident, as if by a marvel perpetually repeated, assumes melodic form, whether it be a recitative, an arioso, an aria, or a chorus. His texts, regarded from the standpoint of form, were as unapt for music as any that could be imagined. A biblical verse does not fall into any musical period, not even a verbal one, for it has its origin not in a rhythmical feeling, but in the necessities of translation. It was no better with the original text given him by his librettists. These again have no inner unity, being painfully pieced together out of the reminiscences of the Bible and the hymn books. But when we read the same sentences in Bach's music, they all at once fall into definite musical phrases. The declamatory unit of tone and word in Bach reminds us of Wagner. While, however, it is self-evident in the latter, the verbal phrase itself being musically conceived, so that the music only adds the intervals, as it were, in Bach the phenomenon is more wonderful. The music seems to confer a higher vital power on the words, divests them of their lowly associations, and shows them in their true form. This marvel is so perpetually repeated in the cantatas and passions that we come to regard it as a matter of course. But the more deeply we penetrate into Bach, the more we are filled with the ever-renewed and ever-increasing astonishment that the thoughtful soul feels in the presence of those daily occurrences of nature that are at the same time the greatest marvels. If we have once absorbed a biblical verse in Bach's setting of it, we can never again conceive it in any other rhythm. It is impossible for anyone who knows the St. Matthew's Passion to run over in his mind the sacramental words of the evening communion without consciously or unconsciously giving the words the accents and duration that they have in Bach's declamation. No one who knows the cantata Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, number 61, can ever think of the Siehe, ich stehe vor der Tür und klopfe an, apart from Bach's phrasing of it. Even if he has forgotten the actual intervals, the musical ground plan of the passage has become, after several hearings, so much the plan of the passage itself, that it is impossible to think of the one without the other. It would be incorrect to suppose that in every good musical setting the music has the same power of persistence. It is not found in the same degree in anyone but Wagner, not even in Schubert. The extraordinary thing is that in Bach's music, the reminiscence depends less on the intervals than on the accents and quantities of the declamation itself, although of course his themes are so characteristic and drastic in their intervals that they are memorable from this side as well. One of the most remarkable examples of his declamation is in the arioso-like opening recitative of the cantata Gleich wie der Regen und Schnee vom Himmel fällt, number 18. The nearly equal divisions of the original passage are gathered up by the music into one great unified phrase that resolves and obliterates, as if by magic, all the rigidities of the verbal passage, giving us the impression that the poetic thought has waited for centuries for this music in order to reveal itself in its true plastic outline. Even when Bach's music is more aria-like in structure, it still retains this purely declamatory quality. Recite, for example, the first aria of the cantata, Selig ist der Mann, number 57, strictly according to the quantities and the accents of the music, without for a moment considering the intervals, and you will get an idea of how veracious Bach's musical declamation is. If the verse he is setting has rhyme and a regular length of line, he passes over these and fastens upon the inner form of the passage. His musical phrase is never dominated by the recurrence of the rhyme. In the text of the aria in the St. Matthew Passion, Gerne will ich mich bequemen, Kreuz und Becher anzunehmen, trink ich doch dem Heiland nach. It seems almost impossible for music to rise superior to the rhyme. Bach succeeds, however, by his distribution of the accents and the intervals, in so diverting our attention from it that we are unconscious of it when it is properly sung. The first ich must be accented as the music indicates, and as its relation to the previous arioso, der Heiland fällt, obviously demands. The phrase goes thus. It is not Bach's fault if many of our singers bring out here the poet's line divisions and rhymes instead of Bach's musical phrase. Anyone who goes through the separate voices of Nun ist das Heil und die Kraft, number 50, will discover that Bach phrases declamatorily even when he seems to be merely writing fugal parts. Effective as his method is, it does not always seem natural at first sight. Often, indeed, Bach's way of turning a passage into music seems quite unnatural. Rhythm, structure, accents, syllabic values, all give at first the impression of being wrong. The syllable that would ordinarily receive the main accent is, if possible, merged and lost in the shadow of the unaccented part of the bar. Another one of no value at all is thrown into high relief by some striking interval. We find no pause just where we would expect one. Thus, every stroke that Bach makes in order to bring out the musical form of the phrase is, considered by itself, incomprehensible. Nor would it be difficult to show that in some of his recitatives or arias, Bach has sinned here and there against the natural accent. When, however, we look at the piece as a whole, singing the notes with freedom and at the same time with the quantities Bach has allotted to them, we see it in relief, as it were in a kind of acoustical perspective, of which detailed analysis could convey no idea. This art defies narrow scrutiny. It rests on an intuitive appreciation of the cooperation of the details, the total effect of which is seen by the composer at a glance. It follows that there is no surer way of destroying Bach's effect than the false artistic freedom which many singers, perplexed by the many strangenesses of the music, permit themselves in order to remedy the, quote, chance quality of the notes that Bach has written. Bach converts into tone not only the body but the soul of the verbal passage. This is clearly seen in his harmonizations of the chorales. The greatest masters of the chorale piece, Eckhard, Pretorius, and others, harmonized the melody. Bach harmonized the words. For him, the chorale melody by itself is indefinite in character. It only acquires a personality when allied with a definite text, the nature of which he will express in his harmonies. Weber long ago saw that the chorale movements of the cantatas and passions are not purely musical. Bach's son, Philipp Emanuel, had published them without the corresponding texts. He had no perception of his father's poetic intentions. His idea was simply to give the world a collection of examples of the chorale movement at its best. At the beginning of the 19th century, when Abbot Vogler's mathematical aesthetic system of harmony was exciting general admiration, Weber, his pupil, thought he owed it to the honor of his teacher to show that he had also surpassed old Bach in the chorale movement, going more systematically to work than the cantor, the astonishing thing being that the latter, without knowing Vogler's system, should have written such rich harmonies. With this end in view, he compares 12 of Bach's harmonizations with 12 corresponding ones by Vogler, and demonstrates that the old master is inferior to the new one, many of his strange harmonic progressions having no raison d'être. Footnote. George Joseph Vogler was born at Würzburg in 1749, studied music and theology in Italy, became a priest in Rome, and settled in 1775 in Mannheim, where he founded a school of music. Later he lived in Paris, Stockholm, and London. In 1807 he became Hofkapellmeister at Darmstadt, where he founded a music school that was attended by Weber and Meyerbeer. He died in 1814. End footnote. To put this down to Weber's lack of judgment would be wrong, as his views were quite just. From the standpoint of pure music, Bach's harmonizations are wholly enigmatic, for he does not work upon a tonal succession that in itself forms an aesthetic whole, but he follows the lead of the poetry and the verbal expression. How far he lets these take him from the natural principles of pure composition may be seen from his harmonizations of Soll's ja so sein, das Straf und Pein, in the cantata Ich elender Mensch, wer wird mich erlösen, number 48, which as pure music is indeed intolerable, Bach's purpose being to express all the wild grief for sin that is suggested in the words. The fault lay with Philipp Emanuel, who published the chorale movements without their texts, thereby showing that he did not understand the nature of his father's art. A great service was therefore done to Bach by the Berlin choral conductor Ludwig Erck, 1807 to 1883, when he published the preludes with the verses to which the composer had set the melodies. Footnote. The work has been frequently reprinted. The chorales have lately been translated into French with fine understanding by Albert Mahot, and published with an enthusiastic preface by Vincent Landy. End footnote. If we take Erck's collection and examine the successive arrangement of the same melody, we see that they assume all kinds of characters according to the poetic harmonization. A broad, victorious melody in the major is pursuing its course when suddenly a theme of mourning enters and dominates it. What majesty the Passion melody, Herz liebst du Jesu, was hast du verbrochen, assumes in the St. Matthew Passion, when it expresses the words, Ach großer König, groß zu allen Zeiten. The quaver sequence in the bass, which is inexplicable from the standpoint of pure music, is the triumphal chariot that carries it. We may say that in Bach's chorales every line, every word is painted, and thrown into a kind of embossed relief. Wagner once remarked of one of his modulations that at first sight seemed too daring and abrupt, that in reality it was not so, since it originated in the meeting of two motives that had already been heard frequently, and that the ear, knowing these, would take into the almost extravagant harmony as something quite natural. Bach in his chorales works on a similar principle. The melody is familiar. He can therefore permit himself the most audacious harmony, the ear being in no danger of missing the continuity of the melody. The poetic significance of Bach's chorale pieces, however, is only fully seen when the choir sings not the melody but the text, emphasizing not the melodic accents but the words that Bach has so strongly, sometimes even too strongly, underlined in his harmonies. The more we examine these chorales, the more we become conscious of the suppressed passion of expression there is in them, to which there is no parallel anywhere in literature. Only a few of Bach's chorale pieces for the organ have come down to us, but those we have suffice to show us his method of working. Footnote. Breitkopf's catalogue of 1764 mentions a complete chorale book of 240 familiar Leipzig melodies with the through bass written out in the notes, by Johann Sebastian Bach, priced at 10 thalers. This book of chorales is lost. In Schmelli's Gesamtbuch of 1736, some of Bach's figured basses are given. They may have been taken from his Leipzig chorale book. See Spitta 3, 109 ff. We further possess some harmonizations that have been preserved in copies made by Bach's pupils. They are included in the Peters edition of the chorale preludes. End footnote. When the Arnstadt consistory remonstrated with him for exceeding his leave of absence, the opportunity was at the same time taken to rebuke him for his too temperamental chorale accompaniments. Point out to him, so the report runs, quote, that in the chorales he has made many curious variations and mingled many strange tones with them so that the congregation was confused thereby. End quote. We can understand this censure when we look at the harmonization of In Dulce Jubilo, Peters 5, number 103. That was intended to accompany the congregational singing. It mattered nothing that Bach filled the breath pauses between the lines of the melody with passage work. That was the common practice of the time. But when the melody enters again, it disappears into the harmonic flood. We must, of course, remember that as the congregational singing was led by the choir, Bach could permit himself a little freedom. In this Sturm und Drang, the poetic tendency is already revealed. In the chorale Von Himmel hoch, da komm ich her, Peters 5, 106, that Krebs has preserved for us, the interlacing and surrounding of the melody by joyous scale passages is explained by the fact that Bach was depicting the angels of heaven referred to in the poetry. A characteristic feature of the chorale movements of this youthful period is the piled-up masses of chords, with their comparative disregard of any strict leading of the voices. His style of accompaniment in his mature period may be seen in Herrgott dich loben wir, Peters 6, page 65-69, where every verse is treated independently. The harmonies are clarified in the writing contrapuntal, but, compared with modern chorale accompaniment, unusually animated throughout and over-rich in passing notes. The poetic intention is perfectly evident. Anything characteristic in the text is immediately depicted in the music. Observe the majestic crotchet motion in all the voices from the moment when the words Den Göttliche Macht und Herrlichkeit enter, page 66, bar 8 ff. In the chromatic motive of grief that enters with the words Nun hilf uns Herr, page 67, bar 19 ff., the reference being to the death agonies of Jesus. The line Hilf deinem Volk, page 67, bars 39 ff., is illustrated by means of a rhythm which in the cantatas and chorale preludes expresses peace, simply because the word singen occurs here. Immediately afterwards we have the Bach motive of joy, page 68, bar 6 ff., as the text refers to the celestial delight. Later, page 69, bar 13 ff., the sorrowful yearning prayer, Zeig uns deine Barmherzigkeit, show us thy compassion, is expressed in trembling chromatics. Finally, at the words, Auf dich hoffen wir, lieber Herr, in thee, dear Lord, is our hope, page 69, bars 23 ff., the rhythm of peace returns that was employed in the lines Hilf deinem Volk, Herr Jesu Christ, and seine was dein Erteil ist. Anyone who has the least acquaintance with the intentions of Bach's methods of expression will find that he has reproduced in his music, with speaking fidelity, the salient points of the text. A study of the text along with the chorale harmonizations will show how closely interdependent tone and word are in Bach. The full influence of the poetry upon the music, however, can be seen only in the chorale preludes and the cantatas, where the musical painting is more self-dependent. It goes without saying that Bach seizes the poetic mood in its finest nuances. We can fully apply it to Wagner's remark that music should express the inexpressible, the very root of the poetic idea, the expression of which is beyond the power of verbal speech that is too intellectual for the purpose. End of chapter 21, part 1.
Chapter 21, Part 2 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2, by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 21, Part 2, Word and Tone in Bach, continued. His conception of the Bible words is not always the customary one. It comes from a profound and very personal emotion. The music he has given to the sacramental words of the Last Supper in the St. Matthew Passion is astounding. There's not a trace of grief. The music breathes peace and majesty. The nearer it draws to the end, the more stately becomes the quaver movement in the basses. Bach sees Jesus standing before the disciples with radiant face, prophesying of the day when he will again drink from the cup at the heavenly supper with them in his Father's kingdom. Bach has thus emancipated himself from the conventional idea of the scene, and by means of his artistic intuition has attained a juster sense of it than theology has ever done. The commencement of the recitative of the Passion, Aber am ersten Tage der süßen Brote, now the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, is notably bright, almost joyous. So is the chorus of disciples, Wo willst du, dass wir dir bereiten das Osterlamm zu essen? Where wilt thou, that we prepare for thee to eat the Passion? Bach continues in this ingenuous and somewhat joyous mood until Jesus utters the Wahrlich, ich sage euch, einer unter euch wird mich verraten. Verily, I say unto you that one of you shall betray me. The Wahrlich, du bist auch einer von denen, denn deine Sprache verrät dich. Surely thou also art one of them, for thy speech betrayeth thee. In the second part of the work is very briefly treated without a suspicion of passion. It is simply a passing remark of the soldiers, again a fine stroke of the imagination. Everywhere, in fact, there is the same profound view and the same characteristic expression of the emotions and actions. Moreover, Bach now and then heightens the sentiment of his text in the most striking way. He turns contentment into exultant joy and grief into violent despair. Not that he neglects the nuances of feeling, even in thus intensifying it. His music expresses many degrees of joy and of sorrow, but all of them are surcharged with emotion. When he translates a feeling into tone, he voices it in its extreme form. In the first chorus of the cantata, Ach, lieben Christen, seid getrost, number 114, he expresses the getrost in terms of such overflowing joy that the music goes far beyond the text. There is the same joyous excitement in the resignation expressed in the first chorus of the cantata, Was mein Gott will, das geschehe allzeit, number 111. It is the same with the organ chorales. What the chorale preludes, Mit Fried und Freud fahr ich dahin, Peters 5, number 41, and Wer nur den lieben Gott lässt walten, Peters 5, 54, express is joy of an animated kind, not the peaceful confidence of which the text speaks. Bach is thus bent on making the music characteristically expressive at any cost. Before he decides simply to write beautiful music to a text, he searches the words through and through to find an emotion, which after it has been intensified is suitable for musical representation. He remodels his text to suit the way he means to express it in music. The words are finally no more than a shadow picture of the music. Bach's relation to his text is active, not passive. It does not inspire him so much as he inspires it. His music lifts the words to a higher power, bringing out in transfigured form what seems struggling for expression in the mediocrity, or as often enough happens, the banality of the poem. For this reason there are hardly any tasteless Bach texts for anyone who reads through his works. He even becomes a little impatient at the constant complaints about the cantata poems, for he hears them with all the poetry Bach has added to them, a poetry besides which that of the original poet is only a clumsy reflection. Footnote. It is, of course, not denied that a remodeling of the text is imperatively called for now and then, to give without alteration the recitative O Sünder trage mit Geduld from the cantata Ach, lieben Christen, seid getrost, number 114, which contains a dissertation on the dropsy of sin, would be doing Bach a disservice. Translations into foreign languages should be quite free, aiming only at giving the text that Bach has expressed in his music, i.e., the ideal text. This principle has been followed in the French versions, published by Breitkopf and Hertel. Gustav Brett's translation of Sie werden aus Saba alle kommen is a masterpiece of this kind. End of footnote. We are appalled at the triteness of such words as those of the alto aria in the cantata Ach, lieben Christen, seid getrost, number 114. Quote, Du machst, o Tod, mir nun nicht ferne Bange, wenn ich durch dich die Freiheit nur erlange. Es muss ja so einmal gestorben sein. End quote. When, however, we hear them with the music, they express most eloquently the blissful joy of the redeemed soul, in which the painful word, gestorben, dead, only appears in order to be triumphed over. The addition of Es muss ja so einmal gestorben sein has given Bach a pretext for transforming the text into a poem of death and transfiguration. Hundreds of examples of the same kind could be given. We get the impression that the composer is even indifferent to the actual words of his text and their banalities, not merely because they have the same savor for him as for his contemporaries, but because he's conscious how little really remains of the words when he's poured his own poetic power upon them. It was a similar consciousness of strength that made him burden himself with the contemporary Italian form of the da capo aria. He was secretly aware that his musical declamation could vivify even a mere pattern of this kind. There is a great difference between the respective attitudes of Bach and Mozart towards a poor text. Both of them make us forget it by their music, but for quite different reasons. Mozart's object is to distract our minds from the text by means of music that is beautiful in itself. Bach gives it a new profundity and a new form in his music. How does he handle his music when the poem presents a series of points for expression? To what extent does he attempt to reproduce these successions of ideas in tone? He does not try to do so. Many cases can indeed be pointed to in his works, where the music scrupulously follows every verbal detail of the poem. In the cantata Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, number 61, for example, the line Das sich wundert alle Welt has an animation that makes it stand out sharply from the remainder. But in all these cases it is not so much a matter of an independent musical reproduction of the changing ideas of the text, as of underlining isolated and salient lines and words. Bach does not follow his text line by line, no matter how tempting the episodes it presents. He expresses the characteristic emotional content, the word that seems to him vital for the mood of the whole, in an eloquent melodic motif. He is sure that in so doing he has expressed the poem itself. Whether we're reading a chorale prelude from the Orgelbüchlein or a large chorus from one of the cantatas, it's all the same. Almost invariably the motif that appears in the first bar is maintained to the last, as if the composer were indifferent to the details of the text. If the orchestra, for example, has broken into an exuberant motif of joy, it will not give it up, even though the poem should afterwards express feelings of another kind. If there comes some specially characteristic word, it is thrown into harmonic relief. The first chorus of the cantata, Mache dich, mein Geist, bereit, wache, fleh und bete, number 115, is dominated like that of Wachet auf, number 140, by a soaring, animated motive that symbolizes the wachen, waking. The music will not be turned from its course by the concept of beten, to pray. All Bach does is to bring this home to us by a striking modulation. In the chorale fantasias, again, the shadows of certain words seem to pass occasionally over the music. On the whole, we can say that Bach only takes into account in his music the most salient episodes of the text, confining himself mainly to expressing the basic mood of it. Often this seems to him to reside in some contrast, which he will suggest by a conflict of two characteristic motifs. The classical example of this is the introductory chorus of the cantata, Ihr werdet weinen und heulen, aber die Welt wird sich freuen, number 103. His fondness for sharp contrasts makes him particularly delight in texts of this kind. Even when the antithesis suggested in the poem is purely incidental, he will fasten upon it and make it the fundamental idea of his music. In the Capriccio on the departure of his brother, Bach entered upon the path that leads to program music. It was not, however, the naive program music of a Kuhnau, who undertook to tell whole histories in music, but an art fully conscious of the limits of what can be intelligibly expressed in tone, and confining itself to a sequence of a few plastic scenes admirably characterized in the music. Bach's experience in this youthful experiment led him afterwards to aim at expression on other lines. His artistic greatness is shown in the fact that in an epoch of confident and pretentious program music, he rises superior to it from the beginning, and never aims at trying to express in music what music is incapable of expressing. The naive program musicians of the past and the present are like the biblical painters, who, relying on the fact that every detail of certain of the sacred stories is known, deluded themselves that they had really represented those scenes when they had accumulated the various objects and persons concerned on their canvas, while all the time they had failed to make the real thing, the event itself, comprehensible. A man with a knife, a boy bound to a pile of wood, a ram's head in a bush, a bearded face looking down from the clouds. This, they thought, was the sacrifice of Isaac. A man and a woman at a well, in the background a town, on the road leading to it 12 men scattered about, here and there in pairs. This was supposed to tell the story of Jesus and the woman of Samaria. The real action is added by the spectator out of the convention that resolves a simultaneous grouping of the figures on the canvas into a succession in time. As a rule, very few of the biblical stories are really paintable, in the true sense of the word, for the event does not present a single pregnant situation which contains and elucidates the whole action. Thus the majority of biblical painters, by having to presuppose so much knowledge of the subject on the spectator's part, have given us not pictures but illustrations that exceed the limits of true painting to the same extent that descriptive program music exceeds those of true music. Bach, however, did not let the general knowledge of the chorales and biblical texts mislead him into an attempt to depict in his music all the details and salient episodes of his text. He keeps within the real possibilities of musical expression, even in cases where another man would think it safe to rely on the general knowledge of the words to carry off his strokes of pictorialism. He thus makes no effort to represent all the episodes and evolutions of the text. He expresses the essential elements in the idea, not its vicissitudes. He underlines, indeed, any characteristic detail, brings out contrasts, employs the most powerful nuances, but the vicissitudes of the idea, its struggles, its combats, its despair, its entry into peace, all that Beethoven's music and that of the post-Beethoven epoch try to express, of this there is nothing in Bach. Nevertheless, his emotional expression is not less perfect than Beethoven's. It is simply another kind of perfection. His emotional utterance has a power and an impressiveness such as we rarely meet with in other music. His capacity for characterizing the various nuances of an emotion is quite unique. Thus Bach's music is also emotional music in the truest and deepest sense, though he pursues a path far remote from that of Wagner. Both composers aim at realizing poetic ideas in music. Both avoid program music, that is, a naive translation of the poem into sound. Both remain strictly within the real possibilities of musical expression. But they are different in this respect, that Bach depicts the idea in its static, Wagner in its dynamic life. There is no art to which Wagner's definition of the nature of music is less applicable than that of Bach. According to Wagner, the harmonic changes must be inevitable in the sense that they are motivated by the poetry and express an emotion that demands the intensifying power of music. This is not the case with Bach's modulations. Generally speaking, they are of a purely musical nature. They, too, are inevitable, but in the sense that they are a logical unfolding of what was latent in the theme from the beginning. So far, those are right who meet all modernizations of Bach, good and bad, with the objection that his art is, quote, pure music, unquote. In this way they express, even if obscurely, the truth that unlike Beethoven and Wagner, he does not represent an emotion as a series of dramatic incidents. The perception of this distinction is of the first importance for the performance of Bach's music. It makes us realize the error of imposing upon Bach the Beethovenian and Wagnerian dynamics, the purpose of which is to heighten the harmonic expression of the various poetic incidents. Bach's music is of a different order. Beethoven and Wagner poetize in music, Bach paints. And Bach is a dramatist, but just in the sense that the painter is. He does not paint successive events, but seizes upon the pregnant moment that contains the whole event for him, and depicts this in music. That is why the opera had so little attraction for him. He knew the Hamburg stage from his youth. He was intimate with the leading people at the Dresden theatre. If nevertheless he never wrote an opera, it was not because the external circumstances were unfavorable, but because, unlike Wagner, he did not conceive action and music in one. The musical drama is for him a succession of dramatic pictures. He realizes it in his passions and cantatas. In Bach, the poetic idea is embedded in the theme. This is not, as in Wagner, a melodic determination of a certain harmony welling up out of the depths of the ocean of tone. It is more akin in origin to the thematic invention of Berlioz. It resembles the latter's themes in its emotional vehemence and a certain pictorial tendency, for it is the product of the same kind of plastic imagination. Bach's view of tone painting is different from Wagner's. For the latter, self-existent tone painting is only a makeshift. His ideal is that music shall address itself, as in drama, to feeling rather than imagination. Bach, on the other hand, appeals to the conceptual imagination. Tone painting is an end in itself with him. The ideal before him is not the self-expression of this pictorialism, but the carrying of it to the extremest limits of realism. The first thing he looks for in a text is the image or idea that gives an opportunity for a definitely plastic musical expression. This image may lie at the very root of the thought, or it may be a mere incident in the text. In either case, it is for Bach the essential element in the words, and he works it out without troubling whether by so doing he's really expressing or not the emotional content of the poem. His idea of a good poet is one who gives the maximum of images that are translatable into sound. We sometimes wonder that he did not weary of the doggerel of Picander, his chief librettist. When, however, we consider the plastic variety of these libretti, we can see at once what attracted Bach to them time after time, nor does he object to his librettist giving him the same pictures again and again. On the contrary, he reproduces them in tone with ever new delight. We really get the impression that he demanded pictorial opportunities of this kind. He even forgives his librettist when he adds extraneous pictures of his own to the classical text of a choral strophe. Footnote. See, for example, the second verse of the choral cantata Ich hab in Gottes Herz und Sinn, number 92. End of footnote. In the St. John Passion, he cannot dispense with the rending of the curtain and the earthquake at the death of Jesus. He inserts these events in his text, although they do not occur in the fourth Gospel. The difference between Wagner and Bach becomes most evident in their conceptions of natural events. Wagner conceives nature through his emotions, Bach, in this respect like Berlioz, through his imagination. Bach is not satisfied until he's sure that the hearer actually sees the dust of the whirlwind, the clouds scudding across the sky, the falling leaves, the raging waves. When his poets came to the end of their tether, all they had to do was to bring nature on the scene. They could be sure of satisfying him in this way. This is the explanation of the fact that the secular cantatas are veritable nature poems. Footnote. In the French translation, the secular cantata Weichet nur betrübte Schatten has been justly called the spring cantata. End of footnote. The great thing, however, is that this nature painting is always musical. Abt Vogler, the other great master whom Weber placed by the side of Bach, also aimed at tone painting, but found that though it was very successful with the people, the musicians looked askance at him for it. Quote, "They complained," he says, "that I tried to represent on the all-powerful instrument, the organ, natural phenomena such as thunder, earthquakes, collapsing walls, etc." End quote. From Choralsystem, 1800, page 102. And he tells us how he succeeded in the village church at Uppsala, not only with crying children and howling dogs, but in making a deaf-mute feel the thunder. Bach certainly could not cite such testimonies for his painting. However realistic it is, it always keeps within the limits of musical symbolism. Here again the whole expression lies in the theme. It is this that stimulates the conceptual imagination of the hearer. His tone painting is never obtrusive. It lasts as long as the occasion that called it forth, but not a moment longer. This perfect moderation, in spite of the great vivacity of the tone painting, becomes all the more astonishing when we examine his recitative accompaniments. In the St. Matthew Passion, he gives the most drastic musical expression to every characteristic word in the account of the Passion, but it never delays the story for a moment. The tone painting merely heightens the plastic impression of the words. A typical example of Bach's method may be seen in the first aria of the cantata, "Sieh, ich will viel Fischer aussenden," number 88. The words are taken from Jeremiah 16:16. Quote, "Behold, I will send for many fishers, saith the Lord, and they shall fish them, and after will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them." End quote. In the first part, the strings paint the rolling waves of a lake. The second part is filled with clashing fanfares in the wind instruments. At times, Bach will paint in a single passage several characteristic words in succession. It is an interesting psychological observation that in the Bach family the gift for painting went along with that for music. Samuel Anton Bach, who came of the Meiningen stock and who studied with Johann Sebastian at the beginning of the 30s, was not only a capable organist but an eminent portrait painter in pastel, and his double gift was inherited by his descendants. Footnote. For further information about these pastel painters of the Meiningen branch of the family, see Wolfram, J.S. Bach, pages 13 and 14. End of footnote. Johann Sebastian's grandchild, the son of Philipp Emanuel, gave up music and to his father's horror became a painter. The idea that prompted Bach to paint a musical picture is not always equally clear to us. It often takes us some time to discover how he's realized his text in music. But when once we have grasped the sense of the music, it seems unthinkable that the poem could be depicted from any other standpoint. Daring as his painting often is, the final and enduring impression is one of absolute satisfaction, and this is the fundamental proof of the veracity of his art. Not only the avowed picture, but every characteristic movement is regarded pictorially by Bach. Expressions like erwachen, awake, auffahren, ascend, auferstehen, arise, steigen, mount, emporschwingen, soar, eilen, hasten, straucheln, stumble, wanken, stagger, sinken, fall. Wherever they occur, furnish the germ idea of the theme. It is noteworthy, however, that Bach's imagination also conceives motion when it is not actually expressed in the text, but only implied. A number of the most striking themes and motives that otherwise would be quite incomprehensible are explained in this way. What is the meaning, for example, of the accompaniment of the Arioso of the St. Matthew Passion? Ja, freilich will in uns das Fleisch und Blut zum Kreuz gezwungen sein. Aye, surely now can flesh and blood atone if the cross hold them bound, unquote, with its curious flickering flute accompaniment and its abstruse conclusion. The preceding recitative has told us that Simon of Cyrene has been given the cross of Jesus to carry. Bach sees Jesus laboring under the cross, stumbling along, sinking on his knees and breaking down. He paints this picture of him in the accompaniment, while the Arioso comments upon the scene. The conductor, who's grasped the meaning of this recitative, will not let his flutists group their three notes in the usual sentimental diminuendo, but will make them give a heavy emphasis each time to the third note, and preserve this accentuation to the end, without a rallentando or diminuendo. In this way, the simple motive, without the necessity for any further explanation, will conjure up before the imagination of the hearer the picture of Christ staggering under the burden of the cross. Another example of Bach's representation of movement is to be seen in the first chorus of the cantata, Brich dem Hungrigen dein Brot, number 39. The text runs thus, quote, Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh? Isaiah 63:7. The music seems at first curiously disjointed. Spitta, in J.S. Bach 382, surmises that it is prompted by the conception of the breaking of bread. He feels bound, indeed, to add a saving clause. Quote, How far, he says, Bach is from mere triviality is seen in the sequel, where the same accompaniment continues to quite other words. It simply gives the passage a peculiarly delicate and pliant character. It was this that Bach was chiefly aiming at. End quote. Here, both the explanation of the tone painting and the excuse for it are wrong. The excuse, because we could not reproach Bach with anything worse than retaining a picture in his music after the necessity for it in the text had gone by. The explanation, because no one who listens to the music can take it to be a picture of the breaking of bread. What then is the meaning of it? The monotonous instrumental accompaniment with the regular crotchets in the bass has more the character of a march. A certain unrest enters with the vocal parts. It's as if we heard uncertain, tottering steps defiling past us. One of the chief themes runs thus. The music thus depicts the wretched ones who are being supported and led into the house. As soon as the words "Führe in das Haus" have been uttered, the picture ceases in the accompaniment, which is now constructed of other themes. In the cantata, Es ist ein trotzig und verzagtes Ding, number 176, Spitta is horror-struck at the gavotte-like character of the first aria. Quote, As a piece of music, he says, it's perfectly charming, but it does not agree at all with the text, which speaks of the timidity of the Christian before Jesus, the God-possessed and wonder-working. Unquote. If the condition of the autograph did not forbid it, the worthy biographer of Bach would like to believe that the music has been taken from some other cantata and has nothing whatever in common with this text. Quote, All we can do, he concludes, is simply to point out the discrepancy. Unquote. The discord between the text and the music disappears as soon as we realize that Bach had the idea of movement here. The words run thus, quote, "When I inquire after the Master, thy, i.e. the sun's, beloved light shall be clouded, for I am afraid by day." End quote. The situation is explained by the preceding recitative in which Nicodemus waits for the sun to set in order to go to Jesus. In the aria, he is on his way to him. In the following recitative, he is with him. The aria thus represents him, soliloquizing as he walks delicately and circumspectly, but joyously in the twilight. The rhythm that runs through the movement is really the only characteristic thing in the text that music can fasten upon. Here the music in no way aims at expressing pure feeling. Examples of this kind show that when we are studying Bach, the seemingly shortest and most direct way from the text to the music is not always the right one. To discover his real thought, we must very often follow him along the bypaths that surround his idea, which is strongly pictorial in essence. His music is very often a picture of a situation. Allied with this pictorial instinct is the plastic symbolism which Bach's music confers on abstract thoughts. In the first chorus of the cantata, Du sollst Gott deinem Herrn lieben von ganzem Herzen, number 77, he ventures to elucidate the saying of Jesus that the whole law is contained in the commandment of love. He builds up the chorus on the cantus firmus of the chorale, Dies sind die heiligen 10 Gebot, bringing it in the basses in augmentation and in the trumpets in diminution. Further, in order to add to the great and small commandments the very smallest, the titles of the law of which Jesus speaks in the Sermon on the Mount, the chorus and orchestra have in addition a motif derived from the first notes of the melody. This movement is typical of very many other pieces of symbolism in his work, equally daring, and yet fundamentally musical in conception. He does not even shrink from finding a musical symbol for the abstract idea of time. In the cantata on the chorale, quote, "Wer weiß, wie nahe mir mein Ende, hin geht die Zeit, her kommt der Tod." End quote. Number 27. The flight of time is suggested in the orchestra by a mysterious pendulum stroke that never ceases throughout the opening chorus. There is a similar representation in the first chorus of the cantata, Alles nur nach Gottes Willen, number 72. Bach's music is thus pictorial to the extent that wherever possible his themes and motifs are conditioned by a pictorial association of ideas, whether this can be found directly or indirectly in the text, and whether it is a salient feature of it or not. There are motifs the pictorial origin of which we should not recognize at first sight, if the key to them were not afforded by others of the same kind. If we arrange the themes and the motifs of the chorale fantasias, cantatas, and passions according to their formal affinities and their congruence with the text, we see that whenever Bach has to find music for analogous ideas, a whole group of pictorial associations of ideas comes forward, as if in obedience to an inner law. End of Chapter 21, Part 2, read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2021. Chapter 21 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2, by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Neumann. Word and tone in J.S. Bach, Part 3. Wagner maintained that Beethoven had a language of this kind. Quote, "In long connected stretches of sound," he says, "as in larger, smaller, or even the smallest fragments, it, that is, instrumental music, became in the poetic hands of Beethoven vowels, syllables, words and phrases of a language in which something hitherto unheard, unspeakable, and never yet spoken could find voice. Every letter of this language was an infinitely soulful element, and the measure of the joining of these elements was unlimited freedom of judgment. Und das Maß der Fügung dieser Elemente unbegrenzt freies Ermessen, as is possible only to the tone poet who longs for immeasurable expression of the most unfathomable longing. End quote. Speaking of himself, Wagner says with reference to the time when he was writing The Flying Dutchman, quote, I had had to acquire the capacity for musical expression in the same way as one learns a language. But now I had thoroughly learned the language of music. I was at home in it now as in a veritable mother tongue. When I had anything to say, I had no longer to trouble about the formal side of expression. It was at my command, just as I had need of it, to communicate a definite impression or feeling according to my inner impulse. End quote. On the other hand, he will not admit that Bach has developed a language. In Das Judentum in der Musik, he almost makes it a reproach against Mendelssohn that he's influenced by Bach. Quote, Bach's musical language, he says, was formed in a period of our musical history in which the general musical language was striving after the faculty of surer individual expression. It was still so hampered by formalism and pedantry that its purely human expression only managed to find utterance in Bach by reason of the abnormal strength of his genius. Bach's language bears the same relation to that of Mozart and that of Beethoven as the Egyptian Sphinx to the Greek statues of human beings, as the Sphinx with its human face strives to come out of the body of the animal, so Bach's noble human head strives to come out of the periwig. End quote. At the time when he pronounced this judgment, 1852, Wagner could not have known many of Bach's works, but even later, when he had looked into the cantatas, he clung to his opinion. From his standpoint, he could not admit Bach's musical language to be of equal value with that of Beethoven and his own, since it does not represent the play of successive emotional episodes, but only a definite emotion. Its strong bias towards the pictorial only strengthened his view that Bach could not free himself of the naive materialistic conception of music. If, however, we recognize poetic music and pictorial music as two equally legitimate basic styles of the art, we must not regard Bach's simple language of feelings and pictures as a primitive form that was surpassed by Beethoven and Wagner, but as the utterance of one particular kind of musical imagination. The nearest affinity to the musical language of Bach's cantatas is that of the accompaniments to Schubert's songs. These also make large use of pictorial associations. The unique thing in Bach is the clearness and completeness of the language. Its elements, being mostly of the pictorial order, can be much more exactly shown than those of Beethoven and Wagner. We can really speak of the roots and derivations of his language. Almost all the characteristic expressions that impress us by their regular recurrence in the cantatas and passions resolve themselves into about 20 to 25 root themes, mostly pictorial in origin. These well-defined groups comprise, for example, the already mentioned step motifs for the expression of firmness, indecision, or tottering, the syncopated themes of lassitude, the theme that depicts tumult, the graceful wavy lines that depict peaceful rest, the serpentine lines that contort themselves at the mention of the word Satan, the charming flowing motifs that enter when angels are mentioned, the motifs of rapturous, naive, or passionate joy, the motifs of distressful or noble grief. No attempt is here made to give a schematic catalogue of Bach's themes. It's only intended to point out what any musician can easily verify for himself, that the wealth of Bach's musical language does not consist in any special multiplicity of themes and motifs, but in the manifold shadings by means of which a few general formulae are made to express characteristic ideas and feelings. If it were not for this interesting variety in the individual forms and formulae, Bach's tone language might almost be called monotonous. The establishment of a musical language in Bach is not a mere pastime for the aesthetician, but a necessity for the practical musician. It is often impossible to play a work of his in the right tempo, and with the right accent, and the right phrasing, unless we know the meaning of the motif. The simple feeling does not always suffice. The serious errors that even judicious commentators can commit when, without taking into consideration Bach's musical language as a whole, they try to explain pieces that call for elucidation, may be seen from Spita's remarks cited above upon the cantatas Brich dem Hungrigen, No. 39, and Es ist ein trotzig und verzagt Ding, No. 176. There is only one way to avoid falling into the fantastic, a comparative study of all the cantatas. They explain each other. No one can conduct one cantata properly unless he knows them all. Short explanations may be given to an audience if they're confined to simple hints as to Bach's method of musical characterization. They are objectionable when they are meant to induce the audience to regard the cantata in question as, quote, modern music, unquote. Unintelligent modernization of Bach is the greatest hindrance to the true understanding of his works. To the plain man, indeed, many explanations will seem fantastic that are not really so. This, however, is due to Bach himself, whose music is frequently extraordinarily audacious. Apart from that, there are certain movements in his works, the riddle of which will never be fully solved, and the elucidation of which will always be somewhat arbitrary. Very often, however, a musical picture that has been regarded as undecipherable is suddenly explained by an analogous picture that we've come across by hazard in another cantata. The understanding of Bach's musical language is also valuable for the interpretation of the purely instrumental works. Many pieces in the well-tempered clavichord, in the violin sonatas, or in the Brandenburg concertos, speak quite definitely to us, as it were, when the meaning of their themes is explained by the text that accompanies similar themes in the cantatas. Two objections may be raised to the assumption of a complete musical language in Bach: that he occasionally parodied his own works in a really thoughtless way, and that so far as we know he never said anything either to his pupils or to his sons with reference to his pictorial purposes. Both objections are unanswerable from the historical standpoint. On the other hand, they cannot invalidate the facts, as revealed to us in the scores. They only make us ask to what degree Bach was conscious of his musical language being a means of expression peculiar to himself, and the result of profound artistic reflection. But to this question, again, no definite answer is possible, for it is even more difficult to fix upon the borderline between the conscious and the unconscious in the case of Bach than in that of any other genius. His musical language is so clear and makes so deep an impression that we cannot but regard it as deliberate. Unlike Wagner, Bach never felt the necessity of explaining his own mental processes either to himself or to others. A psychological common denominator between the two cases will probably never be found. Nor can much be said upon the origin and development of Bach's musical language. In the chorale partitas of the Arnstadt and Muhlhausen period, certain poetic ideas are already thrown into high relief in the music. This is especially the case with the last strophes of O Gott, du frommer Gott, Peters 5:68 and forward. The seventh verse speaks of death and burial, a wonderful melodic line, similar to one found in the cantata Ich steh mit einem Fuß im Grabe, No. 156, and elsewhere, depicts the descent into the kingdom of the dead. The eighth verse speaks of the sleeping soul's expectation of the resurrection. Bach conceives it as a painful longing, and so writes a number of variations upon the chromatic motif, which he had already employed in the Lamento of the Capriccio, and which is so often met with afterwards in his music. In the final variation, the risen souls break out into a jubilant song of praise of the Trinity. In the course of it, we have one of Bach's most characteristic rhythms, that of tranquil happiness. In other works of his youthful period, we find poetic ideas expressed in a more or less definite way. In the first part of a chorale prelude upon Jesus meine Freude, Peters 6, number 29, we first of all get a picture of the feverish unrest of the world that leads the anxious soul to seek out Jesus. At the words, Gottes Lamm, mein Bräutigam, it has found him. A wonderful doce in 3/8 time depicts its rapture. A fantasia on the Easter chorale, Christ lag in Todesbanden, 6, number 15, begins with heavy descending semi-quavers that seem to fetter the melody and draw it down into the depths. At the words, Des sollen wir fröhlich sein, let us be joyful, the music brightens, flowing along in a delightful triplet movement, Peters 6, page 41, and ending in an impetuous song of triumph. These experiments, however, are not pursued tentatively for any long period. The musical language appears complete and perfect at once. Its first document is the chorales of the Orgelbüchlein, Peters 5. This collection contains such improvisations of the Weimar period as he thought worth preserving. The title that Bach gave this work, of which he afterwards made a clean copy at Cothen, is sufficient to show the treasures of musical poetry that it contains. The works themselves confirm this impression. They represent a particular type of chorale prelude. They originate in the simple melody itself, which is supported by a motif treated in thorough contrapuntal style. This motif contains the idea of the poem. It is, in a manner, the poetic illustration of the melody, and here we can detect the motifs Bach uses in order to express pictures and emotions in music. These 45 chorales are the dictionary of his musical language, the key to the understanding of his music as a whole. When Bach planned this collection, he would be about 30 years old. From this time until his death, he does not swerve in the slightest degree either from his poetic conception of music or from the musical language in which he had found expression for his ideas. The language of the cantatas is the same as that of the Orgelbüchlein. One change is indeed noticeable as time goes on. The pictorial quality of his thinking becomes more and more evident. In the earlier works, it is still kept under, to some extent, by the melodic interest. Later on, it asserts itself irresistibly. In the end, Bach writes themes that are strikingly characteristic in themselves, but are not quite grateful to the ear. The great chorale fantasias, Jesus Christus unser Heiland, Peters 6, number 30, and Christ unser Herr zum Jordan kam, Peters 6, number 17, for example, almost overpass the borderline of music that is meant to appeal to the ear. Again, in the affecting cantata, Ich glaube, lieber Herr, hilf meinem Unglauben, number 109, in which Bach depicts wavering faith, we have the impression that the pictorial bias is too prominent in the music. Here we are bound to think Bach wrong. He has ventured beyond the natural limits of music. His mistake, however, has nothing in common with that of the naive practitioners of tone painting. They fail because they mistake the nature of music. He fails because he cultivates to its final consequences the language in which he expresses himself so consummately, with the result that for the ordinary intelligence, the melodic and the beautiful are almost wholly lost in the plastic. It is an error of which only genius is capable. End of section 7, chapter 21, part 3. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2021.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. The musical language of the chorales, pictorial and symbolical representation. Where a chorale text offers him a picture, however external it may be, Bach takes this as the basis of his music. Durch Adams Fall ist ganz verderbt. Through Adam's fall mankind fell too. 5, number 13, is depicted by the following basso ostinato. In the Easter hymn, Erstanden ist der heilige Christ, Christ is arisen, 5, number 14, the bass has this motif. While in the other part we find progressions like this. The appearance of the angels in the chorales Vom Himmel hoch, 5, number 49, and Vom Himmel ham, 5, number 50, is represented by a charming maze of ascending and descending scales. Bach attempts similar pictures in the first canonic variation in Vom Himmel hoch, Da komm ich her, 5, page 92, in a fugetto on the same chorale, 7, number 54, and in a simple harmonization of it, 5, page 106. When he is arranging the melody Allein Gott in der Höhe sehr to God alone on high be praised, he never forgets that the melody is supposed to be the angel's song, and so he sets it in the form of light duets or trios of ravishing charm. 6, numbers 3 to 11. In two of these fantasies, 6, numbers 5 and 10, the upward and downward motion is almost too realistically painted. The ascension and disappearance of the angels are represented by ascending cadences, 6, numbers 8, 10, and 11. The hymn Ach wie flüchtig, ach wie nichtig, 5, number 1, compares the transitoriness of life to the cloud that soon arises and soon has passed away. Bach reproduces this image by an ingenious scale passage. About 20 years later, he writes, upon the same chorale, a chorus, cantata number 26, that is simply an amplification of this little picture. The same design, only in rather more energetic strokes, is seen in the first chorus of the secular cantata Der Zufriedengestellte Asolus, in which Bach represents the play of the unchained winds, driving the clouds over the sky in all directions. The three examples, showing the unchangeable nature of Bach's musical language, are here shown together. Chorale Prelude, Ach wie flüchtig, ach wie nichtig, 5, number 1. Chorale Cantata, Ach wie flüchtig, ach wie nichtig, number 26. Der Zufriedengestellte Aeolus, Drama per Musica. The Fantasia upon Christ unser Herr zum Jordan ham, Christ our Lord to Jordan came, 6, number 17, and the orchestral accompaniment to the first chorus of the cantata, number 7, on the same melody, represent the motion of waves. The quick semiquavers rustle along in beautiful wavy lines over the melody in the bass. A small fantasia on the same chorale, 6, number 18, is indeed one of the most interesting miniatures to be found anywhere in music. It is based on 4 motifs. 1, the first line of the melody. 2, its inversion. 3, the melody in an accelerated form. 4. The inversion of this. First line. Inversion of this. The first line in accelerated form. Inversion of this. These four motifs are worked into an extremely realistic picture of great and small waves rising and falling and overwhelming each other. It is a picture for the eye, however, rather than the ear. The symbolism of the chorale Die Sinn der Heiligen 10 Gebot, these are the 10 Commandments, 5, number 12, is rather primitive. It consists in the tenfold recurrence in the pedal of the first melodic period. In a little fugetta on the same chorale, 6, number 20, the theme of the first notes of the melody again appears 10 times. The symbolism of the great chorale prelude on this catechism hymn, 6, number 19, is more profound. It aims at reproducing the dogma of the text. In a lengthy fantasia, each of the separate parts goes its own way, without rhythm, without plan, without theme, without regard for the others. This musical disorder depicts the moral state of the world before the law. Then the law is revealed. It is represented by a majestic canon upon the melody of the chorale, running through the whole movement. The idea in itself is grand, but the effect of the chorale prelude does not come up to expectation. The abstract representation of the antithesis between order and disorder is not really a matter for music. The examples of this more external order of tone painting are relatively few in number. The true greatness of Bach is not revealed in these, but in a kind of spiritualized tone painting, in which the pictures are only symbols for words and ideas. The step motifs. Tranquil and even melodic lines represent the idea of strength and confidence. Uncertain and wavering steps indicate lassitude and weakness. The text of the last Christmas chorale but one, the Orgelbüchlein, Wir Christenleut, han jetzt sind Freud, now are we Christians joyful, 5, number 55, speaks of firm belief in the Christmas tidings. This is symbolized by the continual repetition of the following widely spaced figure in the bass. The interpretation of it might be thought too daring if Bach had not similarly expressed the idea of confident faith in other chorales. The great prelude upon Wir glauben all in einem Gott, 7, number 60, is particularly interesting in this connection. It consists of a gentle, almost dreamy fantasia upon the motif of the first line of the chorale text. In order to understand to what extent this music reproduced the credo for Bach, we must bear in mind the definition of faith in Luther's Catechism, according to which its essence consists in childlike love and trust in the Father. The conception of faith as absolute confidence is expressed in the step motif of the bass. In the chorale prelude upon the communion hymn, Jesus Christus unser Heiland, 6, number 30, in the collection of chorales and the catechism hymns, Bach wishes to illustrate the Lutheran dogma of the communion. We know that Luther was opposed to the rationalism of Zwingli, who regarded the sacramental words as symbolical and the whole celebration as a simple ceremony of remembrance. To Luther, the essence of the doctrine of the sacrament was faith in a real change in the elements, in virtue of which the communion gives remission of sins. This credo quia absurdum suggests to Bach a theme of extraordinarily wide spacing. It is as if someone were standing on a rolling ship and planting his feet wide apart in order to keep a firm footing. This theme is characteristic rather than musical, and Bach develops it at too great length. The cantus firmus of the melody that should hold the whole together is split up into fragments, with long interludes between them. The total effect of the work is thus not organic. This may also be said in general of almost all the larger arrangements of the catechism hymns in the third part of the Klavierübung. They are constructed on the same plan as the chorales of the Orgelbüchlein, the sentiment of the words finding expression in a characteristic motif that plays round the cantus firmus. In the Orgelbüchlein the effect is excellent because the movements are short and are held together by the melody that runs uninterruptedly through them. As soon, however, as the characteristic motif, instead of merely accompanying the melody, contrapuntally becomes an independent picture in which the lines of the cantus firmus follow one another at long intervals, we get a piece of music that is neither intellectually nor formally satisfactory. Not intellectually, because the characteristic motif now aims at being something more than the poetical illustration of the melody, and not formally because the work necessarily becomes formless. The chorales of the Orgelbüchlein are Dürer engravings in music. The long chorale preludes and the Klavierübung are like etchings done on the scale of big canvases. Wavering steps symbolize lassitude. In the chorale Herr Gott, nun schleust dem Himmel auf, 5, number 24, the text speaks of a man who has finished his course, and now goes with weary steps to the gate of eternity. In the rhythm of the bass we hear the uncertain steps of the pilgrim. Again in the chorale Hilf Gott, dass mir's gelinge, 5, number 29, the text of which expresses the same idea as Herr Gott nun schleust dem Himmel auf, the bass staggers wearily along. In the chorale Da Jesus an dem Kreuzer stund, 4, number 9, the drooping of the exhausted body of Jesus on the cross is expressed in the following rhythm. Pictorial ideas are thus chiefly expressed by means of themes in the bass. Böhm's basso ostinato plays a great part in Bach's chorales. In the Pur Natus in Bethlehem, 5, number 46, the text of which describes the adoration of the wise men from the east, the bass depicts a constant succession of deep obeisances. The basso ostinato of the Easter chorale, Heut triumviret Gottes Sohn, 5, number 28, is only intelligible when we remember that in the Old Testament, the victory of the Messiah is described under the image of the treading of the winepress. It is in this conception that the haughty steps of the bass in Bach's prelude have originated. That this interpretation is correct is proved by the aria ist's, from the cantata Gott verrät auf, number 43, the text of which refers to this Old Testament image. Here again Bach's music suggests a haughty stamping movement. He does not hesitate to use even intervals like these. In the Easter chorale Christ lag in Todesbanden, 5, number 5, the bonds of death are symbolized by heavy basses that draw the melody down into the depths. The motifs of beatific peace. When Bach wishes to express a certain kind of intimate gladness or blissful adoration, he often employs a rhythmical motif that may be seen in its typical form in the chorale Herr Gott nun sei gepriset, 5 number 22. It is seen again in the 9th variation upon O Gott, du frommer Gott, 5, pages 74 ff, where it illustrates the words in which the Father and the Son are praised. Gott Vater, dir sei Preis, hier und im Himmel oben. Gott Sohn, Herr Jesu Christ, dich will ich allzeit loben. We find the same rhythm in the chorales Gelobet seist der Jesus Christ, 5, number 17, and Vater unser in Himmelreich, 5, number 48. It seems a little strange, at first sight, that it should also dominate the hymn Alle Menschen müssen sterben, 5, number 2. Bach's music takes its character from the end of the first verse, that speaks of death, as a Genesen zu der großen Herrlichkeit, die den Frommen ist bereit, the recovery to the great glory that is prepared for those who love God. The melody of the hymn that speaks of the inevitability of death is thus enveloped in a motif that is lit up by the coming glory. The rhythm often appears so veiled and disguised that we are hardly conscious of it at first. In these cases it represents this particular emotion in its deepest and most intimate form. It is by means of a rhythm of this kind that Bach expresses, for example, the mystic adoration in the chorale Jesu meine Freude, 5, number 31. In the bass figure of the Christmas chorale Lob sei dem allerhöchsten Gott, 5, number 38, it assumes a still more indefinite form. End of chapter 22, part 1. Chapter 22, part 2 of J.S. Bach, volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The musical language of the chorales continued. The motifs of grief. Bach has a dual expression for grief. To depict lamentation of a noble kind, he employs a sequence of notes tied in pairs. Torturing grief is represented by a chromatic motif of 5 or 6 notes. The typical form of the motif of noble lamentation is seen in the small chorale upon O Lamm Gottes, 5, number 44. The second of the 2 tied notes must always be lightly breathed, making the motif seem like a series of sighs from the depth of the soul. The chromatic motif for grief is something of this kind. It appears even in the youthful works, e.g. the Lamento from the Capriccio. It will be seen again in the 8th variation upon O Gott, du frommer Gott, 5, page 73, where Bach wishes to depict the painful longing with which the dead in their graves await the resurrection. In the chorales of the Orgelbüchlein, the chromatic motif frequently appears. It runs through the melancholy musical meditation upon Das alte Jahr vergangen ist, 5, number 10, and determines the affecting harmonization of the Passion chorale Christus der uns selig macht, 5, number 8, towards the end of the chorale prelude O Mensch, bewein dein Sünde groß, 5, number 45. It is used to paint the agonies of Jesus on the cross. For joy, again, Bach had 2 formulae of expression. At times he represents it by a long and animated series of quaver or semi-quaver scale passages. At others by the rhythm. The first formula that represents more particularly direct and naive joy is seen in the chorales Erstanden ist der heilige Christ, 5, number 14, Es ist das Heil uns kommen her, 5, number 16, Gottes Sohn ist kommen, 5, number 19. In Dir ist Freude, 5, number 34. In Dolce Jubilo, 5, number 35. Lobt Gott, ihr Christen, allzugleich, 5, number 40. And Poor Natus in Bethlehem, 5, number 46. The second motif is used to express the joy of the aged Simeon in the chorale Mit Fried und Freud, ich jahr dahin, 5, number 41. It expresses both lively and radiant joy. In the chorale Wenn nur den Lieben Gott lässt walten, 5, number 54, Bach even employs it to express the joyful feeling of confidence in God's goodness. The significance of it always changes according to the rhythmical variations it assumes. The more lively the joy to be expressed, the more lively is the motif. Examples may be seen in the two Easter chorales, Der Tag, der ist so freudenreich, 5, number 11, and Erschienen ist der Herrlichtag, 5, number 15. It is seen in a more drastic form in the chorales In dich hab ich gehoffet, Herr, 5, number 33, und Gott will ich nicht lassen, 7, number 56, and the Passion Hymn, Wir danken dir, Herr Jesu Christ, 5, number 56. Bach is very fond of this motif of joy, because the multiplicity of which the rhythm of it is capable allows him to depict joy in all possible nuances, the quiet and mystical, as well as the most unrestrained. One of the most animated themes of rejoicing in the chorale preludes is the basso ostinato of In dir ist Freude, 5, number 34. For joyous ecstasy, Bach does not employ a motif, but an exuberant musical arabesque, coursing over placid harmonies. For this kind of expression, there is naturally much more scope in the cantatas than in the chorales, for Bach knew that the flexibility and variety of modulation that passages of this kind require, and that only a solo instrument can give, are hardly possible with the finest organ registration. Ones like those of the violin solo in the Laudamus Te of the B minor Mass cannot be attempted upon the organ. On the other hand, the simple arabesque that entwines the melody of the Christmas chorale Christum wir solemn loben schon, Adagio 5, number 6, is consummately effective. It embraces a whole world of unutterable joy. In the great arrangement of Vater unser im Himmelreich, 7, number 52, again, where he aims at reproducing the wonderful exegesis of the Lord's Prayer in the Lutheran Catechism, Bach employs a free and flexible melodic line. Unfortunately, this noble work, like most of the other large versions of the chorales and the Klavierübung, is worked out at such an excessive length that as a whole it does not produce the anticipated impression. The speaking motifs. Bach's predecessors had employed in their chorales the motifs derived from the lines of the melody wherever they seemed to be musically effective, but they had given no thought to the poetic significance of the repeated chorale motif. Bach, however, saw that the motif should bring the corresponding words to mind. In the Orgelbüchlein, therefore, the motif derived from the chorale is employed only where there is a meaning in the repetition of the words. In the chorale Die sind die Heiligen sein Gebot, 5, number 12, he introduces the motif of the commencement of the melody 10 times, as if the Die sind die Heiligen sein Gebot, these the 10 Commandments, were being announced 10 times. In the prelude upon Helft mir Gottes Güte preisen, help me to praise God's goodness, 5, number 21. In the same way, in the chorale Herr Jesu Christ, dich zu uns wend, 5, number 25, Bach brings out the Herr Jesu Christ in his music, and in Wenn wir in höchsten Nölen sind, 5, number 51, the voices repeat the Wenn wir in höchsten Nöten sind, in our hour of desperate need. The chorales upon Allein Gott in der Herr sehr 6, number 3 to 11, all make use of the motif formed from the opening notes of the melody. The chorale upon the Kyrie, 7, number 39, A, B, C, are based on the same procedure. In the great chorale upon Vater unser im Himmelreich, 7 number 52, it is the word Father that keeps recurring in the music. In the prelude upon Wir glauben all, 6 number 60, the voices repeat this credo. The frequent employment of canon in the chorales of the Orgelbüchlein has no poetic significance. The expressive chorales. By the term expressive chorales is here meant those in which the succession of words, phrases, or ideas is duplicated in the music. Bach employs this method of reproducing the text with much reluctance. He only does so when the texts are quite short and extremely characteristic. As a rule, he is content to lay particular stress on this or that word, the striking major cadence, for example, to the profoundly sorrowful arrangement of Das alte Jahr vergangen ist, 5 number 10, is occasioned by the consolatory conclusion of the first verse and of the poem in general. Trills towards the end of In dir ist Freude, 5 number 34, correspond to the Alleluia of the text. In the mystical chorale upon Komm Heiliger Geist, 7 number 37, the Alleluia is expressed by a joyous sequence of semiquavers. The ascending final cadence of Welle will ich dir geben, 7 number 50, is expressed by the text Welle will ich dir geben, die arge falsche Welt, dein sündlich böses Leben durchaus mir nicht gefällt. Im Himmel ist gut wohnen, hinauf steht mein Begier, da wird Gott ewig lohnen dem, der ihm dient allier. Farewell, thou false and wicked world, thy sinful life pleases me not. I long for the better life of heaven. There will he who has served God win his eternal reward. Towards the end of the chorale, O Mensch, bewein dein Sünder groß, 5 number 45, several of the poetic ideas are brought out clearly in the music. The chromatic motif in bars 19 and 20 emphasizes the words dass für uns geopfert wird, that he was sacrificed for us. The ascending semiquaver sequence that is like a series of sighs and groans. Corresponds to the line Trug unsere Sünde schwer bürd, he bore the heavy burden of our sins. The adagissimo of the final bar is motifed by the words Wohl an dem Kreuze lange, long he hung on the cross. At the commencement of this chorale prelude, Bach has not attempted to bring out any particular words in the music, since the text offered him none that seemed striking enough for the purpose. A long and tender adagio at the end of a chorale prelude upon Allein Gott in der Höhe sei 6 number 8, is meant to express the Nun ist groß Fried und Unterlass all, Fried hat nein ein Ende. Now is there great and endless peace, now all strife is over, with which the first verse of the hymn concludes. Towards the end of the powerful fugal chorale, Aus tiefer Notschrei ich zu dir, 6 number 13, the joy rhythm enters and finally carries everything triumphantly before it. There is apparently nothing in the text to justify this. Bach, however, is trying to represent the Lutheran doctrine of repentance, according to which all true repentance leads of itself to the joyful certainty of salvation, and so the motif of joy that struggles against the gloom of the music and eventually gains the upper hand has a profound significance. It represents the same idea as the splendid major cadence previously mentioned. Bach frequently expresses the idea of a poem by two or more simultaneous motifs. In the Easter chorale Erstanden ist der Heilige Christ, 5 number 14, the bass gives out the motif of resurrection, while the quavers in the middle part express joy. In the Pur Natos in Bethlehem, 5 number 46, the middle parts give voice to the joy of the wise men from the east, while the bass depicts their obeisances. In the little chorale prelude on Wenn wir in höchsten Nölen sind, 5 number 51, the text is translated into music in a particularly intimate way. The motif derived from the commencement of the melody is of such a kind that the three lower voices repeat continually the words Wenn wir in höchsten Nöten sind, when we are in our greatest need. Over this lament, the melody flows along in semi-quavers, like a divine song of consolation, and in a wonderful final cadence seems to silence and compose the other parts. Only in 2 chorale preludes has Bach reproduced all the changing details of the text, in the 3rd verse of O Lamm Gottes, 7 number 48, and in an arrangement of Jesus Christus unser Heiland, 7 number 31. The chorale O Lamm Gottes, as is well known, consists of 3 similar strophes that are only distinguished from each other by the fact that the first 2 end with Erbarm dich unser, O Jesu, have compassion on us, Jesu, and a third with Gib uns deinem Frieden, O Jesu, give us thy peace, O Jesu. Bach, in his Fantasia, reproduces only the ground mood of the first 2 verses. In the third, also, he begins quite simply, keeping up a tranquil quaver motion over the cantus firmus, which is in the bass. But at the words, All Sünd hast du getragen, thou hast borne all our sins, it suddenly appears as if the full depths of this confession of guilt had all at once become manifest to the voices. They take possession of the motif. And repeat along with it, time after time, All Sünd hast du getragen, All Sünd hast du getragen. At the words, Sonst müssten wir verzagen, or else must be despair, the chromatic motif expresses their desperation. After a passionate outcry, the harmonies descend deeper and deeper, as if a sense of dread were creeping over the voices, and they dared no more than whisper the horror they feel. But as soon as we come to the line, Gib uns deinem Frieden, O Jesu, all anxiety is banished. An inexpressible felicity wells forth from the rising and falling quaver sequences. One is inclined to think that this motion, as in certain of the Christmas chorales, represents the heavenly host calling out its peace on earth from the clouds to mankind below. Like some preludes upon the angelic song, Allein Gott in der Höhe sei Ehre, glory to God in the highest, the last verse of O Lamm Gottes concludes with an ascending cadence, as if the heavenly messengers, after bringing the prayed-for peace, were returning to their own kingdom. In the Klavierübung, Bach had treated the melody Jesus Christus unser Heiland as a communion chorale. Without troubling further about the text belonging to it, he had worked it into a fantasia, in which steadfast faith in the remission of sins in the sacrament was represented by a characteristic step motif. In a prelude on the chorale probably written at a later date, 6 number 31, Bach illustrates in his music 4 lines of the first verse. Jesus Christus unser Heiland, der von uns der Sohn Gottes fand, durch das bitter Leiden sein, half uns aus der Höllenpein. Jesus Christ, our Saviour, who turned from us the wrath of God, and by his bitter sorrow rescued us from the pains of hell. The fantasia on the first line is wonderfully fervent, as if penetrated by the magic of the word Heiland, Redeemer. It is followed immediately by a representation of the strokes of God's wrath, in a motif that resembles somewhat in its rhythm the accompaniment of the arioso Erbarmes Gott that is sung in the St. Matthew Passion when Christ is being scourged. In the third section, Bach depicts the bitter Leiden, bitter pain, by means of a fantasia based on the chromatic motif of grief in similar and contrary motion, and ending thus. The last line, half uns aus der Höllenpein, he saved us from the pains of hell, is reproduced by the short but expressive motif of resurrection. We fancy we can see in this affecting ending, the strong arm of the Saviour drawing mankind upward to rescue it from hell. The motif is overpowering, even at its first enunciation. In the cadence, the triumphant ascension is depicted in a melodic line extending over 3 bars. We do not know which to admire most, the simplicity of this musical language, or the clarity of it. End of Chapter 22, Part 2, read by Edmund Bloxam.
Chapter 23 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Neumann. The Musical Language of the Cantatas, Part 1. Pictorial Themes. Bach was particularly fond of representing in music the motion of waves. His librettist Picander knew this, so in the secular cantata in honor of the royal house, he brings in all the rivers of Saxony and Poland and makes them sing the praises of the sovereigns. The best piece of painting of this kind is perhaps the delightful one of the waves in the cantata Schleicht, Spielende Wellen, BG 22, written for the birthday of Augustus III. The resemblance between the chief theme of the first chorus of this work and the accompaniment to Schubert's well-known Barcarolle is very interesting. Bach, Schubert. In the church cantata Jesus schläft, was soll ich hoffen, number 81, the subject of which is the stilling of the storm, Mark 4:35-41, Bach first of all paints the restless heaving of the waves and then the bursting of the storm. The orchestral accompaniment of the first chorus of Christ unser Herr zum Jordan kam, number 7, is a representation of the waves of the Jordan. It is worth noticing in what very different ways he depicts the motion of flowing water and the glassy surface of a lake. Very often a single word suffices to conjure up the wave motive in his music. Quote, Mein Wandel auf der Welt ist einer Schifffahrt gleich. My course through the world is like a voyage. End quote. Sings the bass in an arioso in the cantata Ich will den Kreuzstab gerne tragen, number 56. Bach finds in this a sufficient pretext for giving the cellos the following figure throughout the whole movement. The bass figure of the aria Sich üben im Lieben in the cantata Weichet nur, betrübte Schatten, BG 11. Is explained by the fact of the occurrence in the text of the words, quote, Hier quellen die Wellen, here flow the waters, end quote. A recitative in Preise dein Glücke, gesegnetes Sachsen, BG 34, is accompanied by the wave-like motion. Merely because the word Ostsee, Eastern Sea, occurs in it. In the cantata Siehe, ich will viel Fischer aussenden, number 88, Bach sees before him the lake of Gennesareth, on the banks of which Jesus, in fulfillment of a certain passage in the Old Testament, calls his disciples to be fishers of men. This vision prompts the use of the wave motif. In an aria in the cantata Von der Verknüpfsamkeit, BG 11, a similar motion is evoked by the incidental occurrence of the word Weltmeer, ocean, in the cantata Meine Seel erhebt den Herren, number 10. A recitative speaks of God's promise to make the posterity of Abraham as numerous as the sand on the seashore. Bach at once feels bound to transport the hearer to the shore by means of this accompaniment. He is equally fond of describing the motion of the clouds. He generally does this by means of scale figures merging into each other in similar and contrary motion. Typical examples may be seen in the chorus, Ach wie flüchtig, ach wie nichtig, number 26, the great piece of tone painting at the beginning of the cantata, Der zufriedengestellte Aeolus, BG 11, and the bass area, Die Welt ist wie ein Rauch und Schatten, in the cantata Was frag ich nach der Welt, number 94. At the opening of the spring cantata, Weichet nur betrübte Schatten, BG 11, vaporous arpeggios floating upward symbolize the rising mist, the dark clouds of our sins, to which reference is made in an aria of the cantata Mein Liebster Jesu ist verloren, number 154, are represented by a precipitant and uneasy motif. We often hear the pealing of the funeral bells in Bach's music. It does not even need any definite word to call up a musical picture of this kind. The mere mention of death and the end of things is enough. Sometimes it's only bells, sounding vaguely from afar, that we hear in the pizzicati of the strings. Very frequently, however, the peal is close and loud, Bach employing the whole of his instrumental forces. Among the most interesting orchestral passages of this kind are the symphonic accompaniments to the first movement of the cantata Liebster Gott, wann werd ich sterben, number 8, and to the recitative Der Glocken bebendes Getön from the Trauerrode, BG 13. Footnote. See also the cantatas Komm, du süße Todesstunde, number 161, Meinem Jesum las ich nicht, number 124, Herr Jesu Christ, wahrer Mensch und Gott, number 127, Herr, geh nicht ins Gericht, number 105. End of footnote. Bach in these pictures aims at an extraordinary realism of sound and rhythm. In the aria, Schlage doch bald, sel'ge Stunde, from the cantata Christus der ist mein Leben, number 95, the bass runs thus. In the recitative Siehe, ich stehe vor der Tür und klopfe an, from the cantata Nun komm, der Heidenheiland, number 61, first edition, Bach writes an accompaniment descriptive of the knocking of the Lord. He's fond again of representing laughter in music, as we may see in the first chorus of the cantata, Unser Mund sei voll Lachens, number 110, and the aria Wie will ich lustig lachen, in the cantata Der zufriedengestellte Aeolus, BG 11. Note also the basso ostinato of the recitative, quote, Jedoch dein heilsames Wort macht, dass mir das Herze lacht, unquote, from the cantata Herr Jesu Christ, du höchstes Gut, number 113. In the cantata Wo gehst du hin, number 166. The theme of the aria, quote, Man nehme sich in Acht, wenn das Glücke lacht, let us beware when fortune laughs, unquote, runs thus. The devil appeals strongly to the musician in Bach, as he is represented in the opening chapters of the Bible as a serpent. Bach always delineates him by means of a contorted motif. According to his theology, Satan is identical with the devil. Therefore, whenever the evil one is spoken of as Satan, he introduces the twistings of the serpent. In the first chorus of the Michaelmas cantata, Es erhob sich ein Streit, number 19, and in the verse, Und wenn die Welt voll Teufel wär, from the cantata Ein feste Burg, number 80, Bach launches a whole army of devils against the divine power. A very characteristic Satan motif is found in the cantata Dazu ist erschienen der Sohn Gottes, number 40. The text of the bass aria runs thus, quote, Höllische Schlange, wird dir nicht bange? Der dir den Kopf als ein Sieger verknickt, ist nun geboren. Hellish serpent, art thou not afraid? The victor who shall crush thy head is born. End quote. In the music, we not only see the contortions of the serpent, but hear the angry stamping of the heel, which, according to the old prophecy, is to crush its head. At the words, Der dir den Kopf als ein Sieger verknickt, the serpent motif touches its lowest point in the bass. The next recitative of the cantata speaks of the serpent in paradise. It is represented by a gently rocking phrase. Bach visualizes it hanging down from the tree before the woman and deluding her with its crafty speech. Therefore, the accompaniment too is suspended in the air. Only here and there does a supporting bass note enter. In the cantata, O Heiliges Geist und Wasserbad, number 165, the librettist speaks of Jesus as the Heilschlänglein, little serpent of healing, referring to the passage in St. John's Gospel where the crucifixion of Jesus is compared to the rising of the brazen serpent by Moses in the wilderness. Footnote, John 3:14 and 15, quote, And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life. End quote. End of footnote. Any other composer would have passed over this tasteless word. Bach, however, is grateful for it since it gives him the opportunity to depict the movements of the little serpent of healing. To the angels also Bach gives a motif. It is founded on the light, floating rhythm that's given out by the strings and flutes in the Sinfonia of the Christmas Oratorio, while the oboes represent the music of the shepherds. The same motif recurs in the bass and in the interludes of the chorale. Wir singen dir in deinem Heer. At the end of this part of the Christmas Oratorio, this hymn, as the previous recitative attests, being sung by the men who join in with the music of the angels. The music of the aria Bleibt ihr Engel, bleibt bei mir, from the cantata Es erhob sich ein Streit, number 19, might have been copied from the Sinfonia of the Christmas Oratorio, but for the fact that it dates from at least 10 years earlier. The same motif appears in the trio O wohl uns from the cantata Das neugeborene Kindlein, number 122. As there is no mention of angels in the text, it may be thought that the resemblance of this bass figure to the angel motif is purely accidental. If, however, we refer to the previous recitative, it at once becomes clear why Bach introduces the angel motif here. It runs thus, quote, Die Engel, welche sich zuvor vor euch als vor Verflüchten scheuten, erfüllen nun die Luft im höheren Chor. The angels which formerly avoided you as though you were accursed, now fill the air in a lofty choir. End quote. Thus here, as in the chorale in the Christmas oratorio, Bach imagines angels and men singing together. Everything that suggests emotion that can be reproduced in a musical line is represented by Bach in music. He never allows words like ascend and uplift to escape him. Everyone knows how he expresses the et expecto resurrectionem in the B minor Mass in the first trumpet. The accompaniment to the duet Ich lebe mein Herz from the Easter cantata So du mit deinem Munde bekennest, number 145, is based on a similar ascending figure. The aria Mein Jesus ist erstanden from the cantata Halt im Gedächtnis Jesum Christ, number 67, is dominated by the following motif. It appears again in the great choruses of the cantatas Wachet auf, ruft uns die Stimme, number 140, Mache dich mein Geist bereit, wache, fleh und bete, number 115, where it represents the act of rising to which the text refers. There is a very characteristic theme in the cantata, Schwingt freudig euch empor, number 96, resembling the beating of wings. We have the same oscillations in the accompaniment to the aria Der Glaube schafft der Seele Flügel from the cantata Wer da glaubet und getauft wird, number 37. The recitative, quote, Aufsperren sie den Rachen weit, they open wide their mouths, unquote, from the cantata Wo der Herr nicht bei uns hält, number 178, is illustrated in music in this way. An inverse motion symbolizes, in the St. Matthew Passion, the passage Der Heiland fällt vor seinem Vater nieder. The Saviour sinks before his Father. And in the cantata Ich hab in Gottes Herz und Sinn, number 92, the words, quote, Seht, wie bricht, wie reißt, wie fällt, see how breaks, how bursts, how falls, end quote. It appears again at the words, quote, Wenn alles bricht, wenn alles fällt, when all things break, when all things fall, end quote, in the opening aria of the cantata Ich habe meine Zuversicht, number 188. A fall motive again accompanies the chorale, quote, Es wohl uns Gott gnädig sein, God be gracious to us, end quote, in the cantata Die Himmel erzählen die Ehre Gottes, number 76. Its intervals of the seventh remind us of the bass figure in the chorale prelude Durch Adams Fall, 5, number 13. It runs thus. The text of the chorale gives no pretext for this motif, but the previous recitative does. This ends with the words, quote, drum sei dir dies Gebet demütigst zugeschickt. Be this prayer most humbly sent to thee. End quote. The accompaniment is thus meant to indicate the chorale as the humble prayer, and to evoke the vision of it being sung by a great kneeling host. Bach does not even shrink from a complicated representation of motion if he thinks this will enable him to suggest it more realistically. In the aria, quote, Stürze zu Boden, schwülstige Stolze, fall to the ground, thou swollen pride, end quote, from the cantata Erhält uns Herr bei deinem Wort, number 126. He's not content merely to depict the fall, but shows us repeated efforts to rise again until there comes the final plunge. The fall and the effort to rise again are depicted also in the aria, quote, Wir waren schon zu tief gesunken, we had fallen too low, end quote, from the cantata Es ist das Heil uns kommen her, number 9. Most musicians know how Bach in the first chorus of the cantata Wer sich selbst erhöht, number 47, expresses the words of Jesus, quote, Wer sich selbst erhöht, der soll erniedrigt werden, und wer sich selbst erniedrigt, der soll erhöht werden. Whoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, and whoever shall abase himself shall be exalted, end quote.
Der sich selbst erholt, der soll erniedriget werden, und wer sich selbst erniedriget, der soll erholt werden.
Bach's consistency in the representation of movement may be seen from a recitative in the cantata Gott fähret auf mit Jauchzen, number 43, in which he renders the word zerstreuen, scatter, in exactly the same way as in the accompaniment to Jesus' words in the St. Matthew Passion, quote, Ich werde den Hirten schlagen, und die Schafe werden sich verstreuen. I will smite the shepherds, and the sheep shall be scattered. In the alto area of the cantata, Ach Gott vom Himmel, sich darein, number 2, he expresses the words, quote, Tilg, O Gott, die Lehren, die dein Wort verkehren, blot out, O Lord, those who pervert thy word, end quote, by a picture of musical perversity of such a kind that throughout the movement we have the impression that the voice and the accompaniment are not together. This movement is very like the little chorale prelude upon the angel's song, Allein Gott in der Höhe sei 6, number 5, in which Bach tries to depict the charming disorder of the heavenly host in the clouds. He also represents in his music attempts at movement. A characteristic example is the theme of the aria, quote, Herz, zerreiß des Mammons Ketten, burst the bonds of Mammon, O heart, end quote, in the cantata Tue Rechnung, Donnerwort, number 168, which is a veritable Laocoon design in music. How far he will venture to go in music is shown in the Christmas cantata, Christum, wir sollen loben schon, number 121. The text of the aria, quote, Johannes freudenvolles Springen erkannte dich mein Jesu schon. John leaped for joy in the womb when he recognized Jesus, end quote, refers to the passage from the Gospel of St. Luke, quote, "And it came to pass that when Elizabeth heard the salutation of Mary, the babe leaped in the womb," end quote. Bach's music is simply a long series of violent convulsions. End of Chapter 23, Part 1. Read by Czandra, Montreal, 2021. Chapter 23, Part 2 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Neumann. The musical language of the cantatas continued. The step motifs. Bach never lets slip words that express running or walking. In the opening arioso of the cantata, Seht, wir gehen hinauf nach Jerusalem, number 159, he seems to paint Jesus going before the disciples, then turning round to them and standing still to repeat once more the sorrowful words that they cannot comprehend. In the cantata, Es ist euch gut, dass ich hingehe, number 108, in the verse, quote, Es ist euch gut, dass ich hingehe, denn so ich nicht hingehe, so kommt der Tröster nicht zu euch. It is expedient for you that I go away, for if I go not away, the Comforter will not come unto you. End quote. Bach gives to the basses the walking motif, while the noble arabesque of the oboe above it expresses sublime consolation. In the cantata Wo gehst du hin? Where goest thou? number 166, the walking motif is again used to illustrate the text. Another characteristic example is the theme of the fugal prelude to the cantata, Tritt auf die Glaubensbahn, Tread on the Path of Faith, number 152. In the recitative Geh Welt, halte nur das Deine, Go world, keep thou thine own alone, from the cantata Seht welch eine Liebe, number 64. Bach represents the words Geh Welt by the same bass figure that he uses in the St. Matthew Passion to depict the setting out of Jesus and the disciples towards Gethsemane. In the cantata Ach Herr, mich armen Sünder, number 135, the music that accompanies the word Weicht all ihr Übeltäter, weicht, away all ye evil doers, suggests a hurrying away in terror. The act of hastening away is charmingly suggested again in the bass of the aria, Wir eilen mit schwachen, doch emsigen Schritten, we hasten with weak yet diligent steps, in the cantata Jesu der du meine Seele, number 78. In the cantata Erfreut seid im neuen Bunde, number 83, The words Eile, Herz voll Freudigkeit, hasten heart full of joyfulness, is expressed by a similar movement. Bach has marked all these quaver passages that represent movement, staccato, of course a heavy staccato. He symbolizes someone hurrying after or by the side of another by imitative passages for the voices, often almost in canon. Footnote. The following examples may be cited among many: the duet with chorus, Kommt, eilet und laufet, from the Easter Oratorio, the arias Ich folge dir gleichfalls and Eilt ihr angefochtenen Seelen, from the St. John Passion, the aria Entziehe dich eilends, mein Herz der Welt, from the cantata Meinen Jesum lass ich nicht, number 124, and the aria So schnell ein rauschend Wasser schießet, so eilen unseres Lebenstage, from the cantata Ach wie nichtig, number 26. End footnote. The wide range of symbolism that he makes the step motif cover cannot be correctly estimated from the chorale preludes. Measured, tranquil steps indicate resolution and confident faith, as for example in the bass accompaniment to the Credo in the B minor Mass. There is the same tranquil motion in the bass as in the Confiteor. When the intervals are more widely spread, they symbolize strength, pride, and defiance. Typical examples are the themes of the chorus, quote, Herr, wenn die stolzen Feinde toben, Lord, when the proud enemy rages, end quote, in the Christmas Oratorio. This pictorial idea is carried to still further lengths in the themes of the cantata Nun ist das Heil und die Kraft, number 50. From the same root is derived the fecit potentiam of the Magnificat. And the theme of the basses in the Deposuit potentes, especially the end of it. This represents the word potentes, the mighty, while the violins render the idea of deposuit, he hath cast down. In the aria, quote, Gewaltiger stößt Gott vom Stuhl hinunter, God has cast down the mighty from his seat, unquote. In the cantata Meine Seel erhebt den Herren, number 10, the German Magnificat, the two motifs are united in one theme. These motifs illuminate for us the gigantic idea that Bach wished to express in the theme of the organ fugue in E minor. The tumult motif. Bach employs a particular group among these stamping motifs wherever he has to represent the tumult of combat, as if he desired to suggest to the hearer the hoofbeats of the horses and the rumbling of the marching columns. The typical example of these motifs is to be seen in the cantata Ein feste Burg, number 80, where Bach forms from it the music that accompanies the second verse. Quote, Mit unserer Macht ist nichts getan. Es streit für uns der rechte Mann. With our own might we can do nothing. There fights for us the right one." Unquote. The tumult motif appears in a slightly different form in the aria Streite, siege, starker Held, strive and conquer, hardy hero, in the cantata Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, number 62, second composition. In still another form, it accompanies in the cantata Gott der Herr ist Sonn und Schild, number 79, the supplication of the believer, quote, "Gott, ach Gott, verlass die Deinen nimmer mehr, obgleich sehr wider uns die Feinde toben. God, O God, forsake not thine own, though the enemy rage against us." End quote. The tumult motif appears again in the final aria of the cantata Wachet, Betet, number 70. Where it represents the uproar at the end of all things. In the concluding aria of the cantata for Low Sunday, Halt im Gedächtnis, number 67, Bach employs it for the great tone picture in which he portrays the appearance of Jesus to the 11 disciples. The music paints the turmoil made by the world round these terrified men. At the sight of Jesus they sing, quote, "Wohl uns, Jesus hilft uns kämpfen. O joy, Jesus helps us in the fight." Unquote. And as soon as the Saviour utters his "Friede sei mit euch, peace be unto you," the tumult motif is silenced. In the aria Gute Nacht, du Weltgetümmel, good night, O tumult of the world, in the cantata Wer weiß, wie nahe mir mein Ende, number 27, there is another motif of the same kind. The clear-cut quality of Bach's musical language may be seen from the fact that in the St. John Passion the words of Jesus, quote, "Wäre mein Reich von dieser Welt, meine Diener würden darum kämpfen, dass ich den Juden nicht überantwortet würde. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight, that I should not be delivered to the Jews," end quote, are accompanied by a figure derived from the tumult motif. The motifs of exhaustion. Bach expresses exhaustion and weakness by means of syncopated step motifs. A weary, dragging walk is depicted in the cantata Ich steh mit einem Fuß im Grabe, number 156, where Bach lays the earthly pilgrim in the grave at the end of his pilgrimage in this fashion. In the cantata Mit Fried und Freud ich fahr dahin, number 125, the weary motion is represented more as a kind of falling forward. The first part of the opening chorus of the cantata, Brich dem Hungrigen dein Brot, number 39, is dominated by a similar representation of a man wearily dragging himself along, for Bach fastening on the words, quote, "Und die so im Elend sind, führe ins Haus, and those who are in misery, take them into thy house," end quote, paints a procession of tottering figures being conducted under the sheltering roof. In the cantata In allen meinen Taten, number 97, occurs this passage, quote, "Leg ich mich später nieder, erwach früh ich wieder, lieg oder ziehe fort in Schwachheit und in Banden. If I go to rest late, awake early, lie down or go forth in weakness and in bonds. End quote. The theme with which Bach expresses the lying down and rising again is almost too characteristic. Jaded and uncertain steps also represent vacillating faith. Elaborate pictures of this kind are found in the cantata Ich glaube, lieber Herr, hilf meinem Unglauben, number 109. The theme of the aria, quote, Wie zweifelhaftig ist mein Hoffen, how uncertain is my hope, end quote, may be especially mentioned. Footnote. See also the aria Bald zur Rechten, bald zur Linken lenkt sich mein verirrter Schritt. My wandering steps go now to the right, now to the left, from the cantata Herr Christ, der einzige Gottessohn, number 96, and the aria Wir zittern und wanken, we tremble and reel, from the cantata Herr, geh nicht ins Gericht, number 105. End of footnote. Syncopated step motifs in an idealized form express the weariness that has found rest in Christ. Of this order are the themes of the beautiful sacred lullabies in which Bach describes the blissful weariness of death. Thus in the first chorus of the cantata, Christus, der ist mein Leben, sterben ist mein Gewinn, number 95, the orchestra works out the motif. A well-known example is the noble theme of the aria Schlummert ein, ihr matten Augen, close in sleep, you weary eyes, from the cantata Ich habe genug, number 82. The rhythm. The rhythm is mostly associated by musical people with the idea of dignity or solemnity. It is used in the Greaves section of the Old French overture with the same signification as in the Graal scene in Parsifal. The E-flat prelude for organ at the beginning of the collection of the Greater Catechism chorales, illustrating the Lutheran doctrine, is worked out in this rhythm, as it needs to be unusually majestic. Bach employs it again in the Easter cantata Christ lag in Todesbanden, number 4, to express the 6th verse, quote, So feiern wir das hohe Fest, so celebrate the high feast, end quote. In the cantata for Palm Sunday, Himmelskönig, sei willkommen, number 182, it is prompted by the word Himmelskönig, King of Heaven. Grave violino concertante. The same rhythm occurs in several arias in which mention is made of the godhood of Jesus. In the Christmas cantata, Gelobet seist du, Jesus Christ, number 91, it elucidates the text, Die Armut so Gott auf sich nimmt, God takes poverty upon himself. It is found again in the first chorus of the cantata, Herr Jesu Christ war Mensch und Gott, number 127, even the phrase Fürst des Lebens, Prince of Life, in an aria in the cantata Der Himmel lacht, die Erde jubiliert, number 31. It's enough to make Bach feel justified in introducing the rhythm of majesty. This solemn rhythm must not be confused with another that resembles it externally in that it also divides each bar beat into 2 notes, one of which has the value of 3/4, the other of 1/4 only. This latter is mainly distinguished from the other motif by the fact that it almost invariably appears in animated triple time, while the rhythm of solemnity is used in slow 4/4 time. Moreover, it generally begins on the upbeat, and is interspersed with notes of other values or with pauses, while the rhythm of solemnity begins with the downbeat and continues without interruption. This other rhythm, which may be represented by a formula of this kind, expresses violent passions, sometimes of a joyful but generally of a grievous kind. Bach especially employs it to represent terror, horror, and despair. Its typical form may be seen in Peter's aria of remorse, Ach, mein Sinn, in the St. John Passion. Another example occurs in the opening duet of the cantata, Ach Gott, wie manches Herzeleid. O God, what grief of heart, number 58. Bach also expresses in this way the words Mein letztes Lager will mich schrecken, my last state will dismay me, in the cantata O Ewigkeit, du Donnerwort, number 60. The rhythm is also employed whenever he wishes to suggest slow and heavy movement, as in the aria Komm, süßes Kreuz, Come, dear cross, in the St. Matthew Passion, where the music accompanies the steps of Joseph of Arimathea as he carries the cross. It can also represent the falling of the scourge, as in the arioso Erbarm es Gott, thy mercy show, O God, in the St. Matthew Passion, or the convulsive movements of the head of an angry serpent, as in the aria Geduld, wenn mich falsche Zungen stechen, patience, though false tongues should sting me. The ambiguity of this rhythm comes from the fact that there are a number of cases of the representation of movement that may be interpreted in more than one way. Still, it is never doubtful what Bach means to express in this or that case by the rhythm. By means of the meter and the build of the phrase, he can give it each time so individual a character that its bearing on the text is clear without further explanation. A common feature of all the forms of the rhythm so far cited is that the short note is not to be accented lightly, but heavily, so that it has the effect not of a final aspiration of the previous note, but of a preliminary tone and accent to the note that follows it. Written out exactly, the rhythm of solemnity and that of passion would appear thus. This opinion is not refuted by the fact that Bach, where he marks ties in these rhythms, always groups the notes belonging to the same beat under a tie, in this manner. By this he only means to indicate that the passage as a whole is to be played legato. The solution of the question does not turn upon the ties that Bach has marked, but on whether the short note is to be played heavily or lightly. If heavily, then the ear necessarily accepts it in each case as the fore accent to the succeeding note. The opening duet in Ach Gott, wie manches Herzeleid, number 58, may be cited in proof of this, in spite of the fact that Bach has marked the tempo adagio and written the ties thus. The movement is dominated by the passion rhythm. It does not make its proper effect until we play the short notes not lightly, but with a certain degree of heaviness. Observe the inward unrest that makes itself felt in this music, and in that of the aria Mein letztes Lager will mich schrecken, in O Ewigkeit, du Donnerwort, number 60. It comes from the sequence of violent intervals that Bach uses. These two arias present the problem in such an interesting form because the texts allow of both a passionate and a peaceful interpretation. Both are in dialogue form. The lament, quote, Ach Gott, wie manches Herzeleid begegnet mir zu dieser Zeit. Ah God, what a grief of heart is mine, is answered by the other voice with Geduld, Geduld, patience, patience. End quote. To the terrified cry, Mein letztes Lager will mich schrecken, the other rejoins, quote, Mich wird des Heilens Hand bedecken, the hand of the Lord will cover me. Unquote. The right way of rendering the music, therefore, depends upon our knowing which of the two feelings Bach is expressing. If the passionate rhythm were not otherwise vouched for, we might conceive the music in both these arias as expressing the quiet consolation of the text. Nor must we forget the general observation that where a text gives Bach the choice between two feelings, he very often decides for the more passionate one, without considering whether in this way he best reproduces the sense of the text as a whole. As a matter of fact, he also employs a rhythm in which the short note must be regarded as supplemental to the previous one, and is to be as lightly breathed as possible. Precisely noted, it would run thus. This rhythm belongs to the large category of those that represent light and charming movement, and express symbolical ideas like peace and happiness. Its affinity with the rhythm of solemnity and passion exists only on paper and for the eye. In performance and for the ear, it has nothing whatever in common with the other. Externally, it is distinguished from the solemnity rhythm by the fact that it is usually met with only in triple time, and from the passionate rhythm by the fact that it never begins on the upbeat. The question of the various rhythms in Bach is of the greatest practical importance. The average conductor is not clear about the matter, and so renders them all in the same way, thus negating the characterization that Bach intended them to have. The occurrence, meaning, and proper way of rendering this rhythm in Bach should be made the object of a special and searching inquiry. End of Chapter 23, Part 2. Read by Sandra. Chapter 23, Part 3 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Neumann. The musical language of the cantatas, continued. The rhythms of felicity. Motifs constructed on the rhythm express both in the cantatas and the chorales the feeling of charm and happiness. In the cantata Erschallet ihr Lieder, number 172, the duet, quote, Komm, lass mich nicht länger warten, komm, du sanfter Himmelswind, come, thou gentle breeze from heaven, keep me not waiting longer, end quote, is accompanied by the following progression in the bass. This rhythm, however, for the most part, does not appear in its pure form, but in sundry variants. In the accompaniment to the aria, quote, Sei getreu, nach dem Regen blüht der Segen. Be faithful, after the rain will come the blessing. End quote. In the cantata Weinen, Klagen, number 12, it assumes the following shape. It is suggested also in the duet, quote, Beruft Gott selbst, so muss der Segen auf allem unseren tun, im Übermaße ruhen. Call upon God himself, and blessing will rest in abundance upon all our doings. End quote. In the cantata, Siehe, ich will viel Fischer aussenden, number 88. In the cantata Auf Christi Himmelfahrt allein, number 128, it appears in combination with the joy motif. Its sometimes receives further animation from the addition of semiquaver runs when it takes the form in which we meet with it, for example, in the cantata Lobe den Herrn meine Seele, number 143. Even in the accompaniment figure of the recitative, quote, Ach, Herrgott, durch die Treue dein, wird unser Land in Fried und Ruhe sein. Ah, Lord God, by thy faithfulness our land shall find peace and quiet, end quote. In the cantata Nimm von uns, Herr, du treuer Gott, number 101, we may detect the essential movement of the Felicity rhythm. It is recognizable again in the music to the words, quote, Ein heiligtes Gemüte sieht und schmecket Gottes Güte. A sanctified soul sees and tastes the goodness of the Lord, end quote. In the cantata Erhüttes Fleisch und Blut, number 173. Another motif of felicity is prompted by the idea of quiet, gently flowing waves. In a recitative in the cantata Ihr Menschen, rühmet Gottes Liebe, number 167, the following accompaniment appears in the bass at the words, quote, Mit Gnad und Liebe zu erfreuen, to rejoice with the grace and love of God. The recitative in the Trauerrode that speaks of the happy death of the princess has the following bass to it. Compare with this the accompaniment to the aria, quote, Vergib, O Vater, vergib unsere Schuld, forgive, O Father, forgive our sin, end quote. In the cantata Bisher habt ihr nichts gebeten, number 87. The theme of the aria, quote, Sanfte soll mein Todeskümmer, my death shall be sweet, end quote, in the Easter oratorio runs thus. In the middle section of the first chorus of the cantata, Es ist nichts Gesundes an meinem Leibe, number 25, the motif of calmly moving water is used to express the words peace. In all these cases, the motion of the waves is meant to convey a spiritual symbolism, as is seen when we compare with them the bass accompaniment to the recitative, quote, Die stille Pleiße spielt mit ihren kleinen Wellen. The tranquil Pleiße plays with its little waves, end quote, in the secular cantata Auf schmetternde Töne. Bach expresses a warmer tinge of peaceful joy by a motif in this rhythm, usually in 12/8 and 9/8, but occasionally also in 6/8 and 3/4 time. Rhythms of this kind are not often met with in other composers. Bach, however, is very fond of them, forming out of them the loveliest and most flexible of his great phrases. The affinity of these themes with the angel motifs is obvious. Both are meant to represent graceful motion of an almost superterrestrial kind, by means of which Bach wishes to express the transfigured joy that has vanquished grief. One of the finest themes of this order is that of the aria, quote, Ich will leiden, ich will schweigen, I will suffer, I will be silent, end quote, in the cantata Bisher habt ihr nichts gebeten, number 87. We may cite also the theme of the aria, quote, Gedenk an uns mit deiner Liebe, schleus uns in dein Erbarmen ein. Think of us with thy love and enfold us in thy pity, end quote, in the cantata Wir danken dir, Gott, number 29. In the first chorus of the cantata, Also hat Gott die Welt geliebt, number 68, a similar theme expresses the idea of the eternal compassionate love of God. From this rhythm again is derived a heavier form in which the third quaver must be played with a certain amount of accent. Bach employs it for the representation of sorrowful pathos. Typical examples of it are the Siciliano of the fourth sonata for violin and clavier, and the violin accompaniment to the aria Erbarme dich in the St. Matthew Passion. Besides these three main forms of expression for the emotions signified by such words as peace and happiness, there's a fourth motif that externally resembles the solemnity rhythm. An example may be cited from the theme of Friede sei mit euch, peace be unto you, in the final aria of the cantata Halt im Gedächtnis Jesum Christ, number 67. The motif of terror. To express terror, Bach employs a series of reiterated quavers or semiquavers on the same note. He represents it, that is, as trembling or shuddering. The method in itself is rather primitive, but Bach achieves great effects with it, as we can see from the first movement of the cantata O Ewigkeit, du Donnerwort, number 60, through which there runs an unbroken series of shudders. Another example may be seen in the recitative with chorus, quote, O Schmerz, hier zittert das gequälte Herz, O grief, his tortured heart at last doth quail, end quote, in the St. Matthew Passion. The phrase, quote, Erschrecket, ihr verstockten Sünder, terror seize you, unrepentant sinners, end quote, in the cantata Wachet, betet, number 70, is accompanied by whole chords in reiterated semiquavers. In the recitative, quote, Ach, soll nicht dieser große Tag, ach, shall not this great day, end quote, in the same cantata, Bach employs a trembling bass in order to depict the terror at the Last Judgment, and in a recitative in the cantata Schauet doch und seht, number 46, where reference is again made to the end of the world, the horror of the trembling bass is intensified by the addition of the chromatic motif. To paint the anxiety of the disciples after the death of Christ in the cantata Am Abend aber desselbigen Sabbats, number 42, Bach gives out in recitative after the prelude the following verse from St. John's Gospel, quote, Then the same day at evening, being the first day of the week, when the doors were shut where the disciples were assembled, for fear of the Jews, came Jesus and stood in the midst, end quote, with the trembling bass as sole accompaniment. The motifs of grief. To express grief, Bach employs the two motifs that have already appeared in the Orgelbüchlein, a chromatic progression of 5 or 6 notes, typifying torturing grief, and a uniform sequence of notes in pairs that is like a series of sighs. The chromatic motif is frequently used to throw a particular word into high relief, for example in the final chorus of the Christmas cantata, Christen etze diesen Tag, number 63. At the words, quote, aber niemals lass geschehen, dass uns Satan möge quälen, but never let Satan molest us, unquote. In a recitative in the cantata Gelobet seist du, Jesu Christ, number 91, the word Jammertal, valley of distress, is brought out in the same way. He often uses the chromatic progression as a basso ostinato. The first chorus of the cantata Jesu, der du meine Seele hast durch deinen bittern Tod, number 78, is founded on the following bass. The basso ostinato of the first chorus of the cantata on Hans Sachs' song, Warum betrübst du dich, mein Herz, number 138, runs thus. A well-known example is the bass figure, repeated 13 times, of the Crucifixus in the B minor Mass. The sighing motif appears in two forms, one realistic, the other more idealistic. The former is meant to represent actual sighs. In the latter, the sighing is more spiritual, and the motif serves for the expression of noble lamentation. The words, quote, ächzen und erbärmlich weinen, sighs and piteous weeping, end quote, in the cantata Meine Seufzer, meine Tränen, number 13, are rendered in music that suggests veritable sobbing. In the first chorus of Schauet doch und sehet, ob irgend ein Schmerz sei wie mein Schmerz. Behold and see if there be any sorrow like unto my sorrow, number 46. The violas never cease their sighing. The words Seufzer, Tränen, Kummer, Not, sighs, tears, grief, distress, in the cantata Ich hatte viel Bekümmernis, number 21, are translated into music in this way. It cannot be denied that in many cases Bach has greatly intensified the sorrowful mood of the words, simply in order that his orchestra may have a pretext for lamentation. But never do we become satiated with his painting of clamorous grief, although he is always making use of the same motifs. This is due not only to the fine quality of his art, and to the perpetually new forms in which the motif appears, but also to the fact that the method of representation he adopts is wholly natural. It is this constant naturalness that makes Bach's musical language so consummate. The motif of noble grief is chiefly distinguished from the other by its closer intervals and smoother motion, the harmony thus transfiguring the grief. In a recitative in the Trauerrede, this grief motif appears in the following form. A typical example may be seen in the melodic line of the accompaniment to the great chorale chorus, quote, O Mensch, bewein deine Sünde groß, O man, bewail thy grievous sin, at the end of the first part of the St. Matthew Passion. That Bach was fully conscious of the meaning this motif had for him may be seen from the fact that for the opening chorus of the cantata, Wir müssen durch viel Trübsal in das Reich Gottes eingehen, number 146, he makes use of a clavier concerto andante that is based on the rhythm of two tied notes, simply adding the chorale parts to it. The movement is the well-known one, commencing thus. Here, the periodic interruption of the natural motion by wider intervals is very interesting. The same peculiarity characterizes a large number of Bach's themes of grief. It is seen in its most striking form in the accompaniment to the words, quote, Ich wünschte mir den Tod, wenn du, mein Jesus, mich nicht liebtest. I would desire to die if thou, my Jesus, didst not love me. End quote. In the cantata Selig ist der Mann, number 57. Further examples of Bach's way of depicting elevated grief may be seen in the opening of the cantata Ich will den Kreuzstab gerne tragen, number 56, and the Sinfonia of the cantata for the third Sunday after Easter, Weinen, Klagen, number 12. In the cantata Himmelskönig sei willkommen, number 182, with its wonderful passion atmosphere, the base of the aria, quote, Jesu, lass durch Wohl und Weh mich auch mit dir ziehen. Jesus, let me follow thee through weal and woe, end quote, runs thus. The Morning Chorale, quote, Der Gott, der mir hat versprochen, the God who has promised me, end quote, in the cantata Meine Seufzer, meine Tränen, number 13, is also accompanied by the rhythm of noble grief. Bach employs it again whenever he wishes to express melancholy longing, as in the accompaniment to the first aria of the cantata Ach, ich sehe, jetzt da ich zur Hochzeit gehe, number 162, and in the first aria of Liebster Jesu, mein Verlangen, number 32. The motive of noble grief, in an idealized form, depicts the longing for death. The death lullaby, quote, Letzte Stunde brich herein, mir die Augen zudrücken. Come, O last hour, and close my eyes, end quote. In the cantata Der Himmel lacht, die Erde jubiliert, number 31, begins thus. Motifs of joy. To express joy, Bach uses in the cantatas the same two motifs that he had employed in the chorales. The first consists of a succession of rapid notes, and expresses joy of a more direct and naive kind. The other is based on the rhythm, or on this, and more particularly typifies joyous agitation. An example of the first kind may be seen in the runs of the solo violin in the opening aria of the cantata Erfreute Zeit im Neuen Bunde, number 83. It is more especially the joyous mood of Christmas that Bach expresses in this way, as is shown by a number of choruses for that season. For instance, the cantata for the third day of Christmas, Ich freue mich in dir, number 133, the final chorale, Sei Lob und Preis, glory and praise, in the cantata Ihr Menschen rühmet Gottes Liebe, number 167, is accompanied in this way. The second of these two motifs is the one most frequently used in the cantatas, as it is in the chorales. It can assume manifold shapes, and so can express many varieties and shades of joy. In Bach's works, there are at least 200 motifs constructed upon this rhythm of joy, while it is scarcely met with in Handel and Beethoven. It is seen in its typical form in the violin solo of the Laudamus Te in the B minor Mass. The bass in the opening chorus of the German Magnificat, the cantata Meine Seele erhebt den Herrn, number 10, moves about in this way, vivace. The bass in the first chorus of the cantata, Herr Gott, dich loben wir, number 16, has the same motion. The main motif of the orchestral accompaniment to the first chorus of the cantata, Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, number 62, second composition, belongs to the same category. The chorus, quote, Jauchzet, ihr erfreuten Stimmen, rejoice, ye gladsome voices, unquote, in the cantata Gott, man lobt dich in der Stille, number 120, is also wholly dominated by the motif of joy. An example of the employment of this rhythm in the accompaniment of recitatives may be seen in Preise dein Glücke, gesegnetes Sachsen, BG 34. Where Bach uses it to express in music the fidelity and love of the subjects who joyfully throw themselves at the feet of their sovereign. Bach is particularly fond of constructing bass figures out of this motif of joy. 3 typical examples may be cited from among many. The duet, quote, kennt die rechten Freudenstunden. He knows the hours of real joy, end quote, from the cantata Wer nur den lieben Gott lässt walten, number 93. The opening chorus of the cantata Lobe den Herrn, meine Seele, number 69, first composition. The aria, quote, Wohl mir, Jesus ist gefunden, nun bin ich nicht mehr betrübt. O joy, Jesus is found again, now am I no more sorrowful. End quote. In the cantata Mein liebster Jesu ist verloren, number 154. These motifs symbolize a joy that is still to some extent restrained. The more audacious the theme, the more unfettered is the joy. When Jesus took Peter away from his nets, bade him have no fear, and promised to make him a fisher of men, the disciples, judging from the motive with which Bach accompanies these words, must have been transported with joy. But even this motif seems temperate in comparison with the more exuberant ones. One of these is the base of the aria, quote, Erholet euch, betrübte Stimmen, mein Jesus lässt sich wiedersehen, O Freude, der nichts gleichen kann. Recover yourselves, O afflicted voices, my Jesus returns, O joy without compare. End quote. In the cantata for the third Sunday after Easter, Ihr werdet weinen und heulen, number 103. The most extravagant of all the extravagant motifs of joy is seen in the bass figures in the aria, quote, Gelobet sei der Herr, praised be the Lord, end quote. In the choral cantata, Gelobet sei der Herr, mein Gott, number 129. Ecstatic joy is not expressed by a definite motif, but by dreamy arabesques in a solo instrument. An example may be seen in the violin accompaniment to the duet, quote, Wann kommst du, mein Heil? When comest thou, my salvation? End quote. In Wachet auf, number 140. In the first aria of the cantata, Weichet nur, betrübte Schatten, the oboe sings a spring song of extraordinary loveliness, while the arpeggios in the strings depict the mists floating upward. Rapturous joy is expressed again in the accompaniment to the aria, quote, Ich will doch wohl Rosen brechen, wenn mich gleich die Dornen stechen. Yet I will gather roses, even though the thorns prick me, in the cantata Wahrlich, ich sage euch, number 86. Other examples may be seen in the violin solo in the aria, quote, Ich traue seiner Güte, I trust in his goodness, end quote. In the choral cantata, In allen meinen Taten, number 97. The flute solo in the soprano aria in the choral cantata, Was Gott tut, das ist wohlgetan, number 100. The oboe soli in the two cantatas that express the longing for death, Liebst du Jesu, mein Verlangen, number 32, and Ich habe genug, number 82. In the aria, quote, Die Seele ruht in Jesu Händen, the soul is at rest in Jesus' hands, end quote. In the cantata Herr Jesu Christ, wahrer Mensch und Gott, number 127, the oboe weaves celestial garlands of sound round the tolling of the funeral bells. End of chapter 23, part 3, read by Sandra, 2021. Chapter 23, part 4 of J.S. Bach, volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Neumann. The musical language of the cantatas continued. The cooperation of the motifs. Since so many of Bach's motifs have their definite meanings, we can understand him sometimes using two or more together, or in succession, in order to give full expression to his text. A cursory perusal of any volume of the cantatas will afford examples of this. In the Christmas oratorio, Herod is terrified when the Magi's tell him of the birth of the Messiah, but he reflects, quote, Warum wollt ihr erschrecken? O solltet ihr euch nicht viel mehr darüber freuen? Why should you fear? Should you not rather rejoice? End quote. And Bach underlines this thought by giving us the motif of terror and that of joy in succession. In the first chorus of the cantata, Ihr werdet weinen und heulen, aber die Welt wird sich freuen, number 103, the motif of joy and the chromatic motif of sorrow are used antithetically. In the opening chorus of Jesu, Der du meine Seele, number 78, the thought of Christ's suffering and that of joy in the salvation it brings are expressed by opposing the motif of joy to that of grief. In the arias, quote, Friede sei mit euch, peace be unto you, end quote, from Halt im Gedächtnis Jesum Christ, number 67, and, quote, Gute Nacht, du Weltgetümmel, farewell, thou turmoil of the world, unquote, from Wer weiß, wie nahe mir mein Ende, number 27. The motif of joy and that of tumult are played off against each other. In the cantata, Ihr Menschen, rühmet Gottes Liebe, number 167, occur the words, quote, Gottes Wort, das trüget nicht, es geschieht, was verspricht, was im Paradies den Vätern schon verhieß, haben wir Gottlob erfahren. God's word does not deceive. It has happened as he promised. What he promised in paradise to our forefathers has, God be praised, now come to pass. End quote. This is expressed in the bass by a step motif that symbolizes the steadfastness of God's pledge, and by a joy motif that answers to the God be praised for the fulfilling of the promise. This interpretation is confirmed by the Easter cantata, So du mit deinem Munde bekennest, number 145. The words of the opening chorus, quote, So du mit deinem Munde bekennest Jesum, dass der Herr sei, und glaubest in deinem Herzen, dass ihn Gott von den Toten auferweckt hat, so wirst du selig. If with thy mouth thou dost acknowledge that Jesus is God, and dost believe in thy heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be blessed, end quote, are expressed in two themes, corresponding respectively to the words glauben, believe, and selig, blessed. In the first chorus of the cantata, Ach, lieben Christen, seid getrost, number 114, we have the trembling motif of fear and the ascending motif of joy side by side. When the picture painted in the text requires it, Bach will even employ three themes together. In the cantata Wohl dem, der sich auf seinen Gott, number 139, he has to express the words, quote, Das Unglück schlägt auf allen Seiten mich, ein zentnerschweres Band, doch plötzlich erscheinet die helfende Hand, mir scheint des Trostes Licht von weitem. Misfortune overwhelms me on every side as with heavy bonds, but suddenly appears the helping hand, and the light of comfort shines on me from afar." End quote. In the music we have three themes. The first symbolizes the overwhelming with heavy bonds by means of a characteristic motif expressive of twining. A mounting theme depicts the rescuing hand rising up out of the ruin. The third paints a flickering light in a style made familiar to us in many other cantatas. In an aria in the cantata Herr, wie du willst, number 73, Bach first of all represents sighing, then the swoon of death, then the tolling of the funeral bells. The accompaniment to the first chorus of the cantata, "Was soll ich aus dir machen, Ephraim," number 89, is made up of three themes, one expressing God's anger, the second the sorrowful question, and the third sighs and lamentation. Frequently, the same idea is represented by several related motifs. In the great choruses of the Christmas oratorio, we usually find 2 or 3 different motifs of joy. Similarly, in the expression of grief, we find various kinds of sighing motifs. Bach goes a step further. He not only places motifs of different signification in conjunction or in succession, but tries to express composite feelings by welding 2 motifs into one theme. Here we see how fully conscious he was of his own musical language, and how daring it is. Examples of combined themes of this kind can hardly be found in other composers. A typical specimen is the theme of "Nun ist das Heil und die Kraft," number 50, which consists of a combination of the motif of strength and the motif of joy. In this way, Bach expresses thematically the whole substance of the text, the subject of which is the triumph of God and the rejoicing over Satan's fall. Revelations 12:10. In the cantata Meine Seufzer, meine Tränen, number 13, the words of an aria run thus, quote, "Ächzen und erbärmlich weinen hilft der Sorgenkrankheit nicht, aber wer den Himmel schauet, dem kann leicht ein Freudenlicht in der Trauerbrust erscheinen." Our sighs and tears cannot help us in our sickness and sorrow, but he who looks towards heaven will find his mourning lit up by a ray of joy. End quote. Bach's theme is the sighing motif, dissolving into the motif of joy. In the St. Matthew Passion, we have a large number of themes composed of 2 motifs. That of the aria and chorus at the beginning of the second part expresses at the same time the hurried steps and the laments of the daughter of Zion, seeking her friend in the Garden of Gethsemane. In the aria, quote, "Seht, Jesus hat die Hand uns zu fassen ausgespannt." See, Jesus has stretched out his hand to grasp us. End quote. We hear the pealing of the bells of salvation and see the movement with which the Lord lifts up redeemed humanity to him on the cross. In the setting of the text, quote, Geduld, Geduld, wenn mich falsche Zungen stechen. Patience, patience, when false tongues wound me, unquote. We first of all have the word Geduld expressed in quiet quavers, and then the stinging of the false tongues is depicted in a precipitate motion to and fro. The theme of the aria, quote, können Tränen meiner Wangen nichts erlangen, o so nehmt mein Herz hinein. Though in vain be all my wailing, not availing, O receive this heart of mine, end quote, runs thus. We are supposed to be witnessing the scourging of Jesus. In the first 2 bars are depicted the blows falling on his back. This motif is derived from the accompaniment to the previous arioso, Erbarmes Gott. What follows is only a musical form of the cry. With which the daughter of Zion, who is looking on, breaks in upon the torture. Conclusion. This enumeration of the principal sources of Bach's tonal language and the chief uses to which he puts it cannot possibly give a complete idea of his method of musical expression. It is meant only to stimulate reflection and research, and to show that the key to the performance of many of Bach's works is to be looked for in the significance that the composer attaches to certain definite motifs. It goes without saying that the foregoing analysis indicates only the meanings the themes most commonly bear. In the Kreuzige of the St. John Passion, for example, the rhythm has nothing to do with the motif of joy, but serves here, as in other cases, only to make the motion more animated. Bach employs it for the same purpose in the aria, quote, so lichet im Eifer der rächende Richter, end quote, in the cantata Es reifet euch ein schreckliche Ende, number 90. It would be equally false to see the sighing motif in every theme composed of successions of 2-tied notes. Bach's musical language is simply based on the fact that for the representation of certain feelings, he prefers certain definite rhythms, and that this association is so natural that it at once tells its own story to anyone with a musical mind. This does not at all exclude the employment of these rhythms in other ways, especially when the object is the representation of motion of some kind. Nor must we forget that many rhythms that look the same on paper were conceived by Bach in wholly different ways. His works are peculiarly fitted to convince us of the imperfection of our methods of noting music, so far as the reproduction of the organic life of the tones is concerned. We can therefore maintain with some confidence that the same rhythm in Bach's music does not represent 2 distinct feelings, and that the expressive elements of his tonal language are more clearly cut than those of any other composer. It would hardly be possible to show so many verbal symbols in anyone else's work. It has been said that in music the rhythms correspond roughly to the consonants, and the intervals and harmonies to the vowels, since they give sonority to the rhythms. If this comparison is broadly correct, it tallies very closely with what we find in Bach's musical language. The tonal tissue that the intervals give to the rhythm defines the quality of the emotion. Bach's intervals have also a special significance of their own, though the discovery of general formulae is incomparably more difficult here than in the case of the rhythms. We can say with certainty, however, that skips of sixths are generally plentiful when he has to express joy, while uneasiness and something like loathing are often expressed by means of the diminished third. Strange and widely separated dissonances are employed to represent pain and horror. The more we study the cantatas, the more it becomes evident that only the coarsest elements of Bach's tonal language can be reduced to formulae. At the same time, however, we become conscious how little of what can be observed has really been noted thus far, and how much is still to be revealed by comparative research into the whole of Bach's work, until the individuality and the perfection of the expression in his music are made clear enough to executants to influence their performances of the works. End of chapter 23. Read by Sandra, Montreal, 2021. Chapter 24, Part 1 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2, by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Neumann. Chapter 24, Part 1. The Arnstadt, Muhlhausen, Weimar, and Cothen cantatas. Voelkel maintains that in Bach's earliest compositions the marks of genius are indeed evident, but that, quote, they also contain so much that is unnecessary, so much that is immature, extravagant, and tasteless, that they are not worth preserving, at any rate for the general public, unquote. Only in his 35th year, that is 1720, did Bach, according to his first biographer, attain perfect mastery of polyphony. This is purely fantastic. Only the 3 or 4 very earliest of Bach's cantatas have the air of being experiments. In those that follow, the style is already sure and finished. If ever a composer's period of probation was short, it was his. The Easter cantata, Denn du wirst meine Seele nicht in der Hölle lassen, number 15, belongs to the Arnstadt epoch. Bach appears to have performed it also at some later date. Like the cantatas of the northern composers, it is pompously orchestrated. The final chorale, Weil du vom Tod erstanden bist, with its fanfare like interludes in the wind, is very impressive. Bach would be 18 or 19 years old when this cantata was written. The cantata Gott ist mein König, number 71, was produced at Muhlhausen on 4th February 1708, on the occasion of the election of a new town council. On that day in each year, 1/3 of the council of 48 undertook the conduct of the business of the town until the same date in the following year. The election began with a ceremony in the church. The cantata performed on the occasion was generally printed. This was the case with Bach's cantata. It was the only one issued during his lifetime. The printing, however, was regarded not as a publication for the benefit of Bach, but as an act in honor of the Muhlhausen Council. Footnote: the parts alone were printed, not the score. In the textbook, the cantata is called a glückwünschende Kirchenmotette, congratulatory church motet. The 2 officiating burgomasters were Adolf Strecker and Georg Adam Steinbach. Both the autograph score and the autograph parts have survived. End of footnote. For this festive occasion there was a brilliant orchestra, 3 trumpets, 2 flutes, 2 oboes, bassoon, first and second violins, viola, violone, kettledrum, and organ. Each instrument has an obbligato part, not separately, however, but as part of a particular orchestral and choral ensemble. There are 3 of these, the first formed by the trumpets, the second by the flutes, oboes, and bassoon, and the third by the strings. The chorale portions are divided between a tutti, which Bach calls coro pleno, and a smaller group that only sings when senza ripieni is indicated. The charm of the work comes from the cooperation and contrast of the 3 instrumental and 2 choral masses. The setting for choir and orchestra of the prayer from the 74th Psalm, Du wollest dem Feinde nicht geben die Seele deiner Turteltaube, is full of feeling. Footnote: Spitta found a fragment of a Bach cantata belonging to the Muhlhausen epoch in the cantor's house at the village of Langula. The wedding cantata, Der Herr denket an uns, must also belong to this time. It was probably composed for the second marriage of the pastor Stauber. Bach was compelled to write the orchestral part for strings alone. End of footnote. The score of the cantata, Aus der Tiefe rufe ich, number 131, Psalm 130, has at the end the note, quote, Auf Begehren Herrn de Georg Almar, in die Musik gebracht von Johann Sebastian Bach, Organmeister Muhlhausen, set to music by Johann Sebastian Bach, organist at Muhlhausen, by request of Herr D. G. G. Almar. End quote. Almar, pastor primarius at the Church of the Blessed Virgin, was a great admirer of church music and a personal friend of Bach's. The only instruments employed in this cantata are strings, oboe, and bassoon. On every page we can see that Bach is beginning to emancipate himself from the northern composers. The orchestral interruptions are not so lengthy as in the two previous cantatas. The young man still follows Buxtehude, however, in the employment of the chorale. In the arioso, So willst du, Herr, Sünde zu rechnen, the soprano sings, Erbarm dich mein, to the melody of Herr Jesu Christ, du hustest gut, and the same melody is used in the arioso, Meine Seele wartet. The whole work is so deeply felt and so natural in effect that the modern hearer enjoys it as much as the Muhlhausen audience of 1707. From the first years of the Weimar period we have two cantatas, Nach dir, Herr, verlanget mich, number 150, and Gottes Zeit ist die allerbeste Zeit, the Actus Tragicus, number 106. The first of these gives a characteristic example of Bach's method of expressing grief and joy. In order to express the anguish of the cry, quote, Nach dir, Herr, verlanget mich, for thee, O Lord, I long, unquote. He employs the chromatic sequence so often met with in the later cantatas.
Nach dir, Herr, verlanget mich.
In the aria, Doch bin und bleib ich vergnügt, yet I am and shall be content, the bass is dominated by the motif of joy. The conclusion, however, is in the form of a chaconne upon a basso ostinato, in which we have an anticipation of the master of the Crucifixus in the B minor Mass. We do not know for whose death the morning cantata Gottes Zeit ist die allerbeste Zeit, number 106, was written. Spitta's researches show that there was no death in the ducal family at that time. It seems to have been an old man to whom the Mit Fried und Freud fahr ich dahin from Simeon's Song of Praise would be appropriate. The text is as perfect as the music. It is composed of verses from the Bible in which the antithesis is worked out between the Old Testament fear of death and the New Testament joy in death. Quote, Put thy house in order, for thou must die, says the prophet Isaiah, whereupon the chorus joins in with, It is the old decree, end quote. But at once a soprano strikes in, as if hastening hither from another world with the final call of the apocalypse, quote, Yes, come, Lord Jesu, come, to which the orchestra adds the chorale, Ich hab mein Sach Gott heimgestellt, I have cast my care on God, end quote. We can see the cross on Golgotha. The soul repeats the words of Jesus, quote, Into thy hands I commend my spirit, and is answered with the words spoken to the thief, This day shalt thou be with me in paradise. The comforted soul sings, In joy and peace I pass away. Finally the chorale, Glorie, Lob, Ehre und Herrlichkeit, glory, praise, honor, and joy, end quote, is sung to the melody, quote, In dich hab ich gehoffet, Herr, in thee, O Lord, is my hope, end quote. The last line, Through Jesus Christ, Amen, widens out into a brilliant fantasia, which terminates with the theme in augmentation in the orchestra. Bach probably compiled the text of this cantata himself. It was certainly not done by any Weimar poet, for none of the poets of that time would have been so self-denying as to have refrained from introducing verses of his own. In any case, it is one of the most perfect texts from the musical point of view to be found anywhere. The work commences with a sonatina for 2 flutes, 2 gambas, continuo, and organ. It is based on a motif in E-flat, expressive of transfigured grief. This runs through the whole work. To grasp these harmonies is to be transported far from all earthly pain. The words from the Apocalypse come into one's mind that Bach probably had in his, quote, "And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow, nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away." End quote. No other instruments are used in the cantata besides the 2 flutes and the 2 gambas. Their veiled timbre belongs to the very essence of the music. We seem to see an autumn landscape with blue mists floating across it. The dramatic life and the intimate union of words and music in the Actus Traticus specially endeared it to the early admirers of Bach, among them Zelter. The cantata was first publicly revived by the Cecilia Society of Frankfurt on the Main under Schellble in May 1833. It had to be repeated in December. It was still called for and was given again in each of the 2 following years. It was first published in 1830 by Simrock. If it was the St. Matthew Passion that rescued Bach's music from its Babylonian captivity, it was the Actus Traticus that prepared the path for its return and leveled the ground for it. Even when we know all the cantatas, we always go back with pleasure to this work, written by Bach at the end of his 20th year. The Actus Traticus was the favorite cantata of Julius Stockhausen. On the whole, it is hard to tear ourselves away from these early works, which are the only ones that Bach wrote in the pure form of the old cantata. When he began to supply the regulation cantata for the church service at the Weimar court, he decided in favor of the new style and wrote his music to the free texts supplied him by Salomo Frank and Edmund Neumeister. Frank lived at Weimar. Neumeister at the time was at Sorau, which town he left for Hamburg shortly afterwards in 1715. Bach's conversion to the modern cantata may be dated about 1712. When he was made Concertmeister in 1714, it became his duty to supply each year a definite number of compositions for the church. In place of dramatic texts compiled from biblical verses and stanzas from hymns, we now get wretched poems that are always cut out to the same pattern. The arioso is supplanted by the da capo aria and the secco recitative. The plan is still further impoverished by the fact that the choir now recedes wholly into the background. It figures only at the beginning and at the end. There is none of the animated alternation between solo and chorus that we find in the Actus Traticus and the cantata Austertiefe. Nor does the composer now try to cast the whole work into one mold. The cantata henceforth divides into separate numbers. How was it possible for Bach to renounce in a moment all the artistic riches that he'd been able to use with such masterly effect in his first cantatas? How can we account for the fact that henceforth he never returned, even in one exceptional case, to the form of the old cantata? As we read the Bible, we regret more than anything that he, a Bible student, should have refrained from setting so many splendid passages that would certainly have been attractive to him as a musician, merely because there were no continuous biblical passages in the cantata form that he had adopted. There is hardly an admirer of his who has not felt that he would give the 200 church cantatas for 100 works in the style of the Actus Traticus. Footnote: It is a curious fact that one of the Bach pioneers, Moritz Hauptmann, though admiring the Actus Traticus, thought its musical structure, quote, a monstrosity of movements that jostle and hang onto each other, end quote. See Hauptmann's letters to Otto Jahn and Hauser in Spitta, Schweitzer explains Bach's adoption of the da capo aria in this way, quote, "When Bach had made himself familiar with the Italian da capo aria, he became conscious of a waste of power, since in this form he could say many things in a simpler and therefore better way, without foregoing any of his originality." End quote. It's hard to see what waste of power there is in composition in the style of the Actus Tragicus, nor is it any easier to understand how anything can be better or more simply expressed in the da capo aria than in the old arioso. Schweitzer is trying to explain the inexplicable without falling back on the only possible solution, that Bach followed the fashion. End of footnote. The chronology of these earliest cantatas presents no difficulties, for the whole style of the works shows that they must have been composed before any of the others. Moreover, in the case of Gott ist mein König, the date of the first performance is noted on the score, and in the case of Aus der Tiefe, a note of Bach's own indicates that it was written in Muhlhausen. The chronological arrangement of the majority of the succeeding cantatas is not so easy to determine. Only a few of them have the year noted on the cover. The approximate dates of the others have to be deduced from external and internal evidence. Schweitzer and Rust undertook this task independently, and the results obtained by each agree in the main with those of the other. Footnote. See Schweitzer's remarks and Rust's prefaces. The following chapters are based on Schweitzer's chronology, the value of which only the professional historian can fully appreciate. End of footnote. The external evidences are those of the handwriting, the style of the notes, and the paper. Bach's writing changed with the years, as may be seen from the specimens given in volume 64 of the Bach-Gesellschaft edition. Cantatas, therefore, in the same handwriting belong to the same period. Much more exact clues, however, are given by certain characteristics of the notation. Bach first adopted the double cross in 1732. It is therefore practically certain that cantatas in which this sign is used belong to a later date than that. There is further the evidence afforded by his way of writing the oboe d'amore part. This instrument, which, according to Walther's Musiklexikon, was invented in 1720, stood a third lower than the ordinary oboe. Bach first uses it in the score of the cantata Die Himmel erzählen die Ehre Gottes, number 76, which bears the date 1723. The new instrument naturally offered some difficulties in the way of notation. Bach experiments. In the B minor Mass, 1733, he writes for it in a new way. In the secular cantatas Angenehmes Widerrau and Schleicht spielende Wellen, that certainly belong to 1737, he adopts another method. These facts enable us to decide whether a cantata was written between 1723 and 1733, between 1733 and 1737, or after 1737. But the most weighty evidence is afforded by the watermarks on the paper he used. The manuscripts exhibit about a half-dozen distinct marks showing that Bach bought large quantities at a time. Cantatas written on paper with the same watermark thus belong to the same period. If we can decide the date of one cantata, it often enables us to settle the chronology of more than a dozen others. Sometimes a valuable clue is given by the writing of those who help to copy out the parts. If it is that of Emmanuel or Friedemann, we know the latest year in which the cantata could have been composed, for we know when these two sons left the paternal house. Interesting data, again, are supplied by the use of the material of secular cantatas for sacred works. In almost every case we know the date of origin of the former, and as we may suppose that the rearrangement was usually made not long after the original, we can fix the date of the new version with some certainty. The problem would be very simple so far as the Leipzig Cantatas are concerned if we had the printed version of the texts that were given out for the church music on Sundays and feast days. We possess, however, only 3 of these, one for the Easter feast days, and the 2 following Sundays of the year 1731, one for the Whitsuntide feast days and the Feast of the Trinity of the same year, and one for the Christmas of 1734, the Christmas Oratorio. To some extent, we are compensated for the absence of these programs by the published poems of Picander, who wrote most of the texts for the Leipzig Cantatas. Bach composed his cantatas for immediate use. The date of the publication of the text thus gives us also the year when the music was written. Besides these external evidences, there are the internal ones. Bach usually produced, within a short space of time, a series of works having an inner relationship to each other, as if he wished to embody simultaneously in several examples a certain type that engrossed him for the moment. Thus it frequently happens that 4 or 5 cantatas that follow each other according to the order of the ecclesiastical year exhibit a striking similarity among themselves, which is most noticeable as a rule in the structure of the opening choruses. These works, of course, belong to the same period. The problem is, therefore, not to settle the chronology of isolated cantatas, but that of definite groups that are clearly distinguishable from each other by certain external and internal characteristics, and that can be assigned to a definite period by means of 1 or 2 of the works, the date of which can be proved in other ways. Perhaps Schweitzer has occasionally drawn too sweeping conclusions from external evidences, such as that of the cantatas being written on the same paper. This, however, does not affect the general result of his acute inquiry into the chronology of the works. Questions of detail have in this case little practical interest. What does it signify if we cannot be sure whether a given cantata was written a year earlier or a year later? There is no such consistent artistic evolution observable in the succession of Bach's cantatas as there is, for example, in that of Beethoven's symphonies. The distance that Beethoven travels between 2 symphonies is greater almost than that which Bach traversed in 100 cantatas. Footnote. This, of course, applies only to the cantatas of his period of maturity. In the few youthful cantatas that we possess, we can see a very rapid development. End of footnote. He is one of those rare personalities that do not become, but always are. We could almost say that his cantatas form a closed circle. The last resemble the first, if by the first we understand those in which he adopts the new style of cantata. In his Weimar period, he set about a dozen of Frank's texts to music. He was fond of this poet, being attracted by his mysticism and his deep feeling for nature. He may also have liked Frank for his habit of making more use of verses from the Bible than Neumeister and the others did. He was, on the whole, the most conservative of the new school. One of the best known of the Bach cantatas to a text by Frank has always been Ich hatte viel Bekümmernis, number 21. The cover of the score is inscribed, quote, Per ogni tempo, concerto a 13, 3 trombe, tamburi, ein oboe, 2 violini e viola, fagotto and violoncello, 4 voci con continuo di G.S. Bach, den 3. Post Trinitas 1714. End quote. Diligent research has failed to discover the part for the drums. A knowledge of Bach's style, however, makes it easy to supply it. In any case, it is absolutely essential in performance. The cantata is in 2 parts. The first was given before the sermon, the second after it. One result of this division is that the work has no real culminating point. It is not quite clear at which moment grief gives way to consolation. Like the Actus Tragicus, which it resembles also in many other ways, this cantata is prefaced by a sinfonia, founded on an affecting dialogue between the oboe and the first violins, the other instruments supplying the harmonies. In the choruses, the alternation between the voice parts and the instrumental ensemble ceases. The orchestra strives to be independent, though with only occasional success. Very frequently, it merely doubles the vocal parts or ceases altogether. The theme of the first chorus runs thus. It is identical with that of an organ fugue, with the exception that the latter is in the major, Peters 2, page 7. The chorus, Sei nun wieder zufrieden, with which are inwoven 2 verses of the chorale, Wer nur den lieben Gott lässt walten, is extraordinarily sonorous. The plaintive theme of the aria, Seufzer, Tränen, Kummer, Not, woven as it were out of sighs. Is very characteristic. The painting of the storm at the words Sturm und Wellen in the aria Bäche von gesalzenen Tränen is precise and expressive. We do not know how it could be improved on. The declamation is not faultless, as Matheson pointed out with a certain malicious joy. We must agree with him that the fourfold repetition of the word ich at the commencement of the first chorus is somewhat ill-considered. We have here a reminiscence of the old motet style. Matheson's censure of the declamation in the duet Komm, Herr Jesu und erquicke is, however, unjustifiable. Even Bach's great biographer, Spitta, does not find this duet to his liking. Quote, "The duet," he says, "is what church music should never be, dramatic. Bach's delight in polyphonic working has made him unintentionally, no doubt, accentuate the dramatic element to an almost painful point when the voices bandy to and fro incessantly the words Ach nein, ach ja, du hassest mich, ich liebe dich. The only mitigating circumstance is that the soprano part would be sung in those days by a boy, which would partly prevent the duet from having the appearance of a charming love duet, as it always has now." End quote. His fears were groundless. Anyone who's free from prudery in matters of church music must delight in this ardent dramatic piece, and be deeply affected by the dialogue of the soul with its comforter. If anything can be objected to, it is the da capo form in which Bach has cast the duet, with the result that the entreaty Komm, mein Jesu und erquicke mich is repeated at the end after the Saviour in the middle section. Ach Jesu, durchsüsse mir Seele und Herze has banished care and sorrow. But the mystical love glow that finds such eloquent expression in Bach's works cannot be objected to from any standpoint of church music. So long as the Song of Solomon remains in the Bible, its allegorical language cannot be forbidden in religious music. Bach, a Lutheran and a mystic, delights in the Song of Solomon, as does his librettist, Frank. This can be seen in the two cantatas, Komm, du süße Todesstunde, No. 161, for the 16th Sunday after Trinity, 1715, and Ach, ich sehe jetzt, da ich zur Hochzeit gehe, No. 162, for the 20th Sunday after Trinity, 1715, in which the ideas of the Song of Solomon and the Apocalypse are blended. There is ardent longing in the song of the two flutes that accompanies the words. Quote, Komm, du süße Todesstunde, da mein Geist Honig speist, aus des Löwen Munde, mach meinen Abschied süße, säume nicht letztes Licht, dass ich meinen Heiland küsse. Come, thou sweet hour of death, for my soul is fed with honey from the mouth of the lion. Make my farewell sweet. Delay not, O my last light, the moment when I shall kiss my Saviour. End quote. The organ accompanies this with the chorale, Herzlich tut mich verlangen. The aria, Mein Verlangen ist, den Heiland zu umfangen, grows out of the sigh of yearning. In the recitative, the soul pictures death to itself as a soft sleep, and at once the instruments sink downwards in blissful lassitude. At the idea of the resurrection, joy breaks forth and continues in clear tones while the alto sings, quote, So schlage doch, du letzter Stundenschlag. Strike then, last hour. Unquote. The chorus concludes with the chorale strophe, quote, Wenn es meines Gottes Wille, wünsch ich, dass des Liebes Last heute noch die Erde fülle. End quote. If it is the Lord's will, let the earth take today the burden of my body. End quote. This funeral song is surrounded by the orchestra with exultant demi-semi-quavers. The cantata Ach, ich sehe jetzt, dass ich zur Hochzeit gehe, number 162, is as a rule of a severer beauty. In the aria, quote, In meinem Gott bin ich erfreut, I rejoice in my God, end quote, the bass leaps joyously in a veritable dance. The chorus contributes only the final chorale. End of chapter 24, part 1. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2021. Chapter 24, Part 2 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Neumann. The Arnstadt, Muhlhausen, Weimar, and Cothen cantatas continued. The cantata Mein Gott, wie lang, ach, lange, number 155, is also without an opening chorus. It begins with a 12-bar repetition of the same note in quavers, creating an effect of anxiety. Then the soprano sings, quote, Mein Gott, wie lang, ach, lange, des Jammers ist zu viel. Ich sehe gar kein Ziel, der Schmerzen und der Sorgen. My God, how long, oh, how long, too great is my distress, no end do I see to sorrow and care. End quote. Quote, Du musst glauben, du musst hoffen, thou must believe, thou must hope, end quote, say the alto and tenor consolingly, while the bassoon and the cello maintain uninterruptedly one of those curiously extended figures with which Bach symbolizes steadfast faith, a motif in demi-semi-quavers that forms the middle part of the theme, then enters at the words, quote, Jesus weiß die rechte Stunde, dich du mit Hilfe zu erfreuen. Jesus knows the right hour at which to gladden thee with his help, end quote, and its meaning becomes apparent. The theme, in which Bach symbolizes the combination of firm faith and joyful hope, runs thus. The soprano aria, quote, Wirf mein Herze, wirf dich noch in des höchsten Liebesarme. Throw thyself, my heart, into the loving arms of the Most High, end quote, breathes a quite sensuous passion, the wild rhythm of the strings, merges sharply into a long chord, which, however, does not express rest, but trembling and shuddering, while the bass now takes over the passionate theme. This procedure is repeated 5 times. The picture given in the text could not be represented more realistically in music. The solo cantata for bass, Der Friede sei mit dir, number 158, is simple and unassuming. As the title of the copy that has come down to us shows, Bach used it twice, for the Purification of Mary and for Easter Tuesday. The text is probably by Frank. In this work, Bach employs no orchestra but merely contrabass, organ, and solo violin. The spring sunshine fills the 2 works that Bach wrote for Palm Sunday and Easter of the year 1715. For the first of them, Himmels König sei willkommen, number 182, he had to make shift with the limited orchestra that was all that was permitted during the period of the Passion. He employs only 1 flute and the strings. Nonetheless, he is able to represent musically the word Himmelskönig, King of Heaven, in the orchestral introduction by means of the rhythm of solemnity. With the declamation of the words Himmelskönig sei willkommen, even Matheson would not have been able to find fault. The arrangement of the voices, which Bach repeats twice in the same form, is very interesting. All 4 voices, from the soprano to the bass, repeat the Willkommen in turns. In the further course of the cantata, the passion mood becomes more and more prominent. The tenor aria, Jesu, lass durch Wohl und Weh, is accompanied by the grief motive. This is followed by a chorale chorus in the style of Pachelbel on Jesu, deine Passion ist mir lauter Freude. The final chorus, So lasset uns gehen im Salem der Freuden, has a striking resemblance both thematically and structurally to the opening chorus of the cantata Sie werden aus Sabe alle kommen, number 65. This is one of the most impressive illustrations of the fact that Bach's greatness consists not in the capacity for manifold expression, but in the fact that he always tries to express the same idea perfectly in the same vein. It is therefore impossible for him to write two different pieces of music to depict a procession, at once joyous and solemn. The Easter cantata Der Himmel lacht, die Erde jubiliert, number 31, requires an orchestra that in those days would have been thought quite monstrous: 3 trumpets, kettle-drum, 3 oboes, taille, tenor, first and second violins, first and second violas, bassoon, first and second violoncellos, and continuo. Words can give no idea of the splendid way in which, in the orchestral introduction, a separate movement worked out on large lines, Bach makes the heavens laugh and the earth rejoice. The opening chorus is gigantic. The bass aria, quote, Fürst des Lebens, starker Streiter, hochgelobter Gottessohn, Prince of Life, puissant fighter, blessed Son of God, end quote, is naturally dominated by the motif of solemnity. To prevent anyone spoiling the grave effect by too fast a tempo, Bach expressly marks the movement molto adagio. At the end, poet and musician unite in mystic reveries upon death. Quote, Letzte Stunde brich herein, mir die Augen zuzudrücken, lass mich Jesu Freudenschein und sein helles Licht erblicken. Come, last hour, and close my eyes, that Jesus may show me the light of his joy. End quote, sings Frank. To this, Bach writes a glorified cradle song. Over the final chorale again there hovers a glorified voice in the violins and trumpet unisono. We do not know why in the other Easter cantata written at Weimar, Ich weiß, dass mein Erlöser lebt, number 160, text by Neumeister, Bach employed only violins and the continuo, the latter strengthened by the bassoon. External considerations may have imposed these drastic limitations upon him. In any case, this cantata is 1 or 2 years older than Der Himmel lacht, die Erde jubiliert. Of the Whitsuntide cantatas belonging to the Weimar period, we have only one, Wer mich liebet, der wird mein Wort halten, number 59, text by Neumeister, and that only in a later arrangement. The instrumentation of the opening duet is curious, 2 trumpets, kettle-drum, and strings. In the final aria, we meet with one of Bach's most extravagant joy figures. The text runs, quote, Die Welt mit allen Königreichen kann dieser Herrlichkeit nicht gleichen, womit uns unser Gott erfreut. The world, with all its kingdoms, cannot compare with this glory wherewith God rejoices us. End quote. The final chorale has not come down to us. The Weimar period was very rich in Advent and Christmas cantatas. Nun komm der Heidenheiland, number 61, text by Neumeister, was written for the first Sunday in Advent in 1714. Note: this was the first version. There is a second cantata, number 62, founded on the Old Advent hymn. End of footnote. In the first chorus, Bach undertakes to build up the Old Advent hymn into a French overture. He actually gives it the title of Overture. During the solemn first part, Grave, the voices sing in succession the supplicatory line of the chorale, Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, then all together they sing, Der Jungfrauen Kind erkannt. The Allegro section, which Bach has marked G, begins with Des wundert sich alle Welt. At the words, Gott solch Geburt ihm bestellt, the Grave returns. Think what we will of the experiment of uniting a French overture and the medieval chorale, the tonal effect of the chorus is wonderful. So also with the final Amen, that takes the form of a chorale fantasia upon the melody Wie schön leuchtet der Morgenstern. The whole work seems to be filled with a sweet and magical youthfulness that even lends a charm to the primitive harmonic structure. The aria Öffne dich mein ganzes Herze, Jesus kommt und zieht ein, is thematically interesting. It is developed from the motif. This aria is introduced by the recitative Siehe, ich steh vor der Tür und klopfe an, Revelations 3:20, in which Bach gives a declamatory watchman's call to the bass and accompanies it by rigid pizzicati chords representing the knocking of the expected one. For the sake of this recitative, the cantata should be one of the first to be performed with the object of making Bach popular. On the cover of Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, as is well known, Bach has written a note upon the, quote, order of the morning service in Leipzig on the first Sunday in Advent, end quote. As it bears also the date 1714, Schweitzer concluded that Bach had been invited by Kuhnau on the first Sunday in Advent in that year to perform one of his cantatas in Leipzig. A later theory is more probable, that Bach produced the cantata at St. Thomas's at a later date, perhaps during the vacation, on the first Sunday in Advent 1722, after he had applied for the Leipzig Cantorate. The fine solo cantata for tenor, Meine Seele rühmt und preist, number 189, for the fourth Sunday after Easter, probably belongs to the later Weimar period. It consists of two exquisitely beautiful arias. The accompaniment is for flute, oboe, and violin. The beauty of the solo cantata, Barmherziges Herze der ewigen Liebe, number 185, for soprano, alto, tenor, and bass for the fourth Sunday after Trinity, is somewhat impaired by the dry, didactic text. The cantata Wachet, Betet, Seid bereit alle Zeit, number 70, text by Frank, was written in 1716, 2 years after Nun komm der Heiden Heiland. A comparison of the two will show the progress Bach has made in this short time. He has now acquired a means of expression and suggestion so perfect that though in after years he may indeed vary it, he never surpasses it. In Wachet, Betet, he does not merely set the text to music, but paints a picture of the Last Judgment. In the opening chorus, the trumpet gives its dire summons to humanity to justify itself. In the recitative Erschreckt, ihr verstockten Sünder, he depicts the trembling of the damned who are conscious of their guilt. This immediately ceases when mention is made of the saved, whom the Redeemer takes home with him to bliss. The recitative Ach soll nicht dieser große Tag, with its animated bass, reminds us of the beginning of the cantata O Ewigkeit, du Donnerwort, number 60. In the following aria, at the words Schale, Knalle, letzter Schlag, Bach paints a picture of the end of the world in which he employs his familiar tumult motif. In striking contrast to this pictorial music are the passages that voice the mystic longing of the elect for the end of things. In the aria, quote, Lass der Spötter Zungen schmähen, es wird doch und muss geschehen, dass wir Jesum werden sehen auf den Wolken in den Höhen. Though the tongues of mockers revile us, we shall yet see Jesus in the skies. End quote. The first violin part reminds us strongly of the Laudamus Te in the B minor Mass. Could Bach have had in his mind the passage from the first epistle of Peter, 1:7-8, quote, Jesus Christ, whom having not seen ye love, in whom though now ye see him not, yet believing, ye rejoice with joy unspeakable and full of glory. End quote. Even more superterrestrial is the music of the adagio that begins and ends the last aria. Quote, Seligster Erquickungstag, Jesus führet mich zur Stille. Footnote, according to Spitta, the cantata in its present form is a Leipzig revision of 1723. This may also be the case with the cantata Der Himmel lacht, die Erde jubilieret, number 31. End of footnote. The cantatas Bereitet die Wege, Bereitet die Bahn, number 132, and Herz und Mund und Tat und Leben, number 147, were intended for the fourth Sunday in Advent. Both texts are derived from Frank's poems. Bereitet die Wege was written in 1715. The passage from the 40th chapter of Isaiah, In the wilderness prepare ye the way of the Lord, is given out in the bright and joyous tones of a boy soprano, the orchestra playing round it as if with rays of sunlight. In the aria Ach, bedenket was geschenket, exuberant arabesques in the violin entwine round the vocal part. The text is founded on a verse in the Apocalypse. Quote, These have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. End quote. Bach takes it in a mystical sense. The final chorale that appears in Frank's poem is omitted. When Bach produced the work in Leipzig, he probably substituted for this another chorale, which would be distributed to the choir on detached sheets, and so has been lost. In St. Thomas's, figurate music was only given on the first of the Sundays in Advent. If Bach desired to perform his Weimar Advent cantatas there, he would have to alter them slightly so as to adapt them for other Sundays. In this case, he did it by cutting out the final chorale and substituting another. He produced the other cantata for the fourth Sunday in Advent, Herz und Mund und Tat und Leben, number 147, in Leipzig on the Feast of the Visitation of the Virgin Mary, altering the title on the cover accordingly. He probably revised the music also, as appears from the division of it into a prima and a seconda parte, for during the early Leipzig years, he mostly adopted the two-part cantata form. In the opening chorus and in the aria Ich will von Jesu Wunden singen, the trumpet is used with magnificent effect. The other numbers are notably delicate and intimate in treatment. They are carried through in flowing triplet rhythms that are especially effective in the two chorale fantasias for chorus and orchestra, Wohl mir, dass ich Jesum habe, and Jesus bleibet meine Freude. We are involuntarily reminded of the opening chorus of the cantata Liebster Immanuel, number 123, which follows the same procedure. In spite, however, of the intimacy of his mood here, Bach never lets pass any opportunity for tone painting that Frank's text may offer him. The alto recitative, Der höchsten Allmacht Wunderhand, speaks of the skipping and springing of the child in Elizabeth's womb at the greeting of Mary. Bach illustrates this in his music by a sequence of convulsive movements repeated throughout the whole number by the oboes in short, disconnected groups. He troubles little about the musical sense of the other words of the number. Again in the aria, Johannes, freudenvolles Springen erkannte dich mein Heiland schon. In the cantata Christum wir sollen loben schon, number 121, he depicts the quivering of the body of the mother who is about to bear the Baptist. only here the painting is still more realistic. The whole character of the Christmas cantata, Uns ist ein Kind geboren, number 142, text by Neumeister, seems to indicate that it was written 3 or 4 years before the 2 cantatas for the 4th Sunday in Advent. It perhaps dates from between 1712 and 1714. This is probable, among other things, from the somewhat dry declamation and the undeveloped form of the chorale fantasia that forms the final number. The cantata Tritt auf die Glaubensbahn, again number 152 for the Sunday after Christmas, has a succession of declamatory passages that are not free from faults, which is rather surprising as it belongs, according to Spitta, to the year 1715. Bach's determination to be characteristic makes him give the following passage to the bass at the words In Israel zum Fall. The inharmoniousness and rhythmic emptiness of Frank's text are answerable for the defects of the music. That Bach was embarrassed by them is evident from the improvements he tried to make in the text. He turns seinen Glaubensbau gründet into seinen Glaubensgrund leget, in dieser Zeit into zu aller Zeit, nach Leiden und Schmach into nach Trübsal und Schmach. But he assuredly forgave his poet everything in consideration of the dialogue between Jesus and the soul at the end. Quote, Wie soll ich dich, Liebster der Seelen, umfassen? Du musst dich verleugnen und alles verlassen. How shall I comprehend thee, beloved of souls? Thou must deny thyself and forsake everything. End quote. Jesus takes the soul with him to the strains of a wondrous jig, andante. Here, Bach's music begins to reveal itself as the art of charm that he afterwards claims it to be in Phoebus and Pan. Spitta, indeed, protests again here that the color of the duet is contrary to the true church style. The cantata opens with a delightful instrumental prelude founded on the step motif. Out of which Bach afterwards made an organ fugue. The choir is not used. The declamatory effects that Bach employed, even at that time when the text permitted them, may be seen in the cantata Gleich wie der Regen und Schnee vom Himmel fällt, number 18, which dates from 1713 or 1714. The recitative upon the long opening passage from Isaiah 15:10 is an incomparable masterpiece. The declamation is astoundingly effective. Again in the litany, Herr Gott, hier wird mein Herze sein, in which the choir joins 4 times with Erhör uns, lieber Herr Gott. It is a pity that Neumeister, who had a better sense of verbal rhythm than Frank, is so often banal in his ideas. The aria, Mein Seelenschatz ist Gottes Wort, is accompanied throughout by a delightful wave motion that impressed even Spitta. There seems no justification for it in the text, unless we assume that the oft-repeated word net aroused in Bach one of those musical visions that some quite subordinate association would evoke in him when the text he was setting was rather dry and empty. For prelude, the cantata has a powerful sinfonia in chaconne form, built upon the theme. If we remember that in the cantata Tritt auf die Glaubensbahn, number 152, the instrumental introduction is inspired by the opening words of the text, and that the theme of the sinfonia of the cantata for Sexagesima Sunday shows the same structure as the motives Bach employs to express steadfast and confident faith, it will not seem an improbable assumption that here he is symbolizing the steadfastness and inviolability of the word of God that is uttered later. He probably did not compose music with any particular joy. To Frank's text for the 23rd Sunday after Trinity, Nur jedem das Seine, number 163. It contains neither poetic ideas nor pictorial images. This, to be sure, is less the fault of the poet than of the gospel for the day, Matthew 22:15-22, that deals with the subject of the tribute money. The religious valuation of tax-paying is not a grateful theme for a cantata text. Bach, evidently in despair, sets the final aria, Nimm mich mir und gib mich dir, in dialogue form, so as at least to work in a duet. The orchestra gives out at the same time the melody Meinen Jesum lass ich nicht. The final chorale, taken from Hiermann's hymn, Wo soll ich fliehen hin, has only a figured bass. Note: the cantata for the third Sunday in Lent, 1716, Alles, was von Gott geboren, also belongs to the Weimar period. We do not possess it now, however, as an independent work, Bach having at a later date incorporated it almost wholly in the cantata Ein feste Burg. End of note. In Cothen there was no church music, the court having adopted the Reformed faith. From 1717 to 1723, i.e. from his 32nd to his 38th year, Bach wrote cantatas, if at all, only occasionally and for special purposes. The only two that can be attributed to this period are Wer sich selbst erhöht, der soll erniedrigt werden, number 47, and Das ist je gewisslich wahr, number 141. Their texts are found in a yearly cycle of cantata poems issued by the State Secretary Helbig in 1720. The two themes by which Bach expresses the idea of the fallen being exalted and the exalted falling have already been cited as typical of his method of representation. The pictorial purpose is visible also in the orchestral introduction. See, for example, the fall in the basses in the 5th to the 7th bars. The wonderful feature of this chorus, however, is not its pictorial effects, but Bach's success in making such natural and agreeable music of them. This pictorialism is continued in the two arias. In the first, Wer ein wahrer Christ will heißen, muss der Demut sich befleißen. The first violin gives a picture of the necessary exercises in Demut, humility, the figures being persistently forced downwards in spite of their efforts to ascend. The theme of the oboe and violin in the aria Jesu beüge doch mein Herze is founded on the same idea. We seem to see the wavy lines of a twig which someone is testing by bending it. Schweitzer believes that Bach wrote this work for Hamburg. In that year, 1720, the 17th Sunday after Trinity, the Gospel for which day is embodied in the cantata, fell on the 22nd of September. Bach, however, did not go to Hamburg until November, his journey having been delayed by the death of his wife. It is thus doubtful whether he produced the cantata then. It is one of the few that he has carefully supplied with phrasing and expression marks. In the Bach-Gesellschaft edition, the solo instrument in the first aria is wrongly given as organo obbligato. It should be the violin. If the cantata is to be performed nowadays, the text of the recitative Der Mensch ist Kot, Staub, Asch und Erde will certainly have to be altered. The cantata Das ist je gewisslich wahr, number 141, for the third Sunday in Advent, is a little obscure. In the first chorus one is tempted to assume that the declamation is deliberately naive, Bach's object being to express by the uniform length of the notes the childlike quality of the confession that's being made. It is extremely effective. The succeeding arias, however, rather rouse the suspicion that Bach has adopted Helbig's text to some music already existing. It is incredible that he should have deliberately declaimed the words Jesu trotz der geistlich Armen in the way he does. Schweitzer thinks that the opening chorus is an arrangement of some earlier duet. Indirectly associated with the Cothen period is the cantata for the third day of Easter, Ein Herz, das seinen Jesum lebend weiß, number 134. It is founded on a Cothen gratulation cantata, the title of which we do not know, the cover of the first sheet of the score being lost. We needs must lament that such beautiful music should have been made impossible by the poor text with which it is associated. A typical case is afforded by the commencement of the first aria. In later years, Bach twice took up this cantata with a view to improving it, as may be seen from the various parts that are extant. He could not, however, alter the chief numbers. Altogether, then, there are about 25 cantatas that we can attribute with certainty to the pre-Leipzig period. End of Chapter 24, Part 2. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2021.
Chapter 25 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. The Leipzig Cantatas of 1723 and 1724. According to the necrology, Bach wrote 5 complete yearly series of church cantatas. In Leipzig, this kind of church music was performed on 59 Sundays and feast days, so that Bach must have written 295 cantatas. 190 of these have survived. Of these, about 165 belong to the Leipzig period. Bach was cantor at St. Thomas's for 27 years. This gives 6 cantatas per annum. Not a large figure when we think, for example, of the productivity of a telemann. The works, however, were spread unequally over all these years. In the later Leipzig period, Bach did not write much church music, so that in the earlier years he must sometimes have written as many as 20 cantatas per annum. The first cantata of his to be performed in Leipzig is thus referred to in Johann Sebastian Riemer's Jahrbuch. On the 7th February, Dominus Est Domici, Herr Sebastian Bach, Kapellmeister in Cothen, underwent his probation for the post of cantor, rendered vacant by the death of Herr Kuhnau. The title of the cantata is not given. It was Jesus nahm zu sich die Zwölfe, number 22. The unknown poet has taken from the Gospel for this last Sunday before the Passion, Luke 18, verses 31 through 43, only the first and fourth verses, Christ's announcement to the disciples of his coming passion. He unfortunately passes over the expressive series of pictures in the second and third verses. Following tradition, the bass gives out the words of Jesus in an arioso. The orchestra, strings and oboes, adds a symphonic accompaniment that is wonderfully expressive of the sorrow of Jesus and his inner firmness. The whole movement has a somewhat march-like character. The succeeding chorus, Sie aber vernahmen der keines, reproduces very effectively the mutual questionings of the disciples. The charming, syncopated theme of the aria, Mein Jesu, ziehe mich nach dir, Jesus, draw me near to thee, paints the picture suggested in the words. The aria, Mein alles in allem, mein ewiges Gut, my all in all, my endless treasure, which is based on the joy motive, is overpowering in the energy of its flight. The final chorale has a ravishing orchestral accompaniment. We do not know whether this cantata pleased the Leipzigers or not. It sounds enchantingly throughout. Spitta thinks that Bach laid it out so simply in order not to depart too far from the style of Kuhnau. On the 30th May, 1723, the first Sunday after Trinity, the new cantor introduced himself to the Leipzigers with the cantata Die Elenden sollen essen, number 75. We learn from the Acta Lipsiensium Academica that it was received with good applausu. It is in 2 parts, but is otherwise as simply constructed as the probation cantata. The first chorus, as in Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, number 61, is cast in the French overture form. The stately Grave section comprises the words Die Elenden sollen essen, dass sie satt werden, und die nach dem Herrn fragen, werden ihn preisen, and the Allegro, the words Euer Herz soll ewiglich leben. Here again the chorale, Was Gott tut, das ist wohl getan, has a charming orchestral accompaniment that is developed out of a first motive of a melody. The sinfonia that opens the second part is a fantasia on the same melody. This is the only occasion on which Bach has treated a chorale in purely orchestral style. Of the solos, the most striking is the bass aria, Mein Herze glaubt und liebt, with its wonderful trumpet accompaniment. Another trumpet cantata par excellence is the one performed on the second Sunday after Trinity, Die Himmel erzählen die Ehre Gottes, number 76. No one who has once heard them can forget the marvelous theme to which Bach has set the two verses from the Psalms that compose the opening chorus. The movement is one of the most effective of his inventions. It is literally intoxicating. Even if Bach had not noted on the cover of this cantata that he wrote it for the second Sunday after Trinity, 1723, we would be sure that it originated at the same time as the one last mentioned. In its bipartite form, in the symphonic introduction to the seconda parte, in the instrumental accompaniment to the chorale, in the use of the same melody to end the first and second part, in the character of the solos, it is plainly the twin sister of the other. The falling bass figure, in the accompaniment to the chorale, Es woll uns Gott gnädig sein, is motived by the conclusion of the previous arioso, Drum sei dir dies Gebet demütigst zugeschickt, wie this prayer most humbly offered to thee. We can see a crowd of people kneeling and bowing their heads. In the tenor aria, the haughty and defiant motive, symbolizes the words Hasse nur, hasse mich recht, feindliches Geschlecht, hate me well, O my enemies. In the middle section, where mention is made of embracing Jesus by faith, the nestling melodic line of a voice suggests the persecuted soul seeking refuge in its Redeemer. The aria Hört ihr Völker Gottes Stimme, in which the soprano voice addresses its alluring cry to all the world, is generally taken so slowly that the brightness and charm of it are lost. In the arioso-like recitative, So lässt sich Gott nicht unbezeugt, the orchestra depicts most expressively the words, The heavens are stirred and the soul and body are moved. In these first months in Leipzig, Bach did not keep to the same poet. He did not collaborate with Picander until 1724. We can rarely discover the names of his previous librettists. Sometimes he harked back to Franck and Neumeister. From the latter he took the text of the cantata Ein ungefärbt Gemüte, number 24, which he produced on the fourth Sunday after Trinity. This also ends with a chorale with a bewitching orchestral accompaniment. In the chorus, Alles nun, das ihr wollet, das euch die Menschen tun, Christ's words are given out rather too disconnectedly. At the commencement, alles is repeated 4 times and alles nun twice. The allegro before the fugato breaks off with the words Alles nun, das ihr wollet. It was fortunate that Mattheson did not see this cantata. The declamation is more expressive in the opening chorus of a cantata for the 7th Sunday after Trinity, Ärgere dich, o Seele nicht, number 186, text by Franck, the cover of which bears the date 1723. Here the final chorale of the first part, with its orchestral accompaniment, almost becomes a chorale fantasia. It was probably repeated after the second part. In the tenor aria, Mein Heiland lässt sich merken in seinen Gnaden werken, the oboe gives out the joy motive. In the soprano aria, Die Armen will der Herr umarmen, the bass and the violin figures that twine round the melody are of transcendent tenderness, and the final duet in gig form, Lass, Seele, kein Leiden von Jesu dich scheiden, for soprano and alto, exhales a Dionysiac joy. The score is one of the most perfect of Bach's clean copies. Perhaps it represents a drastic revision and expansion of a Weimar cantata. The happy improvements made in Franck's text may be the work of Bach's librettist of that time. On the other hand, the score of a solo cantata for the 13th Sunday after Trinity, Ihr dir ihr euch von Christo nennet, number 164, has been so hastily written that it is hardly decipherable. Bach has tried his best to compose warm music to Franck's remarkably dry effusions on the subject of Christian love. In the final duet, Händen, die sich nicht verschließen, wird der Himmel aufgetan, to hands that are not closed will heaven be opened, he cannot refrain from representing in his music the antithetical motions described in the words. The unison theme of the flutes, oboes, and violins is given out in inversion by the orchestral basses. For the first Sunday in Advent he probably performed one of his Weimar cantatas, and as in the Leipzig churches there was no music given on the following Sundays, he had ample time to prepare for the 3 Christmas feast days. On the first of these he produced Christen etzet diesen Tag, number 63, a noble and animated piece of festival music. In the opening and final chorus the orchestra includes, besides the strings, 4 trumpets, 3 oboes and bassoon, and of course kettle drums. In the first chorus a charming effect is made at the words "Kommt und eilt mit mir zur Krippen," hasten with me to the manger, the soprano always being 3 beats ahead of the other voices. In the final chorus we have the chromatic grief motive at the words "Das uns Satan möge quälen," that Satan may torment us. Anyone who thinks that Bach cannot write in an agreeable popular style should read the duet "Ruft und fleht den Himmel an, kommt ihr Christen, kommt zum Reihen." In the cantata for the second day, Dazu ist erschienen der Sohn Gottes, number 40, the music is of the characteristic order. In the first chorus the words dass die Werke des Teufels zerstöre, that he may destroy the works of the devil, are always scanned thus, giving the effect of something monstrous and horrid. In the bass aria, höllische Schlange, wird dir nicht bange, der dir den Kopf als ein Sieger zerknickt, ist nun geboren. Hellish serpent, are you not in fear? He who shall bruise thy head is now born. The first violins have a twisting serpent motif, while the rhythm of in the remainder of the orchestra represents the heavy trampling of a conqueror. At the words der dir den Kopf als ein Sieger zerknickt, the serpent theme descends to the bass. The recitative Die Schlange so im Paradies, the serpent as in paradise, is accompanied by rocking figures suggestive of a seductive reptile swaying to and fro on the tree before the eyes of Eve. It is inconceivable how Zelter could arrange the first chorus to the words Ihr seid Gottes Kinder und wisset es nicht. Ye are God's children but know it not. We cannot blame him very severely, however, for Bach himself treated this chorus badly, using it for the Cum Sancto Spiritu in the F major Mass. The cantata Sehet, welch eine Liebe hat uns der Vater erzeiget, number 64, was probably intended for the 3rd day of Christmas. The first chorus consists of a splendid strict fugue, the instruments not having an independent part but merely reinforcing the voices. It is like an idealized old motet, and makes us regret that Bach did not write more choruses of this kind. The recitative Geh Welt, Go World, is accompanied by the hastening motive in the bass. From this there afterwards grows the motive with which the violin in the aria Was die Welt in sich hält, what the world contains, suggests that the things of this world are equally transitory. Only 2 soloists, soprano and alto, are needed in the cantata if a short and unessential bass recitative be sacrificed. The 3 chorales are extraordinarily impressive. Thus, from May to December 1723, Bach wrote at least 8 cantatas. For the other Sundays he made use either of his Weimar cantatas or of the works of other composers. Though he could not have adopted the latter procedure often in the early part of his Leipzig period, since every cantor made it a point of honour to produce as much church music as possible, Bach probably gave few of Kuhnau's cantatas, the heirs of the former cantor having left the shelves at St. Thomas's as empty as Bach's own heirs were to do at his death. The cantata Singet dem Herrn ein neues Lied, number 190, probably written for the new year 1724, is unfortunately in such an imperfect state that no performance of it is possible. Of the first chorus we have only the parts for the voices and the first and second violins. The parts of a cantata were probably separated, owing to Bach having reset the music to the text Lobet Zion deinen Gott for the Jubilee celebration of the delivery of the Augsburg Confession on 25th June 1730. The portions we have are merely those not used for this purpose. The solemn final chorale, however, is complete, and is admirably suited, even as regards the text, to musical festivities at the New Year. The text of a cantata is perhaps by Picander, for we find the new version of 1730 in his works. End of chapter 25, part 1. Chapter 25, part 2 of J.S. Bach, volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 25, the Leipzig Cantatas of 1723 and 1724 continued. On the Sunday after New Year, Bach probably performed the cantata Schau lieber Gott wie meine Feind, number 153. Here he gives the choir only chorales to sing, probably because it was impossible to prepare so much figurate music at once with the St. Thomas scholars, especially as they were wanted for the New Year singing in the streets. The musical characterization in the tenor aria, Stürmt nur ihr Trübsalswetter, is very fine. The alto aria, Soll ich meinen Lebenslauf unter Kreuz und Trübsal führen, is one of Bach's most beautiful lyrical pieces. This cantata also is one that would become popular in the churches. At Epiphany, the day of Jesus' baptism, the revelation of the glory of the Saviour to the whole world is celebrated. The cantata number 65, written for Epiphany in 1724, accordingly opens with a prophecy of Isaiah 60, verse 6. Sie werden aus Saba alle kommen. All they from Sheba shall come. As we listen to this chorus, we see a procession of the wise men from the East and their followers, of the kind the early Italian artists used to paint. The horns, flutes, and oboes give out a stately processional music. The harmonic sequences are intentionally of striking simplicity. Even the unisono is used to obtain the effect of naivete. The procession halts, and to the accompaniment of flutes and oboes we hear the medieval chorale. Die Könige aus Saba kamen dar, Gold, Weihrauch und Myrrhen brachten sie dar. Alleluia, Alleluia. The kings came from Sheba, bringing gold, frankincense, and myrrh. The poetic situation requires that it should be sung by the fresh voices of children, not by the mixed choir, and above all not with sentimental nuances. It is a pity that the two upper parts of a chorales are everywhere sung by women's voices that have not the right timbre and ingenuousness for chorale singing. The two arias are meditations upon the picture. In the first, Gold und Ophir ist zu schlecht, Jesus will das Herze haben, gold and ophir are too poor, Jesus desires the heart. Bach employs the same motive of intimacy, upon which the chorale prelude, In dich hab ich gehoffet, Herr, Peters 5, number 33, is built. On the other hand, the following, Nimm mich dir zu eigen hin, nimm mein Herze zu Geschenke, take me for thy own, take my heart as a gift, glows with passion. The movement reminds us of the painting of the Wiedersehen in Beethoven's well-known sonata, so full is it of tears and cries of joy. The theme, which is most effectively orchestrated, runs thus. Footnote. This is one of the cantatas with which the Paris Bach Society achieved its victory. End of footnote. Other cantatas in which effect predominates are the two remaining ones written for the Epiphany of 1724, Mein liebster Jesus ist verloren, number 154, and Jesus schläft, was soll ich hoffen, number 81, for the first and fourth Sundays after Epiphany, respectively. Both have dramatic texts, and the choir sings nothing but chorales. In the former, the expression of grief and longing in the tenor aria, at the words, Mein Jesus ist verloren, O Wort, das mir Verzweiflung bringt, my Jesus have I lost, O word that brings me to despair, is most touching. At the word Donnerwort, word of thunder, the instruments break out into a tremolando and semiquavers, as in the cantato O Ewigkeit du Donnerwort, number 60. In its rhythm, the passage reminds us of the aria expressive of Peter's despair, Ach mein Sinn, in the St. John Passion. In the alto aria, Jesu lass dich finden, Jesus let me find thee, we hear this delightful and alluring cry. Over a monotonous but uneasy bass, which is repeated higher up by the violins and violas. These figures symbolize the dark clouds of sin which, according to the text, conceal the soul of a Redeemer. The duet Wohl mir, Jesus ist gefunden, happy am I, Jesus is found, is the positive of a foregoing negative, inasmuch as its two joyous motives are simply transformations of those already quoted. The answer of a boy Jesus, Wisset ihr nicht, dass ich sein muss, in dem das meines Vaters ist? Wist ye not that I must be about my father's business? Being a quotation from the Bible, is set in arioso form. Only alto, tenor, and bass are employed. The cantata Jesus schläft, was soll ich hoffen, number 81, deals with the episode of a stilling of a tempest, Matthew 8, verses 23 to 28. The accompaniment to the first aria paints the preliminary motion of the waves that heralds the coming storm. Owing to the lame way in which the aria is usually performed, the hearer is seldom made conscious of the meaning of this accompaniment. Any conductor who wants to render it properly will have a hard struggle with his strings before he gets them to give the needful emphasis to the second of the tied quavers, in order to bring out the counter-rhythm in the second and fourth beats, by means of which Bach suggests restlessness. The approach of a storm is painted in the tenor aria, Die schäumenden Wellen, the foaming waves. It is not yet the big waves that we see, but the white crest suggested in the demi-semi-quaver gallop of the violins. Jesus then rises. O ye of little faith, why are ye so afraid? He says in a beautiful arioso. The storm is now let loose. The mounting octaves in the strings show the waves piling up one on the other and then collapsing. In the midst of all this we hear the cry of Jesus, Peace, troubled sea. It is characteristic of Bach's habit of seizing upon only one moment for his tone painting that he does not depict the stilling of the waters. It is not known who provided him with the text for these sister cantatas, but he was a true poet. It is a pity Bach did not keep to him. No one has arranged the gospel story so simply and delicately as he. In this latter cantata, again, only alto, tenor, and bass are employed. Perhaps Bach at that time had no capable soprano, or the boy's voice may have been spoiled by the New Year singing. We may almost believe that Bach's experience of the choir in the festival cantatas had so undeceived him that he did not expect much from it. This seems indicated by the fact that the cantata for the purification of the Virgin, Erfreute Zeit im neuen Bunde, number 83, is also written as a solo cantata for alto, tenor, and bass. Midway comes the intonation of Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, Nunc dimittis, Luke 2, verses 29 to 31, which is interrupted by meditative recitatives. The text is perhaps by Picander. The joyous opening aria for alto and the final aria for tenor, Eile Herz voll Freudigkeit, contain some fine passages for a solo violin. The text of a cantata for Quinquagesima Sunday, Du wahrer Gott und Davids Sohn, number 23, is from the hand of a poet who had so happy a gift for casting the gospel stories into concise pictures. The two blind men sit by the roadside near Jericho and supplicate expectantly the coming prophet. Footnote: the poet does not base his work on the prescribed gospel passage, Luke 18, verses 31 to 34, but on the version in Matthew 20, verses 29 to 34, which alone speaks of the two blind men. End of footnote. The oboes voice their lament. The bass import into the duet a peculiar march-like rhythm. It is as if the blind men heard in the distance the Easter caravan that is bringing Jesus. Then comes the contemplative recitative, Ach, gehe nicht vorüber, du aller Menschen Heil. Ah, pass not by, thou healer of all mankind, to which the violins and oboes add the principal chorale of the cantata, Christe, du Lamm Gottes, Christ, thou Lamb of God. The following chorus, Aller Augen warten, Herr, du allmächtiger Gott, auf dich, all eyes wait upon thee, Almighty God, gives the impression of a crowd moving about with hurried and unrhythmic steps. Jesus is not yet there. Then comes a funeral march and the chorale, Christ du Lamm Gottes, it is he. The funeral march dies away. The two healed men follow the procession, singing again as they go, the Christ du Lamm Gottes. If these cantatas are to make the deep impression they should, no pauses between the numbers must be allowed to break up the unity of a picture. Schweitzer thinks they were written in Cothen, and that Bach originally wanted to perform them at Leipzig as probation works instead of Jesus nahm zu sich die Zwölfe, number 22. If this be so, the sympathetic poet must be sought in Cothen. It is not improbable, and it would explain why Bach did not continue to work with him. For Easter, Bach wrote the chorale cantata Christ lag in Todesbanden, number 4, the consummate expressiveness of which has always been marvelled at. Each verse is as if chiselled in music. The words zwingen, force, and Gewalt, power, in the second strophe are represented by a proud bass figure that runs through it all. Exuberant joy is expressed by the semiquavers with which the violins accompany the verse. Jesus Christus, Gottes Sohn, an unserer Stadt ist kommen. Jesus Christ, the Son of God, is come in our stead. In the chorus, Es war ein wunderbarer Krieg, da Tod und Leben rungen, it was a marvellous struggle between life and death, we seem to see a knot of bodies in conflict, as in a picture of Michelangelo. The bass in the 6th verse, So feiern wir das hohe Fest, so we celebrate the high feast, is founded on the rhythm of solemnity. These cantatas are among the most powerful, but at the same time the most difficult of all. A choir not used to Bach should postpone the performance of them for some years. They need not weeks, but months of study. The first chorus of a cantata for the third Sunday after Easter, Weinen, Klagen, Sorgen, Zagen, number 12, text by Frank, is a sketch for the crucifixus of the B minor Mass, with which it has the chromatic basso ostinato in common. The aria, Sei getreu, be faithful, is accompanied by the chorale melody, Jesu meine Freude. If the Whitsuntide cantata, Erschallet ihr Lieder, number 172, belongs to the year 1724, Bach has probably altered it somewhat for a later performance. The voice parts, written on large paper, can indeed only date from after 1727, as they bear the watermark M.A. The employment of the obbligato organ in the duet points to a still later date. Bach does not use the organ in this way until after 1730. The text is certainly by Frank. The opening chorus with the 3 trumpets is splendid in its flow. In the aria to the Holy Trinity only the 3 trumpets and kettle drum are used. The violin figure in the aria, O Seelenparadies, das Gottes Geist durchweht, O paradise of a soul filled by the Spirit of God, is easily explained. It symbolizes the mysterious motion of the wind of heaven. Anyone who has heard the song of fir woods rustling in the distance will recognize it again here. In the instrumental bass of the duet, Komm, du sanfter Himmelswind, come thou gentle wind of heaven, we hear the same motive of transfigured bliss as in the chorale prelude upon Alle Menschen müssen sterben, Peters 5, number 2. The luxuriant arabesques in the organ bring with them the fragrance of the Whitsun melody. Come, Heiliger Geist, Herr Gott, come, Holy Ghost, Lord God. It is better, however, to substitute the oboe for the organ. The parts of a Whit Tuesday cantata, Erwünschtes Freudenlicht, number 184, have the watermark IMK. Bach used this paper between 1724 and 1727. It is most probable that the cantata was composed for the year 1724. It begins with a recitative, Erwünschtes Freudenlicht, das mit dem neuen Bund anbricht. Wir, die wir sonst in Todestälern irrten, empfinden reichlich nun, wie Gott zu uns den längst ersehnten Hirten sendet. O longed-for light of joy that breaks forth with the new covenant, we who had wandered in the valley of the shadow of death now know that God has sent the long-desired shepherd to us. Bach would not have been himself had he not given us, during this recitative, the flute call of a shepherd. It is sounded brokenly, as if a shepherd were walking on distant heights, and his melody floated down only in fragments. Another pastoral melody in the flutes dominates the charming duet, wonderfully accompanied by the orchestra, Gesegnete Christen, glückselige Herde, of the length of which even the ordinary hearer is unconscious. The flutes have another delightful and alluring melody in the final chorus, Guter Hirt, Good Shepherd. Hardly any other cantata is so suitable as this for becoming acquainted with the lyrical side of Bach. Footnote: Schweitzer wrongly holds that the cheerful character of his cantata shews it to be an arrangement of a secular cantata. See Schweitzer 2, page 399 and following. End of footnote. In the Trinity cantata O Heiliges Geist und Wasserbad, number 165, the first aria is in fugal form. Footnote: It is a solo cantata for soprano, alto, tenor, and bass. The text, not a specially grateful one, is by Franck. End of footnote. In this way, the dogmatist Bach means to express the surety of grace by baptism. The aria, Jesu meines Todes Tod, Jesus, death of my death, is based on the striking theme that depicts the contortions of a Heilschlänglein, little serpent of healing, referred to in the text. The cantata for the 11th Sunday after Trinity, Siehe zu, dass deine Gottesfurcht nicht Heuchelei sei, number 179, also begins with a fugue, this time for chorus. The music is clever and interesting, which is as much as even a Bach could do with such a text. On the following Sunday he probably gave the cantata Lobe den Herrn, meine Seele, number 69, first composition, with its monumental opening chorus. For the accompaniment he uses the festival orchestra, strings, 3 trumpets, 3 oboes, and bassoon. We do not know what the Christmas cantatas were in the year 1724. Altogether we have more than 20 Sunday cantatas written by Bach during his first 18 months in Leipzig. In addition, there are 2 sacred occasional cantatas. On the 24th August each year, St. Bartholomew's Day, the new council was elected. The church ceremony that preceded the entry into office took place on one of the following weekdays, usually the Monday or the Friday. In 1723 it was on Monday, the 30th of August. Bach had composed for the occasion the cantata Preise Jerusalem den Herrn, number 119, the text of which is probably by Picander. The pompous work consists of the 2 choruses, Preise Jerusalem and Der Herr hat Gutes an uns getan. The first is in the French overture form. The voice parts do not enter until the allegro. The grave section is a positively overwhelming picture of solemnity. The score is written for strings, 3 oboes, 2 flutes, 4 trumpets, and kettledrum. The trumpets, however, are only used for fanfare-like interludes, a method of employment that increases their effect. The recitative, So herrlich stehst du, liebe Stadt, so splendid art thou, beloved town, is introduced and ended by the following signal in the wind. In the aria, Wohl dir, du Volk der Linden, we hear the rhythm of solemnity. The soli, the words are rather poor dithyrambs upon magistracy in general, and the Leipzig magistracy in particular, are naturally somewhat overweighted by the choruses. The first performance of a cantata after Bach's death was given in the Gewandhaus at Leipzig under Mendelssohn on the 23rd April 1843, on the occasion of the unveiling of a Bach monument at the St. Thomas School. The other sacred occasional cantata, Höchst erwünschtes Freudenfest, Bachgesellschaft 29, was composed for the dedication of the organ at Störmtal near Leipzig. It was given there on Tuesday, the 2nd November 1723, under Bach himself. Footnote: The date has been discovered from the church ordinances. The new organ was built by Zacharias Hildebrandt, a pupil of Silbermann. Ch27 Pt2, page 365. End of footnote. It is especially interesting from the fact that it is cast in the form of an orchestral suite. The first chorus exhibits the tripartite scheme of the overture. The second aria, Hilf Gott, dass es uns gelingt, is a gavotte. The third, Des höchsten Gegenwart allein, is a gig. The last, O wie wohl ist uns geschehen, is a minuet. The declamation in the gavotte aria and in the minuet aria, however, is so strange and imperfect that one is inclined to think Bach must have taken these movements from an orchestral suite or a secular cantata. Footnote. The banal declamation did not strike Schweitzer. If the hypothesis of borrowing be correct, all his reflections upon the fact that Bach has here employed the form of the orchestral suite for a cantata fall to the ground. End of footnote. End of chapter 25, part 2.
Chapter 26, part 1 of J.S. Bach, volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathrine. J.S. Bach, volume 2, by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. The Magnificat and the St. John Passion. Part 1. BG 11, Magnificat. BG 12, the St. John Passion. On the great feast days, the Magnificat was given in figurative music at the evening service in Leipzig. It followed the sermon. Bach twice set this poem, Luke 1, 46 through 55. One of these compositions for solo soprano has been lost. Rust, in the preface to BG 11, says he saw the score in Denn's possession about 1855, so that a work of Bach's had been lost before the very eyes of the editors of the great Bach Gesellschaft edition. Of the other Magnificat we have two scores, an older one in E-flat major and a later one in D major, representing the definitive form of the work. The first edition, published by Simrock in 1811, was based on the E-flat score, Polchau, the editor, not becoming acquainted with the other until a later date. The clean copy of the D major score, which was made about 1730, surpasses in beauty even the autographs of the St. Matthew Passion and the Christmas Oratorio. Bach probably wrote the Magnificat for the evening service of Christmas 1723, so at least we may assume from several movements not forming part of the text, which, according to the older of the two scores, were inserted between the verses of the Magnificat. After the Et exultavit, Vom Himmel hoch, da komm ich her, was sung. After the Quia fecit came Freut euch und jubilieret. After the fecit potentiam came the Gloria in excelsis. After the Esurientes implevit came the hymn Virga jesse floruit. These hymns were not rendered by the choir that stood beside the great organ, but by some choristers in the small gallery opposite, accompanied by a smaller organ. It seems that these hymns were part of the Leipzig evening service. Kuhnau had written a cantata upon them. Schweitzer conjectures that in Bach's time the medieval rocking of the child was still customary at St. Thomas's, although the council as early as 1702 had insisted upon the abrogation of the old custom. Footnote. See Rust's preface to BG 11 and Schweitzer 2, 372. The texts of these additional movements were taken by Bach direct from Kuhnau, whom he follows in using the Gloria instead of the accepted but wrong Vulgate version, Et in terra pax hominibus bonae voluntatis. The more correct translation of the Greek original, Et in terra pax hominibus bona voluntas. Instead, however, of declaiming the last three words together, as the sense demands, he makes nonsense of them by separating bona voluntas from hominibus. The added movements will be found in BG 11, page 101, and the following. End of footnote. Bach's Magnificat, according to this view, would really be stage music accompanying the representation of the scene in the manger at Bethlehem. If the Magnificat were sung on other feast days, the extraneous numbers would naturally be omitted, which accounts for Bach not including them in the D major score. This became the property of Emanuel. We know from a textbook that has survived that he gave the work in this form in Hamburg in 1779. As the time allotted to the Magnificat in the evening service was fairly short, Bach had to adjust his music accordingly. It has not suffered by this. Its admirable concision exhibits the beauty of the music under the best possible circumstances. The first chorus is dominated by the joy motive in uninterrupted semiquavers. Although 3 trumpets are used here, the instrumentation is not at all thick, for Bach employs the wind with extreme care. This holds good also for the Fecit Potentiam and the Gloria. Perhaps in the Gloria, the vocal triplets ascending and massing above each other are too orchestral in style for them to give the effect we anticipate. The fugue upon Sicut locutus est was one of the pieces in which Zelter found many things to censure. He would have liked the comes more uniform in shape and the 5th voice more correctly introduced. Although this chorus is marked a cappella by Emanuel, it must be accompanied by the harmonies of the organ. Even in the tender trio Ch27 Israel, Bach would not have dispensed with the organ accompaniment. The silence of the contrabass and bassoon only signifies that the instrumental bass is to be given out by soft 8-feet stops. It is advisable to have 4 or 5 voices to a part in this movement, so as to get the right fullness without doing any violence to the cantus firmus of Meine Seel erhebt den Herren in the oboes. Perhaps Bach's organist assisted in this melody with some light registers. In the bass and in the cadences to the soprano air Et exultavit, we hear the characteristic Bach motive of joy, as though a blinding ray of sunlight suddenly vibrated through the gentle Advent twilight. This motive is usually not heard by the audience. It disappears in the excessive diminuendo that is usually foisted on the cadence. The bass that accompanies the additional chorale Freuet euch und jubilieret, added in the Christmas performance, is merely a rhythmical transformation of this motive. In the soprano aria Quia respexit humilitatem, the lowliness of the chosen maiden is expressed by figures descending and bowing, as it were, that give rise to an accompaniment of indescribable charm, a veritable musical picture of the Madonna. Even in the Ecce enim ex hoc beatam, where the voice sings the fame of her who shall be called blessed to all time, the accompaniment retains this motive of humility. The Et misericordia, in which the muted strings and the flutes give out ritornelli that seem to come from a super-terrestrial world, should be sung, wherever practicable, not by 1 but by 3 or 4 voices. The chorus Fecit Potentiam is built upon a broad theme that proceeds by haughty intervals symbolizing the word strength.
Fecit potentiam, fecit potentiam.
In the accompaniment to the tenor aria Deposuit potentes de sede et exultavit humiles, Bach employs 3 motives. One in descending motion represents the words He hath put down from their seats. Another, one of the powerful step motives that appears in various forms now in the bass, now in the violins, indicates that it is the mighty who are thus treated. A third motive that ascends gently expresses the words, and exalted them of low degree. The meaning of the motives is confirmed by the fact that they reflect the declamation of the various sentences. It must be borne in mind that the fine ascending line of the theme of Exultavit humiles only makes its proper effect when the violins phrase it not thus, but thus. The accompaniment to the Esorientes is made out of two motives. The first, a species of the joy motive, is like a sunny smile. It belongs to the words, "He hath filled the hungry with good things." The other is a softened version of the motive of the Deposuit. It symbolizes emotion, in terms of which Bach conceives the words, "The rich he hath sent empty away." In performance, of course, the two motives must stand out clearly from each other. The joy motive must be played piano, the other must enter forte, and the tempo must quicken slightly. Footnote: the more spiritedly and heavily these semiquaver sequences are played, the better. They must give the impression of lively resentment. In the cadence of the prelude, bar 7, there is a transition to the joy motive. This bar must of course be played in a piano subito. One is almost tempted to add the strings each time to the flutes in the spirited semiquaver passages. End of footnote. If the two motives are thus contrasted throughout the movement, the hearer will at once recognize their meaning. We unfortunately do not possess the figured continuo part of the Magnificat, so that the difficult task is thrown on the organist of selecting the harmonies from the mass of the voices and completing them according to his own feeling. In many of the solo numbers, especially in the Quia fecit mihi magna, where there are no instruments playing, very few will succeed in rendering the part to their own satisfaction, and that of the hearers. The St. John Passion was probably the first that Bach wrote. If the St. Luke Passion be really his, this would be the first. Spitta, however, scarcely makes out his case for its authenticity. It is indisputable that the score is in Bach's writing, but as soon as we try to date the work, we run against insurmountable difficulties. Spitta attributes it to the first Weimar years. This is inadmissible, for the cantatas of that period are incomparably more mature than this passion. Nor does the autograph belong to this epoch. It dates from the Middle Leipzig period, and so would force us to suppose that Bach, in the years of his greatest mastery, made a fresh copy of an unimportant work of his youth, just as it stood. This is impossible. He never took up an earlier composition without fundamentally improving it. We know, on the other hand, that he applied a much lower critical standard to the works of other men. The most natural supposition, therefore, is that he copied someone else's Passion about 1730 with a view to performing it. Perhaps in doing so he touched it up here and there, which would account for the fact that there are occasional traces of his own genius in the insignificant work. No importance is to be attached to the inclusion of this Passion in Breitkopf's catalogue of 1761. For that uncritical time, everything found among Bach's papers in his handwriting was his own work. To the practical musician, it is a matter of pure indifference whether the St. Luke Passion is proved to be authentic or not, since he will hardly ever be tempted to perform it. As Agricola and Emmanuel in the Necrology give the number of the Passions as 5 without detailing them, it is quite possible that they too regarded the St. Luke Passion as an original work. How summary their enumeration is may be estimated from the fact that in the preceding rubric they lump together many oratorios, masses, Magnificat. There were really then only 4 Bach passions. Of these only 2 have come down to us. The 2 lost ones came after the St. John Passion, one of them probably a year or 2 after this. In 1725 Picander published his Erbauliche Gedanken auf den grünen Donnerstag und Karfreitag über den leidenden Jesum in einem Oratorio entworfen. As it was for Bach that he wrote almost all his remaining church texts, it is practically certain that the composer commissioned this Passion Oratorio from him and set it to music. The text is as wretched as it well could be. For the Gospel version, Picander substitutes a short versified narrative of the Passion. In the aria he attains the climax of tastelessness, as the following examples will show. Evangelist. Und endlich kam die Mörderschar mit Spießen und mit Stangen. Und Judas, der ihr Führer war, gab Jesum nach gemachtem Schluss. Der Feinde Raserei gefangen, da wollte es Petrus wagen, mit seinem Schwerte drein zu schlagen. Peter, Aria. Verdammter Verräter, wo hast du dein Herze? Haben es Löwen und Tiger verwahrt. Ich will es zerfleischen, ich will es zerhauen, dass Ottern und Nattern die Stücke zerkauen, denn du bist von verfluchter Art. In the 3rd part of Picander's poems is the text of a Passionsmusik nach dem Evangelisten Marco am Karfreitag 1731. Bach not only commissioned this poem, but even prescribed the form of the verses. Being unwilling that the music of the Trauerrode he had written in 1727 at the death of Queen Christiane Eberhardine should lie unused, he wanted to convert it into a passion. Picander did his work satisfactorily. Bach had simply to write the text of the opening and final choruses, and 3 arias of the new poem, under the old music. Footnote. Rust was the first to point out the relation to the Trauerrode to the Lost Passion of 1731, in his famous essay on Bach's frequent employment of the same music for new purposes. End of footnote. Thus we probably possess the finest part of the St. Mark Passion. We need no longer look for any new discoveries in connection with Bach's passions, as was at one time hoped. When Spitta undertook to date the St. John Passion, he did not take into consideration the possibility that Bach might have produced it in Leipzig in 1723, some weeks before his appointment to the cantorship. He took it for granted that it was composed in Cothen, on the ground of the paper on which some of the parts are written. He also assumed that the text was compiled and the music composed in some haste. He afterwards shows, however, that the haste was to no purpose, Bach not being nominated until after Easter. But it is hardly probable that the council would allow the Passion music, which in 1723 it was the turn of St. Thomas's to give, to be suspended on account of the vacancy in the cantorship. It would be more likely to look out for a substitute, as in the case of the cantatas. We know that though there was no cantor at the new church in 1729, the Passion music was not omitted, but was undertaken by one of the candidates. We may assume the same procedure to have been adopted during the vacancy at St. Thomas's. Of all the candidates Bach lived nearest, he could easily come at that time, as there was no church music in Cothen. We know that after the new year he began to work at a Passion and wrote out the parts. It is therefore practically certain that the council had commissioned him to undertake the Passion music for 1723, and that he complied by producing the St. John Passion. This was the third Passion music in the modern style that the Leipzigers had heard at the Good Friday evening service. In 1721, Kuhnau had been compelled to write a Passion in the operatic style he hated so cordially. The text of the St. John Passion is founded on the celebrated poem of the Hamburg councillor Brockes, a poem which Mattheson, Handel, and Kaiser had set to music. Bach, however, makes use of it only for certain arias. For the bombastic versified narrative of the Passion, which the other composers thought such a fine poetical achievement, he substitutes the text of the fourth Gospel. From Brockes' arias he only takes isolated ideas, which he then works up freely in his own way. Here he must have had the assistance of someone with a sensitive poetic faculty. The new version is noticeably better than the original. It avoids the insipidities of this and turns its dramatic ideas to better purpose. Compare, for example, these two extracts. Brockes. Bei Jesu Tod und Leiden leidet des Himmels Kreis die ganze Welt. Der Mond, der sich in Trauer kleidet, gibt Zeugnis, dass sein Schöpfer fällt. Es scheint, als lösch in Jesu Blut, das Feuer der Sonne strahlt und glut. Man spaltet ihm die Brust, die kalten Felsen spalten, zum Zeichen, dass auch sie den Schöpfer sehen erkalten. Was tust denn du, mein Herz? Ersticke Gott zu Ehren, in einer Sintflut bitterer Zehren. Bach. Mein Herz, in dem die ganze Welt bei Jesu Leiden gleichfalls leidet, die Sonne sich in Traner kleidet, der Vorhang reißt, der Fels zerfällt, die Erde bebt, die Gräber spalten, weil sie den Schöpfer sehen erkalten. Was willst du deines Ortes tun? Soprano. Zerfließe meine Herze in Fluten der Zehren, dem Höchsten zu Ehren, erzähle der Welt und dem Himmel die Not, dein Jesus ist tot. We are tempted to assume that the delicate unknown poet who assisted in the St. John Passion was the same who supplied the text of the cantatas Sie werden aus Saba alle kommen, number 65, Mein liebster Jesu ist verloren, number 154, and Du wahrer Gott und Davids Sohn, number 23. At its first performance, the St. John Passion had not its present form. It began with a chorale chorus, O Mensch, bewein dein Sünde groß, which now comes at the end of the first part of the St. Matthew Passion. It contained 3 arias, Himmel reise, Welt erbebe, zerschmettert mich, ihr Felsen und ihr Hügel, and windet euch nicht so, geplagte Seelen, which Bach replaced by others at some later performance of the work. It ended with the chorale Christe, du Lamm Gottes, which was afterwards transferred to the cantata Du wahrer Gott und Davids Sohn, number 23. These alterations were probably made for a new performance of the St. John Passion in 1727. In place of the deleted numbers, Bach wrote a great introductory chorus, Herr, unser Herrscher, the arias Ach, mein Sinn, erwägte wie sein Blutgefärber Richten, the arioso Betrachte meine Seel, and the final chorale Ach, Herr, lass dein Lieb Engelein. For a still later performance he went through the parts and improved certain details. Footnote. Altogether we can deduce from the parts 4 performances of the St. John Passion under Bach himself. End of footnote. To this revision belongs, for example, the instruction that in certain parts of the first chorus only the violoncellos and bassoons are to take the quavers, while the contrabass and the organ take each time the second crotchet. At the same time he marked the phrasing and the dynamic indications in the parts. These successive redactions are deducible from the state of the various parts. End of chapter 26, part 1. Chapter 26 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2, by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. The Magnificat and the St. John Passion, continued. The score of the St. John Passion is not autographed throughout, but Bach has given the whole a most careful supervision. Here again the original continuo part is lost. Fortunately it lay before Hering when he made a copy of the Passion at the request of Emmanuel, and he inserted it in the copy. The figuring in the BG edition is based on this. The musical character of the St. John Passion is conditioned by the nature of the Passion narrative in the fourth Gospel. This lacks the simplicity and naturalness of the story in St. Matthew. The latter gives a series of short scenes to which lyrical meditations can be attached. In St. John, the events are more spun out and dramatic in form, so that the text has no points of repose. The arias had to be inserted almost by force. The St. John text is also poorer in musical quality than that of St. Matthew. It lacks the institution of the communion, Gethsemane, the episodes of the arrest, everything that fills out the first part of the St. Matthew Passion, and many other animated strokes. Bach himself was conscious of this, so he supplemented the narrative of the fourth Gospel by several episodes from St. Matthew, the weeping of Peter, the rending of the curtain, and the earthquake at the death of Jesus. St. John's version of the Passion is in the main only a picture of the great scenes of the trial before the high priest and Pilate. It has an air of excitement and passion. Bach was aware of this characteristic, and he reproduces it in his music. He carries on the action by means of the choruses of the priests and the people. It is remarkable that apart from the Crucify Him, he has employed 3 choruses each twice, and one 3 times. Footnote. Wäre dieser nicht ein Übeltäter, equals Wir dürfen niemand töten. Sei gegrüßet, lieber Judenkönig, equals Schreibe nicht, der Judenkönig. Wir haben ein Gesetz, equals Lassest du diesen los? Jesum von Nazareth, equals nicht diesen, sondern Barabbam, equals Wir haben keinen König. End of footnote. We may explain this identity by the supposition that he hoped to make the wild cry of the people more impressive by setting it to several small themes and repeating these frequently. It is doubtful, indeed, what prompted him to render the dignified setting of the scribe's words, "Write not the King of the Jews," in the light, mocking music of the Song of the Soldiers, "We greet thee, King of the Jews." Perhaps the accidental similarity in the verse structure of certain stanzas of the Passion narrative had more influence on Bach's resolve to give them the same musical setting than modern commentators would care to admit. In these choruses of the people, Bach does not try to intensify the dramatic element. He depicts the crowd as uniformly fanatical. When he comes to the passages, "This was no evildoer," and "We ought to put no man to death," which, considered by themselves, should be set more calmly and reflectively, he gives them an extended chromatic theme that is unsurpassably dreadful in its effect.
Bei diesem nicht ein Übeltäter.
And in the Crucify Him, the idea of the long-drawn howls of the excited crowd has certainly determined the character of the theme.
Kreuzige.
At intervals, the Crucify Him is repeated in furious ascending semiquavers, as if the maddened crowd were raising 1,000 arms towards heaven. Even in the theme of Wir haben ein Gesetz, we have a law, and Lassest du diesen los, if thou lettest this man go, There is something wild in spite of the attempt to slow the movement down. The passage is dominated by the dreadful intervals of a fourth that are characteristic of the Crucify Hymn.
Wir haben ein Gesetz, und nach dem Gesetz soll es sterben.
In the theme of Sei gegrüßet, Hail King of the Jews, we have a representation of the mocking genuflections of the soldiers. Accompanied by obtrusive repetitions of a motive of obeisance in semiquavers in the flutes and oboes. The modern hearer has little perception of the nature of this accompaniment, as the flutes and oboes are generally inaudible. If the choir is at all large, it is advisable to strengthen the instruments with a piccolo in the higher octave. The same doubling of the woodwind in a higher octave is equally necessary in certain parts of the Crucify Hymn, and the furious semiquavers that accompany the Nicht diesen, sondern Barabbam, not this man but Barabbas, and the Wir dürfen niemand töten, we should put no man to death, can hardly be given out too strongly. On the whole, the orchestra in the St. John Passion cannot be too large if it is to do justice to the demoniacal quality of the music. In the chorus, Lasset uns denn nicht zerteilen, let us not divide it, it is very difficult to bring out properly the semiquaver phrases in the instrumental basses that are meant to depict the rattling of the dice in the bowl. It is as well not to employ the full chorus here, but only 3 or 4 voices to each part, which, indeed, is more in keeping with the scene. The organist can greatly assist in making the semiquavers effective by playing them with appropriately clear 8 or 4-beat stops. If he does this skillfully, no one will know that he is playing. Everyone will be pleased with what he takes to be the fullness of the tone of the violoncellos. In the St. John Passion, the accompaniment of the recitatives fall to the organ alone. The string quartet is not used, as in the St. Matthew Passion, to throw the words of Jesus into higher relief. Bach, however, has prescribed to the organist a particular tone color for these passages. In the recitatives, again, Bach has preserved in the most admirable way the special tint of the narrative as it is in St. John. His setting of the words of Jesus reproduces a superterrestrial, almost abstract elevation that characterizes the Christ of the fourth Gospel from the beginning. The Jesus of St. Matthew is much more human. The greatest mistake that can be made in the rendering of the part of Jesus in the St. John Passion is to infuse even the slightest trace of sentimentality into it. It must be sung with simple, elevated pathos. The pictures of the rending of the curtain and of the earthquake are like sketches for the corresponding episodes in the St. Matthew Passion. In the accompaniment to the words, Dann nahm Pilatus Jesum und geißelte ihn. Then Pilate took Jesus and scourged him. We have in the bass the same rhythm, suggestive of the falling of the blows, that we have in the Arioso, Erbarmes Gott, hier steht der Heiland angebunden. O Geißelung! Have mercy, God! Lo, hand and foot, their chains have bound him, in the St. Matthew Passion. A stringendo to the end is effective here. The melisma at and wept bitterly is much more extended here than in the St. Matthew Passion, where it is continued in the aria Erbarme dich. The arias exhibit all the extraordinary youthful freshness that constitutes the charm of the solo movements in the cantatas of the first Leipzig period. The sense of hastening in the soprano aria, Ich folge dir gleichfalls mit freudigen Schritten, I follow thee also with joyous steps, and the bass aria, Eilt, ihr angefochtenen Seelen, hasten, ye troubled souls, is conveyed in Bach's usual manner, by quick passages and imitation. In the latter aria, the interjections of the chorus, Wohin, wohin, whither, must be given without any rallentando or diminuendo. The answers nach Golgata to Golgata and zum Kreuzen Hügel to the hill of the cross should be given out pianissimo and in a tranquil tempo, and be separated by as long a pause as possible from the last wohin. It is interesting to compare this movement from the opening duet of the Easter oratorio, Kommt, eilet und laufet, BG 21, that is laid out on the same large lines, but expresses a more tranquil hastening. If the direction basso in ripieno tacet were not expressly given, we should be tempted to try the effect in this movement of the St. John Passion of giving the bass part to 3 or 4 voices, since the single voice, owing to its low position, cannot come through the orchestra properly. It is hard to render the bass aria with chorale Mein teurer Heiland in such a way that it shall answer to the ideal one has formed of it in reading it. For the chorale, 2 or 3 voices to a part are enough. The indescribable felicity breathes from the arioso Betrachte meine Seele and the succeeding aria Erwäge doch. The harmonies fluctuate between major and minor, and the veiled timbre of the 2 viol d'amour is very appropriate. It is like a smile through tears. We seem to be transported to the fields where the Himmelsschlussblumen, primroses of heaven, bloom. In the lovely arching curves of the instrumental melodic lines of the aria, we seem to see the rainbow of which the text speaks, stretching over the world redeemed. The movement should pass before the hearer like a vision. As a rule, however, the singer drags it out too much and makes it too heavy. It is a pity that the part of the viola d'amore has usually to be played on the muted violas, which do not take the upper parts of it easily. It is an open question too whether in the arioso the lute part is best rendered by the pizzicati of the strings. The cembalo would make the best effect here. It is also an unsettled question whether we should employ the piano or the harp. The sombre beauty of the alto aria, von den Stricken meiner Sünden mich zu entbinden, wird mein Heil gebunden, is seldom made apparent, owing to the way the tempo is dragged. The expressive syncopated theme and that of the bass that seems to strive upwards with difficulty. Should cooperate to suggest Jesus writhing in his bonds. If the movement be taken twice too slowly and overdone with rallentandi, it loses its meaning and merely gives the feeling of wearisome protraction. The theme of the aria Zerfließe mein Herze in Fluten der Zerren, let my heart dissolve in floods of tears, is woven out in spiritualized sighs, while the bass of the motive of terrified trembling in the preceding arioso, Mein Herz, in dem die ganze Welt bei Jesu Leiden gleichfalls leidet, my heart, in which the whole world suffers with Jesus, is retained. If the hearer is to perceive the significance of the sighing motive, the wind instruments should not accent the strong beat of the bar, but the last note of the slur, which Bach has here written out in full, in this way. In the aria Ach mein Sinn, wo willst du endlich hin? Bach depicts wild and passionate grief. We seem to see a man rushing hither and thither in despair. At the finish, Bach does not repeat the ritornello, but breaks off in a sudden shriek. He expressly marks these last 2 bars forte, but in spite of this, conductors sometimes play them with a rallentando and diminuendo. The aria Es ist vollbracht, it is finished, is developed out of the falling sequence in which Jesus, as his head sinks in death, breathes forth his last words.
Es ist vollbracht.
In the vivace interlude, Der Held aus Juda siegt mit Macht, it is advisable to employ a few bright children's voices instead of the solo alto. The final chorus is also based on a descending motive. In accordance with the previous passage of the text, there laid they Jesus therefore, because of the Jews' preparation day, for the sepulchre was nigh at hand. Bach, of course, depicts the interment of Christ. Motives such as these and must be played with particular care, without, however, doing any violence to the tenderness that fills the whole movement. We may suppose that Bach was not satisfied with the chorus, O Mensch, bewein dein Sünde groß, O man, bewail thy grievous sin, as an introduction to the St. John Passion, because the words of the chorale did not seem to him sufficiently characteristic of the fourth Gospel. The quality of this is exactly expressed by the words Herr, unser Herrscher, dessen Ruhm in allen Landen herrlich ist. Zeige uns durch deine Passion, dass du, der wahre Gottessohn, zu aller Zeit, auch in der größten Niedrigkeit, verherrlicht worden bist. Lord, our Redeemer, whose name in all the world is glorious, show us by thy passion that thou, the true Son of God for evermore, art glorified even in the deepest humiliation. The music tries to convey this dual idea of suffering and glory. The flutes and oboes express the thoughts connected with the passion. Throughout the movement they sigh and wail incessantly. Bach's figured bass indicates that the organ is to accompany in a higher octave the sustained dissonances of the flutes and oboes. This gives the music a curiously bitter and gloomy character, which at first distresses the hearer, as he cannot reconcile it with the words, Lord, our Redeemer, whose name in all the world is glorious. The strings and grave and tranquil semiquavers symbolize the majesty of the glorified Son of God. The lofty expression of this is reinforced by the soft organ point repeated in quavers in the bass. It is in this way that Bach's music, like the narrative in the fourth Gospel, conveys simultaneously the ideas of majesty and suffering. The abasement of the Saviour is symbolized by the passage of the grave semiquaver sequence from the violins to the bass. This happens at the second return of the words, Lord, our Redeemer, and at the second repetition of the words, Show us by thy passion. Note also the descent of the voices at the words, even in the deepest humiliation, and the upward striving of the semiquaver figure at art glorified. Verbal explanation necessarily gives a certain disfiguring coarseness to this musical symbolism, but even Spitta admitted that this chorus needed interpretation, and that from the purely musical standpoint it is incomprehensible. Large dynamic outlines are hardly possible in this movement, if we are not to diminish the effect of the piano that Bach has marked for the words, even in the greatest humiliation. Repeated experiences will show us how wrong it is to introduce the piano in the chorus at the words, Show us by thy passion, however desirable this piano, which is prescribed for the whole orchestra except the basses, may seem to be. On the other hand, the declamation of the chorus can hardly be too full of dynamic light and shade. It rests with the organist to assist in the rendering of the semiquaver figure, where it occurs 3 times in the bass, in such a way that it is clear to every hearer without being at all obtrusive. End of chapter 26, part 2.
Chapter 27, Part 1 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2, by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 27, Part 1. The Cantatas of the years 1725 to 1727. The cantatas of 1725, 1726, and 1727 are mostly recognizable from the fact that the paper on which they are written bears the watermark IMK. For the Trauerrode, composed in September 1727 on the death of Queen Christiane Eberhardine, Bach used a paper with the watermark MA. This paper he then continued to use for several years. At the death of the Queen, public mourning was commanded for 4 months, from September 1727 to January 1728. Therefore no cantatas were given, even the organ was silenced. Bach thus had a period of rest. This could not have been wholly agreeable to him, since the national mourning meant a considerable diminution of the musician's perquisites. The majority of the cantata texts of this period are by Picander. His first cycle of cantata poems extended from the first Sunday in Advent 1724 to the corresponding Sunday in 1725. Bach may have gone to him because he wrote rapidly and with facility, and as he himself boasts, he had some musical knowledge. The bad points in his work, however, far outweigh the good. He has no idea of working up poetically the situation given him in a gospel. For the most part, he writes at random, drifting along in commonplace. His texts are usually so little characteristic that with very slight alterations they could be adopted to the gospel for any other Sunday. Here is a typical specimen of his banality, a recitative from the cantata Siehe du, dass deine Gottesfurcht nicht Heuchelei sei, number 179. Quote, Das heutige Christentum ist leider schlecht bestellt. Die meisten Christen in der Welt sind laulichte Laodikäer und aufgeblasene Pharisäer, die sich von außen fromm bezeigen und wie ein Schilf den Kopf zur Erde beugen. Im Herzen aber steht ein stolzer Eigenrum. Sie gehen zwar ins Gotteshaus und tun daselbst die äußerlichen Pflichten, macht aber dies wohl einen Christen aus? Nein, Heuchler können's auch verrichten. End quote. Among the cantatas of this period are some that have so many similar internal characteristics that we may regard them as intimately allied. For example, the 2 solo cantatas, Wo gehst du hin, number 166 for the 4th Sunday after Easter, and Wahrlich, ich sage euch, number 86 for the 5th Sunday after Easter. As these 2 Sundays come together, the works must have originated at the same time. In the opening aria of Wo gehst du hin, the accompaniment aims at depicting the supernaturally elastic steps of Jesus after his resurrection. The same means are employed in the St. Matthew Passion to illustrate Christ's prophecy that after his resurrection he would go before them into Galilee. The quavers are of course not to be played legato. In the exuberant aria, quote, Ich will an den Himmel denken und der Welt mein Herz nicht schenken. I will think of heaven and not give my heart to the world. End quote. There is a step rhythm in the bass, prompted by the words, quote, Wenn ich gehe oder stehe, if I go or stay, end quote. The accompaniment to the aria, quote, Man nehme sich in Acht, wenn das Glücke lacht, Man, beware when fortune smiles, is accompanied by captivating silvery laughter. One feature that these sister cantatas have in common is the making of an aria out of a chorale by giving the cantus firmus to solo voices with a free orchestral accompaniment. In the first cantata it is the melody Ich bete dich, Herr Jesu Christ, to which the strings add a melancholy motif. In the second cantata, the chorale verse, Und was der ewig güt'ge Gott in seinem Wort gesprochen hat, geschworen bei seinem Namen, das hält und gibt gewiss fürwahr, is sung, the orchestra adding a remarkably full and tense accompaniment in 3 parts that excellently expresses the steadfastness of God's word. Note: the melody of the chorale should not be sung by a soprano soloist, but by half a dozen fine boys' voices. In the accompaniment to Und was der ewig güt'ge Gott, the strings must reinforce the 2 oboes so as to give the figures the needful firmness. The bass should be strengthened by a bassoon so as to make the timbre of the trio homogeneous. End of note. The same impression is given by the opening arioso, Wahrlich, ich sage euch, so ihr den Vater etwas bitten werdet in meinem Namen, so wird er's euch geben, which is worked out as a 5-part fugue. As surely as the vocal melody takes its place as the 5th voice in the orchestral fugue, so surely will the prayer in the name of Jesus be fulfilled. This cantata, with its 2 cheerful and delightful arias, Ich will doch wohl Rosen brechen and Gott hilf gewiss, is one of the most popular cantatas of Bach. It is evident again that the 2 monumental music dramas, Herr, gehe nicht ins Gericht, No. 105, and Schauet doch und sehet, No. 46, written for the 9th and 10th Sundays after Trinity, originated at the same time. Their opening choruses are especially alike in this respect, that the tone painting is relegated to the instrumental accompaniment, while the vocal part is noticeably simple. Here we have a quite new cantata type. In the opening chorus of Herr, gehe nicht ins Gericht, the means employed are as simple as they are effective. In the bass we have a figure depicting anxious trembling. The theme with which the 2 oboes accompany this is composed of 2 motifs. The second of these motifs is a modification of the familiar motif of sighing. To explain the first motif, we must look at other themes in the same syncopated style, when we shall see that they always embody the idea of something being drawn or dragged along. Note: compare, for example, the theme of the aria My Jesus, take me to thee, from the cantata Jesus nahm zu sich die 12, No. 22. End of note. If these syncopations and sighs are rightly accented, we can see the groaning and reluctant man being dragged before the judgment seat. In the aria, Wie zittern und wanken der Sünden Gedanken, how thoughts of sin tremble and falter, the oboe reels about above the quavering figures in the strings. During the recitative arioso, Wohl aber dem, der seinen Bürgen weiß, wenn seine Sterbestunde schlägt, but well for him who knows his surety, when his last hour strikes. We hear the funeral bells, not sounding sadly, however, but joyously. In the aria, Kann ich nur Jesum mir zum Freude machen, so gilt der Mammon nicht bei mir. If Jesus be my friend, mammon is nothing to me. The note of gladsomeness becomes one of unrestrained gaiety. It is as if a man were running wildly from captivity. The antagonism between the upper voice and the instrumental bass gives a sensation of precipitancy that's almost unbearable. In the final chorale, quote, "Nun ich weiß, du wirst mich stillen, now I know that thou wilt calm me," end quote, we can observe the transition in the orchestra from terrified trembling to peace. The first part of the finely declaimed opening chorus of Schauet doch und sehet, ob irgendein Schmerz sei, number 46, seems like a sketch for the Qui Tollus of the B minor Mass.
Schauet doch und sehet, ob irgendein Schmerz sei, wie mein Schmerz.
In the orchestra, we have the violins sighing continually. The flutes have the same motif, but in doubled motion. The total effect is of a vast lamentation ascending to heaven. In the recitative, quote, "So klage, du zerstörte Gottesstadt, then lament, thou ruined city of God," end quote, the strings have long-drawn cries of woe, above which the flutes depict des Eifers Wasserwogen, waves of anger, that shall sweep over Jerusalem, an idea of the dreadful nature of the aria, quote, "Dein Wetter zog sich auf von weitem, thy tempest gathered from afar," end quote, may be obtained from the figures in the bass. The theme of the flute in the last aria illustrates the words, quote, "Doch Jesus will auch bei der Strafe der Frommen Schild und Beistand sein. Sammelt sie als seine Schafe, als seine Küchlein liebreich ein." But Jesus, even when suffering, will be the shield and succor of the godly. He will gather them lovingly as his sheep. End quote. Note, the quavers in the aria should be played with a light staccato in order to get the proper effect. End of note. This pastoral accompaniment in which the oboe forms the bass is extraordinarily beautiful. Bach has rarely written more heartfelt music. It forms the happiest contrast with the gloomy character of the preceding numbers. The fine painting at the words, quote, "Wenn Wetter der Rache," if tempests of vengeance, end quote, should be particularly noted. Another of the dramatic cantatas is that for the first Sunday after Easter, Halt im Gedächtnis Jesum Christ, number 67. The powerful opening chorus, in which we may object to the threefold repetition of the Halt, is followed by the aria Mein Jesus ist erstanden, a movement of unusual charm in which the boldly ascending figures speak eloquently of the resurrection. The finest part of the cantata, however, is the bass aria, quote, "Friede sei mit euch," peace be unto you, end quote. It begins with the tumult motif. Then suddenly the uproar ceases, and the motif of transfiguration enters in tranquil majesty. The world and all its woes sink out of sight. The risen Lord is with his disciples, consoling them with his "Peace be unto you." In vain does the world rage round them again. They sing through it all, Wohl uns, Jesus hilft uns kämpfen, Jesus holet uns zum Frieden, O Herr, hilf und lass gelingen. It is well with us, Jesus fights for us, Jesus takes us to his peace. Help us, Lord, to victory. And each time that he addresses them with his "Peace be unto you," the tumult is silenced. It is less an aria than a symphonic tone picture. The German Bach is trying to break through the mold of the decadent Italian art. His dramatic spirit leads him to seek the way back to the larger and simpler kind of art from which he started, and to create free forms for himself. He is on the same path in the cantata for the third Sunday after Epiphany, Herr, wie du wilt, number 73, as may be seen in the freely written aria, Herr, so du wilt. The text of this is comprised of 3 lines. Herr, so du wilt, so presst ihr Todesschmerzen die Seufzer aus dem Herzen. Herr, so du wilt, so lege meine Glieder in Staub und Asche nieder. Herr, so du wilt, so schlagt ihr Leichenglocken. Lord, if thou wilt, the pangs of death will wring sighs from my heart. Lord, if thou wilt, my limbs will fall in dust and ashes. Lord, if thou wilt, the funeral bells will toll. End of quote. In the first line we hear the sigh. Then the voices descend, as it were, into the grave. Finally, the funeral bells are heard. The opening chorus is also very impressive. The orchestra and organ have the following troubled motif.
Herr, wie du wilt.
That is formed from the commencement of the chorale melody. It bears a striking resemblance to the Fate motif in Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. The instruments try to force it upon the chorus, which is singing the chorale, interrupted by recitatives. The choir resists. Finally, as the motif returns with greater and greater urgency, the choir yields and repeats it 3 times, whereupon the movement ends. These dramatic beauties almost blind us to the charm of the tenor aria. Ach, senke doch den Geist der Freuden dem Herzen ein, with its gentle semiquavers floating down. But the fight of the giant for freedom was in vain. In the Michaelmas cantata, Es erhob sich ein Streit, number 19, he's beaten. The first chorus paints the struggle of Satan and his host against the archangel Michael. The serpent forms fling themselves upward in mighty contortions. At the words, Aber Michael bezwingt und die Schar, die ihn umringt, stürzt des Satans Grausamkeit. But Michael conquers, and the cruel host of Satan encircling him is cast down. End quote. The motif is inverted, and the agitated and distorted mass falls precipitantly into the depths. Then, with one broad stroke of the pen, Bach completely spoils the striking picture. At the finish, when Satan's host has fallen, the composer writes, Dal segno, repeats the first part, Es erhob sich ein Streit, now there was war, and so concludes. Footnote. The succeeding recitative, Gottlob, der Drache liegt, God be praised, the dragon is defeated, ought to have been sufficient to deter him from repeating the undecided battle. End of footnote. This da capo that he has inserted out of mere habit is of course a sin against both the text and the music. It shows how helpless this unique genius is against the formulae and ordinances of his epoch. In this one dal segno we have the whole tragic fate of Bach's art. There must be something in the nature of the pictorial conception of music to account for the fact that its two greatest representatives, Bach and Berlioz, are insensible to many things of which a quite mediocre talent would be conscious. End of Chapter 27, Part 1. Read by Sandra, Montreal, 2021. Chapter 27, Part 2 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. The Cantatas of the years 1725 to 1727. The music of the aria, quote, Bleibt, ihr Engel, bleibt bei mir, stay ye angels, stay with me, end of quote, is of course derived from the graceful angel theme. The trumpet adds the chorale, Ach Gott, lass dein lieb Engelein. This causes the movement to be unusually long, even for Bach. The marking of adagio, therefore, ought not to be taken too literally. The final chorale, Lass dein Engel mit mir fahren, with its free orchestral accompaniment, is extraordinarily solemn in its effect. Among the other dramatic cantatas of this period there are none that outwardly form so complete a whole as Herr, gehe nicht ins Gericht, No. 105, and Schauet doch und sehet, No. 46. They are composed of separate numbers, but these are often so powerful in effect that we are not conscious of the lack of an inner cohesion. The first chorus of the two-part chorale cantata for the first Sunday after Trinity, O Ewigkeit, du Donnerwort, No. 20, first composition, is laid out in the French overture form. The vivace commences with O Ewigkeit, Zeit ohne Zeit. It is rather short relatively to the grave. Footnote. The final words of the verse do not suit the return to the grave. In any case, the employment of the overture form to the chorale chorus here is not very happy. End of footnote. The effect of the chorus comes from the animation of the orchestral accompaniment and the extreme simplicity of the chorale figuration. The aria, quote, O Ewigkeit, du machst mir bange, O eternity, thou fillest me with fear, end quote, is dominated by the sigh motif. In the aria, quote, Wacht auf, die Posaune schallt, awake, awake, ere the trumpet sounds, end quote. Bach, of course, employs that instrument. The fine trumpet part that he gives to it will exculpate him even in the eyes of the strictest musical aesthetician. In the alto aria, quote, O Mensch, errette deine Seele, entfliehe Satans Sklaverei. O man, save thy soul, fly from Satan's bonds, end quote. The musical illustration of the text is quite excessive. Nowhere else in music has the painful writhing of a body been so realistically depicted. Footnote. The texts of the arias are partly taken from the remaining strophes of Rist's chorale. End of footnote. The opening aria of the cantata for the 9th Sunday after Trinity, Tue Rechnung, Donnerwort, das die Felsen selbst zerspaltet, No. 168, text by Frank, is rather enigmatic. It is not clear what is signified by the agitated figure in the strings. It suggests most strongly the aria of the scourging in the St. Matthew Passion, Erbarmes Gott. As a matter of fact, the figure here also symbolizes a succession of blows. Bach remembers the text that has been in the mind of his librettist, quote, Ist mein Wort nicht ein Hammer, der Felsen zerschmeißt? Is not my word like a hammer that breaketh the rock in pieces? Jeremiah 23:29, end quote. And accordingly depicts the hammer blows in his music. When played with sufficient animation, the movement is very impressive. If the music to the aria, quote, Kapital und Interessen meiner Schulden groß und klein müssen einst verrechnet sein. Capital and interest of my sins, great and small, must some day be reckoned up, end quote, does not affect us very deeply. That is not to be wondered at. On the other hand, a fascinating effect is made by the titanic efforts expressed in the bass accompaniment to the aria, quote, Herr, zerreiß des Mammons Ketten, Lord, break the chains of Mammon. In the opening duet of the cantata for the 6th Sunday after Easter, quote, Sie werden euch in den Bann tun, number 44, they will put you under the ban, unquote. The word ban is expressed with dreadful force. The impression of horror is intensified by progressions of fifths in the instrumental basses. Which are made still more prominent by the figures in the second oboe. The choir enters with the words, quote, Es kommt aber die Zeit, dass wer euch töten wird, unquote. The theme of the aria, Es ist und bleibt der Christentrost, is a little confusing at first. The jubilant triplets are explained, however, by the sequel, where mention is made of the, quote, Lachen der Freudensonne, laughter of the sun of joy, end quote. Bach fastens upon these words because he sees the opportunity they give him for characteristic music. In the opening chorus of the cantata for the 3rd Sunday after Epiphany, Alles nur nach Gottes Willen, number 72, text by Frank, the main musical theme is prompted by a word of quite subordinate importance. It is the word Zeit, time. Quote, Alles nur nach Gottes Willen, so bei gut als böser Zeit. God's will be done, both in good and evil time. End quote. Bach expresses it by the stroke of the pendulum, as in the cantata, quote, Wer weiß, wie nahe mir mein Ende, hingeht die Zeit, herkommt der Tod. Who knows how near my ending is? Time flies, death is coming. End quote. The monotonous rhythm in the bass, in which the rest of the orchestra also joins. Is accordingly maintained from beginning to end of the chorus. It is to this impressive tic-tac that the choir sings the moving text. In the almost dance-like prelude to the aria, quote, Mein Jesus will es tun, this will my Jesus do, end quote, the upper voices several times pause suddenly on a chord, while the bass of the theme continues. The only other aria in which this occurs is, quote, Wirf mein Herze, wirf dich noch in des höchsten Liebesarme, cast thyself, O my heart, into the loving arms of God, end quote. In the cantata, Mein Gott, wie lang, ach lange, number 155, in which passionate movement it depicts the heart at rest in God's arms. Bearing this musical identity in mind, let us look again at the text of the aria, Mein Jesus will es tun. The passage is at once seen to mean, quote, "Although thy heart is overwhelmed with heaviness, it shall rest gently in his arms." Unquote. This is one of the cases where the meaning of Bach's music becomes clear by the comparison of two quite unconnected passages. The theme of the opening aria of the cantata for Ch27, Leicht gesinnte Flattergeister, number 181, runs thus. It is never developed, but simply repeated. One is tempted to believe that Bach is painting the Flattergeister, light-minded people, the fowls of the air that pick up the seeds, who are referred to in the Gospel for the day, Luke 8, 4-15. We instinctively see a swarm of crows descending upon a field with beating wings and wide-stretched feet. In the following aria, the schädlichen Dornen, injurious thorns, are symbolized by the staccati in the bass, a final chorus of much beauty, Lass höchster uns zu allen Zeiten, compensates the hearer for the almost too drastic character of the other music. The opening chorus of the cantata for the 13th Sunday after Trinity, Du sollst Gott deinen Herrn lieben, number 77, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God, is treated symbolically. Bach's knowledge of the Bible reminds him that Christ's answer to the question as to the greatest commandment in the law was that the whole of the law and the prophets was summed up in the commandment to love. Footnote. Matthew 22, 34-40. In the version in Luke 10, 23-37, which is the Gospel for the day and on which the text of the cantata is founded, this concluding passage is lacking. Here we clearly see how far afield Bach sometimes goes in order to find characteristic ideas for his music, and how he does not hesitate to go past his real text if he sees what he wants outside it. End of footnote. He expresses this in his music by surrounding the chorus that announces the new commandment with the cantus firmus of the chorale, quote, Dies sind die heiligen 10 Gebot. These are the sacred 10 commandments. End quote. In the orchestra, the lesser commandments are represented by the theme in crotchets in the trumpet. The bass trombone of the organ gives it out in minims, signifying the greater commandments. The rest of the orchestra, with the opening motif of the melody, symbolizes the least of the commandments, the jots and tittles of the law. Just as Jesus derived his new commandment of love from the old law, so Bach forms the theme of his chorus out of the first intervals of the old chorale. Unfortunately, the further course of the text gave him no opportunity to write particularly striking music. The poems of the two cantatas, Erforsche mich Gott, number 136 for the 8th Sunday after Trinity, and Nimm was dein ist, number 144 for Septuagesima, seem to have stimulated him so little that he made them up almost entirely of old music, as we can see from the faulty declamation. Footnote. The chorus, Erforsche mich Gott, is certainly not original. In the In Gloria Dei Patris of the A major Mass, the effect is better, though even here he seems to have made use of some borrowed material. The strong, proud theme of the duet, Uns treffen zwar der Sündenflecken, again is wholly alien to this text. Of the two arias of the cantata, Nimm was dein ist, we can say with confidence that Bach could not deliberately have declaimed them in this way, but that they are fully explained by another text having been fitted to the music at a later date. End of footnote. The only original portion that has any interest is the motet-like chorus, quote, Nimm was dein ist und geh hin, take what is thine own and depart, end of quote, in which the instrumental basses dwell upon the representation of the depart. The cantata for the second Sunday after Easter, Du Hirte Israel höre, number 104, takes us into a new world. Is the composer who here revels in the most delicate lyricism the same who elsewhere makes his music almost excessively characteristic? A charming triplet movement runs through the first chorus and the final aria, Beglückte Herde. In the aria, quote, Verbirgt mein Hirte sich zu lange. Mein schwacher Schritt eilt dennoch fort. My shepherd hides himself too long, yet I hasten with feeble steps. End quote. The oboes give a delightful picture of haste. The ravishing euphony and the perfect grace of this work ensure its immediate effect upon any audience. It is one of the most suitable for overcoming the common fear of Bach. The cantata of Midsummer Day, Ihr Menschen rühmet Gottes Liebe, number 167, and that for the 17th Sunday after Trinity, Bringet dem Herrn Ehre seines Namen, number 148, are also full of simple charm. The final chorale of the former, Sei Lob und Preis, with its joyous orchestral accompaniment, is particularly effective. The fine text of the cantata for the Sunday after Christmas, Gottlob, nun geht das Jahr zu Ende, number 28, is by Neumeister. The music shows that Bach worked at the text with pleasure. He accompanies the words that speak of the departure of the old year and the glorious approach of the new with a merry ballet in the minor. Then comes a simple motet chorus on Nun lob meine Seel den Herrn, in which the instruments merely reinforce the voices. At the end of this movement, Bach has written, quote, 174 bars, end quote. The two choruses of the New Year cantata, Herrgott, dich loben wir, number 16, are in a more popularly effective style. In the first, the orchestral basses keep up the rhythm of the joy motif. In the second, the tutti is broken by interludes for the solo bass. The small amount of mysticism in the works of this epoch is due to the texts. Two cantatas glorify the longing for death. The first, Ich lasse dich nicht, du segnest mich, den, number 157, a solo cantata for tenor and bass, was written for the feast of the Purification of Mary. The symphonic accompaniment to the opening duet reminds us of the first aria of Jesus nahm zu sich die Zwölfe, number 22. Afterwards, a joyous light streams with increasing brightness over the expectation of death. The aria, Ich halte meinen Jesum feste, is like a heavenly roundelay. The final aria, Ja, ja, ich halte Jesum feste, is of almost extravagant cheerfulness. From Picander's poems we learn that this fine cantata was produced on the 2nd February 1727 on the feast of the Purification of Mary, and that Bach made use of it 4 days later at the funeral ceremony for the old chamberlain Johann Christian von Pünigau. Death and youth are the subjects of the cantata for the 16th Sunday after Trinity, Liebster Gott, wann werd ich sterben, number 8, founded on the gospel story of the widow's son of Nain, Luke 7:11-17. The sun shines brightly on the fields as they bear the boy to the gate. The flowers of the meadow join in with the bell that peals from the tower. Chirping and humming is heard from near and far. Spitta says of this orchestral tone picture that it is woven out of the sounds of bells and the scent of flowers, and is filled with the spirit of a graveyard in the spring. In the aria, quote, Was willst du dich, mein Geist, entsetzen, wenn meine letzte Stunde schlägt? Why wilt thou be afraid, my soul, when my last hour strikes? End quote. The bells of death are heard in the minor, as if dark clouds were casting their shadows over the smiling meadow. These are driven away again in the aria, quote, Doch weichet ihr tollen, vergeblichen Sorgen, mich rufet mein Jesus, wer sollte nicht gehen? Away, ye mad vain cares, my Jesus calls me, who would not go? end quote, in which the jubilant flute carries the strings and the voice along with it in a rapid jig. This splendid work should not be attempted except with a really good orchestra that is familiar with Bach. It is one of the rather few cantatas in which the composer has most carefully marked the phrasing and the dynamic signs, which indicates that he wanted special care in the performance of it. End of Chapter 27, Part 2. Read by Sandra, Montreal, 2021.